People understandably were like, what the fuck are you doing, British Empire? Stop doing settler colonialism, British Empire. That's it. That's it. That is like, it's so simple. So because of that reason, it wasn't planned and designed. Again, there's zero evidence of that. Yes, it was, dude. Planned Dalit is exactly that. And that comes from Ilan Pappé's work, which originally was considered controversial and maybe even false. One of his actual research associates was the one who then went and fucking interviewed the people. And now we know, because the people that did plan Dalit were there. They were alive. They're still alive. So no, it is not fucking wrong at all. What I'm explaining to you is not wrong at all. You just want it to be wrong. You act like this is a contentious conversation when all you're doing is just trying to wash away atrocity. No, Plan D was a military operation that called for the expulsion of villages used in military bases along major routes and border regions. It was a military plan. Yes! Yes! And these were not villages being used as military bases. You're fucking lying. And the very same original Zionist brigades that used, that basically did the atrocities at Deir Yassin, okay, and many of these other Palestinian villages openly admit that it is a fucking lie, that they were basically spying on villages with no military in them. So all you're doing right now is the worst Hasbara troll on the planet with the same exact fucking username that you use on Reddit, where you post in the fucking Destiny subreddit, is to try and minimize the atrocities. I gave you one of the villages. Deir Yassin is a village that was in the original inception of the Nakba, a village where atrocities occurred in the hands of Irgun and in the hands of Lihi. Why do you know that? You know why we know that? You know why we know that? Because the motherfuckers that did the atrocities are still very much alive. And some of the people were left alive as well, so they could go and carry on the fear to the other Palestinian villages, so the forcible expulsion would be easier when they inevitably move to other Palestinian occupied areas. Palestinian occupied areas, I can't believe I'm using that terminology. It's not even occupied, it's just where they lived. The notion that, like, yeah, Tantura is another one. The notion that this is like controversial, if anyone fucking tells you this, if anyone tries to tell you this is a controversial thing, okay, I'm talking about knowing his Reddit, because I have the CIA in here. Immediately they fucking found out that he has the same exact he has the same exact fucking name on Reddit, and people were talking about it in the chat. "500 villages were destroyed. This is not up for debate. Lamont Palestinians were ethnically cleansed by explicit design." I know. Wow, amazing. I'm aware of Deir Yassin, which was an atrocity. You made a claim about systematic policy. Yes, the systematic policy under Plan Dalit was to forcibly expel and do atrocities in certain villages that they were spying on, villages that had no military usage whatsoever. You can claim that there was military usage for the villages, but there were no militants in those villages. There were just villagers. As a matter of fact, Deir Yassin, famously, the one that you know about as well, and the one that you have to admit was a massive atrocity, famously had a peace agreement with the surrounding Jewish villages. That is why they were so easily slaughtered by the two militia groups that I just described to you. One of those two militia groups, as a matter of fact, openly called themselves terrorists, Stern Gang. Lihi is literally a terror cell, participated in the King David bombing, but also beyond that, openly fucking consider themselves terrorists. Why do you have to look into who I am? Fucking weird. That's not what Plan D was. There were literally battles in these villages. Oh my God. Okay. The Israeli plan was pretty obvious. Everyone understood that forcible expulsion must occur. How do we get everyone to be forcibly expelled from the villages without actually killing all of them? Well, we do some atrocities in 2 of the villages, 3 of the villages, 4 of the villages, maybe 10 villages. And then When we go to the other places where there's a shit ton of Palestinians, we can just do psychological operations, psyops. That's the modern terminology for it. What are some of these psyops? Like going in and blasting machine gun fire in these surrounding cities, basically fucking kettling in, corralling the Palestinian civilian population that you are openly telling they must leave if they do not want to face the same atrocities. That's exactly what happened. That is exactly what they did. They would shut off access to all parts of cities with the exception of like one area where they can funnel every single citizen, every single civilian. Why did that work? Why was it effective? Benny Morris will say, well, it's because the Arab leaders told them to leave and even like forced them to leave. Okay? The Arab leaders told them to leave and forced them to leave, and that's why they left. Meanwhile, the real reason as to why many left, which by the way, even if the Arab leaders told them to fucking leave, it doesn't matter. They should have still been allowed back in. And then the IDF, after the formation of the Israeli state, definitely still kept killing Palestinian villagers that were trying to sneak back into their fucking homes or sneak back to tend their own crop, mind you. More atrocities that are open and very easy to find. Okay, so that's just another thing that you need to remember. Benny Morris explicitly said the Arab leader leaving stuff was way, way overblown. You're lying about him again. Benny Morris in this conversation is going to literally bring up Arab leadership also telling people to leave. It does not matter. It's the major reasons as to why people left from these villages, even if it was literally Arab leaders who said, leave the fucking villages, we will surround them and we will save you, and then you can come back. It still doesn't matter because these are civilians, dumbass. Unless you think Arabs are a fucking monolithic barbarian horde that must be ethnically cleansed by the supreme Jewish state that came afterwards. And the reality is you do think that because you're a fucking Zionist. And that's what Zionism is. Literally Judeo-supremacy, an ethno-state that must be built. And how do you build that demographic nightmare of an ethno-state? Well, you build it by forcibly displacing Palestinians that live there that aren't Jewish. That's how you do it. That's the whole point. These are civilians. These are farmers, okay? The fact that they were not allowed back into their homes is fucking unacceptable. Even if the Arab leadership was like, yes, leave now and you can come back, which disputed, right? Obviously, if that was the case, then they wouldn't have needed to do Deir Yassin and Tantura and many other atrocities so that they could fucking put the fear of God into the hearts of all these Palestinian civilians that were forcibly displaced, okay? The notion, interesting how debate weirdos usually aren't this bad when you aren't watching specific people. Yes, of course, it's Destiny's fucking audience of like psychotic Hasbara defenders. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird too. Already said that Benny Morris changed his stance and further research expanded on his original ideas. I don't know what you're tripping about the semantics for because he has nothing to do. The only thing he has is semantics because he's butthurt and trying to defend a person's earlier work that was formative and important, as I openly recognized and mentioned, while simultaneously parse it from a pro-Zionist position.
But so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically, the majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending two states, each state, the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now, that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens, both in the Jewish state and the Arab state, with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority, it's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call a state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made
For the record, it's pretty gross to call me a Zionist ethno-supremacist when I'm just disputing you historical claims. Apparently that's all you can do, though. Keep fucking crying, bitch. What do you mean? Are you not? Are you an anti-Zionist? Is that your claim here? Is that what you're going to do? You're an anti-Zionist? You're an anti-Zionist Benny Morris defender? Like, what's going on? So you disagree with Benny Morris? What do you mean? Because the moment that you say the Nakba is a complex event, you've already conceded. You've already told me what your position is. I'm not staking a political position. I'm interested in the fucking history. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are a cowardly fence sitter who's not actually a fence sitter at all. Because guess what, dude? Neutrality in the face of clear opposition is siding with the oppressor. And that's precisely what you're doing. And you're doing it in the most cowardly way possible. Oh, I'm not a Zionist. But also, the forcible ethnic displacement of 750,000 Palestinians that was a deliberate attempt made by the inception that followed the inception of the Israeli state actually is not that much of a catastrophe. As a matter of fact, even if it is a catastrophe, it had to happen. So yes, why did it have to happen? So that there could be a majority Jewish state planted on top of this indigenous population that was forcibly expelled from their lands. You are no different in many respects to a Holocaust denier trying to be like, well, I'm just asking questions, bro. Is it actually 6 million? But the only difference is our reception of this information is not seen the same because the atrocities obviously are not the same, right? In severity, but one is not even up for debate. If someone comes in here, I ban them immediately. If someone came in here and tried to fucking do this exact same kind of like atrocity denial, I would ban them for the Holocaust. I would ban them. Understandably so, because why the fuck would I debate a fascist? But when it comes to talking about Israel, that same kind of atrocity denial is so perfectly permissible, it seems. It's ridiculous. And it's not even just the fact that 750,000 people had to be forcibly displaced, right? It's also the fact that they were not allowed to come back. That's it. Not allowing 750,000 farmers, civilians, doctors, teachers to go back to their fucking homes that their families have had for multiple generations is a disgusting atrocity. Okay? It is disgusting. And any kind of defense of this kind of behavior is gross. It's inhumane. He's just debating the semantics and nitty-gritty facts when it doesn't matter because the displacement and atrocities still happen. Yes. Are you incapable of separating your politics from academic investigation? A complex process can lead to facts that can be endorsed by pro or anti-Zionists. And yes, they barred return. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that you're lying about the systematic pre-planned policy part. Brother, you are trying to dispute the inception of these actions without addressing the consequences, okay? The intent, in my opinion, from where I'm standing after everything I have read, especially when you compare it to what came after, is pretty obvious. If you look at early Zionists, which, by the way, it's so funny. Why am I debating this guy? This is everything that Norm Finkelstein is going to lay out right now. It is so fucking stupid to have this conversation. Oh, it just kind of happened like that. 750,000 Palestinians just kind of happened to leave their homes and then kind of could not come back. It just happened on accident. What a beautiful accident. What a beautiful accident it was. Okay, what about now? What about all these fucking civilians now? Can they not be a part of like a singular state? No, we can't have that. Why? Because of demographic concerns. Why is this a demographic concern, mind you? Why is this a demographic concern? Why should we concern ourselves with what ethno-nationalist fascists are concerning themselves with? Unimaginable. Unimaginable. No other world in which this is like a genuine perspective, okay? So smug.
Aid to live together. I disagree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, and that not being a practical option, two states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be taking too much time. So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern-Weiner, to edit it and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko.
Did it just kind of happen? There was a war that had many factors involved. Okay, brother, I love your interest in continuing this derailment, but you are literally taken away from a 5-hour conversation of dudes, with the exception of Destiny, that know a shit ton more about this issue than yourself or myself, including the very guy whose work we are currently disputing for no fucking particular reason. I'm going to give you an hour off. You'll probably be back by the time because I'll probably still be watching this, but like, go write your manifesto, talk about how I'm fraudulent or whatever the fuck, and maybe that will help you sleep comfortably and soundly at night, like that you're simply defending the academic principles behind Benny Morris's work. Yeah, it's complicated. It was just a war. It was just a war. Yeah, they're going to address all of that, dumb fuck, okay? It wasn't just a war. It was just a war when it comes to 750,000 fucking civilians being ethnically displaced from their ancestral homes. Okay, what comes after just the war is it only works if you legitimately in your mind believe that like Arabs are a monolithic force of barbarian primitives, okay? Like apes. It's so stupid.
Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering without any
Let's be honest, would you cover this debate if D wasn't in it? Fuck yes. 1,000,000%. Norm Finkelstein versus Benny Morris, I would absolutely cover. Norm Finkelstein is one of the most obsessive freak lords on the planet when it comes to going through each individual minutia of the work of other academics, okay? He literally destroyed Alan Dershowitz over his very obvious plagiarism. After Alan Dershowitz plagiarized another work from another scholar who Norm Finkelstein had fucking eviscerated beforehand. This is not just some random fucking old guy who's an asshole, okay? Many people don't understand, I don't think. He's written so many fucking books on the matter. Come on.
Exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state. But, he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way, any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist. And then he wrote in another book, Transfer, the euphemism for expulsion, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land
These are Benny's own words he's saying. He's
was
reading back.
Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders, acting on the compulsions inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext in the course of the First Arab-Israeli War to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that you make a lengthy statement in the beginning.
Norman only quoting stuff. Lamau, you guys are delusional if you don't think this looks bad on him. Using your interlocutor's formative work in talking about the deliberate nature of the ethnic displacement campaigns is crazy. See, Pan Stan, he literally is a historian confirming everything he says, though. That is like, you are the most baby brain person I've ever fucking encountered. If you literally are looking at a situation where he is describing the source material directly to the person in front of him that wrote the source material as evidence of his position. What more can you do in this circumstance? Like, what? Motherfucker, I know that if your favorite debate lord did the using your own words against you technique, you would love that. He's basically doing that in an academic setting, as close to an academic setting as you can get. You know what I mean? That's crazy. But once again, betraying the ultimate the ultimate position supposedly being about arriving at the truth. You care about the aesthetics. You care about the aesthetics of justifying ethnic cleansing in this circumstance. Okay? This is the problem with simply liking debate for the debate aspect of it. You can try to moralize it. You can try to moralize it by saying, no, debates are how you arrive at the truth. But you very openly recognize how superficial your interest is in debating when you go, well, the optics of this look really bad. Not only are you wrong because the optics of it are not bad, as a matter of fact, but you're also demonstrating that you don't give a fuck about the truth at all. Please.
Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm has quoted several things you said. Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah. UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947. Essentially looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937. 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or consolidate a unitary state between them. And Peel said there should be two states. That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides, if not all their demands, of course. And the United Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no, they rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition they said no to. The Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. Maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Hussein had said only Jews who were there before 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine Palestine launched, in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And this was their defeat in that civil war between the two communities while the British were withdrawing from Palestine, led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine, or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arab minority in the Jewish state, which emerged in 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not to be, because the Arabs attacked. And had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war.
Yeah. It happened because the Arab states attacked, or the Arab state attacked, but it simultaneously didn't exist, which he also recognizes. Basically saying that this was an inevitability. You just oopsied your way into doing settler colonialism, even though you definitely did do settler colonialism, which is never done through pure happenstance. Okay. It's not done through pure happenstance. It doesn't happen over an oopsie. So no matter what happens, you will always get back to, obviously, the Balfour Declaration, and everything beyond that is going to turn into, well, 3,000 years ago, Jews were expelled from this land. Okay? There's like a massive period of time that you cannot account for to justify, which is why Ben Shapiro and others, who are way worse at doing this, by the way, than Benny Morris, of course, will consistently just like talk about that aspect of it to establish a moral foundation as to why Zionism actually is like biblically backed. Okay? Both historically and biblically backed. Because ultimately, when you just simply leave it at, well, there was a partition, without talking about like why this was completely unacceptable, because it was a settler colonial project that the Arabs were understandably not fond of, considering that they were losing their ancestral lands, okay, to a empire that was voluntarily bringing up new settlers, like consistently bringing in new settlers into historic Palestine. Like, if you don't mention this part, if you don't frame it as what it is, then yeah, you can try to engage with it, but you can try to justify it, but it's still silly.
Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to establish a state when you're like 750,000 people are just like removed from their homes. You know what I mean? Yeah. As a victim of colonial occupation, my oh my, how did that not happen? It's crazy.
State fought for it and established it, hopefully lastingly.
When you say hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded. And Israel won that war.
Let me just add to
the reason why I'm doing this is because, like, obviously there's rules around this, but there's a banned streamer on screen. I'm not trying to bring attention to it, but he is not the focal point of this otherwise debate between academics on the subject matter, which is why it's allowed. So I'm just trying to, do my very best.
Clarify, the war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words,
Even
from the day
though,
after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus the state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened. William, could you speak to 1948 and the historical significance of it?
Sure. There's a lot to unpack here. I'll try to limit myself to...
Benny just almost bar for bar repeated what you just said he would say. Yes, because I'm very familiar with his work. I know what his perspective is, and I know how his perspective, I know what he's saying. That is why it's not like it's not pre-watching something. It's just knowing that it's just knowing what he is going to say, because I've read his work.
Just a few points regarding Zionism and transfer. I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization, had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as England is English or France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence, supremacy, and exclusivity. That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent and not in Palestine. And I think, given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. The Soviet Union could have contributed. Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were rising to power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. The Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about 1/3 of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out, the partition resolution, in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the others. Rather,
I'm cringing so fucking hard at my community. Listen to the words that are coming out of these people's mouths instead of hyper-focusing and hyper-fixating like a bunch of brain-broken, drama-obsessed fucking perverts about why destiny is there. We already fucking covered it, okay? Stop. Jesus Christ. I'm not watching this because destiny's there, okay? Please stop obsessing. You are behaving exactly in the same way that his community obsesses. Please. Jesus Christ, dude. Just like you're missing the forest for the trees. I've seen thousands of comments at this point in the chat, hyper focusing, hyper fixating on one aspect of this. Okay?
it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence, the Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally, that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November, 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory that became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of two components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them. It's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent the return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as has been thoroughly researched and written about by the Israeli-British historian Avi Shlaim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about
that. Also beyond the already 750,000 people being forcibly moved and not allowed to return to their homes at gunpoint is kind of a big deal. Basically destroys any kind of like state development project that you could have had. You know what I mean? A lot of this argument basically does resort back to, always reverts back to might is right. That's it. Might is right politics. Like the Europeans got to do a little bit of a colonialization. Why can't we type shit?
1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, UN assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward, sure. After Stephen, if you want to go a little longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Stephen speaks about 10 times faster than me. Stephen, do you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I notice a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Israeli state to. But I feel like when you have this type of reading of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statements of your initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was...
Yeah, the rejectionism comes from rejecting a settler colonial operation that the British Empire had put forward, and it predates 1947 as well. Just for the record. Bro's so scared of zest and he's covering his face, or because he's fucking banned, dumbass. You know.
was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying the Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it. I never hear about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because
this is literally rehashing like all the things that they just talked about, by the way.
It was brought up before that
only being presented as like, well, it's really interesting that you're refusing to reckon with some of these facts, right?
the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, when I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances. I feel like most of the other stuff has been said, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this.
Cherry picking of the facts. Dude, okay. I just want to point out something here, but there is no... This is basically just a rehashing of you know, the argument that Benny Moore has presented, which in the simplest, perhaps a little too reductive, but in the simplest terms, is ascribing blame to the victims of ethnic displacement. They deserved it, and also everything that came afterwards, they also deserved. And you can't really make this argument unless you are personally of the mind, the mindset, the opinion that, like, again, Arabs are monolithic and also cannot be reasoned with. They only understand force. And also, other than the fact that Arabs are monolithic, that they were asking for it. Like, they were asking for this ethnic displacement to occur. And that is why, beyond the ethnic displacement that the Palestinians were subjected to, there's a good reason for why they also were made to not return to their ancestral homelands after as well. Like, they resisted settler colonialism, and therefore, you know, Might is right. They resisted settler colonialism, and that's why we had to, you know, carve out the Israeli state in the way that we did.
This built-in idea of Zionism that, because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we can say that transfer or population expulsion or basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way, because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan in 47, whether it was the Lausanne peace conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage Professor Mark.
I mean, he literally did say that. Okay. He said Arabs cannot be reasoned with, basically. Like, that's insane. The problem is that this kind of argumentation does work when the audience that's like receiving this information also kind of has that same underlying assumption due to war on terror, Islamophobia, anti-Arab sentiment that is so ever present in American society, in the Western world in general. So, you know, that is, yes, it's motivated reasoning, and a lot of people do have it, and they don't want to go against their learned prejudices, their learned biases that are basically permanent, like always there. So you're not just arguing against, you're not in that situation. You're never really arguing against like the fundamental facts of history. You're basically arguing against like the social conditioning of a person who is going to have this underlying premise that like Arabs, you can't deal with them. You just have to be violent with them. That's the only way you can. That's the only way you can deal with them.
Morris, if you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need the professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here, and it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your work. Apart perhaps from as grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. It's very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell referred to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, isn't
it funny that the dude in the chat, by the way, was basically repeating exactly what Mr. Bonnell ended up saying, being like, oh, you're cherry picking Benny Morris's work, actually. Turns out I was already fucking duking it out with the video, goddammit, ahead of time.
It's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. You know, I'm not going to quarrel. My memory is not clear. We're talking about 40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things about you. Okay. And you were taken to task, if my memory is correct, that you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream Israeli historian to say.
The reasonable challenge for me is fucking not getting so invested in this conversation that I forget to run the top of the hour ad break again, and then only running it in the middle of the hour again. 2 hours in a fucking row now. And the challenge for you is to avoid said ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Say, as you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That wasn't unusual. If you read Anita Shapiro, you read Shabtai Tevitt, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to copiously documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility. You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking, those were 25 very densely argued pages. And then in an interview, and I could cite several quotes, but I'll choose one, you said, removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you're the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. So you then went on to say, because the Arab population rationally...
Minor F, mini F, Wheezy F, baby. It's fine.
Fear. You then went on to say...
I'm going back to the point if you missed it. A little bit of turbulence.
Because the Arab population rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now, for you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that simply does not gel. It does not cohere. It is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations you've said, that's true, but I think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish state at the expense of the indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that it was inbuilt and inevitable.
I think you've made your point there. First, I'll take up something that Muin said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No, I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, a dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's, if you like, inevitability.
Yeah, no, he was talking about like the peaceful ways in which dispossession occurred, you know, through land ownership. It's just real odd that like the land ownership did not pertain to like historically Arab villages, right? Because nobody disputes that like there was definitely land ownership that occurred. Okay. By the way, the very same argument that Benny Morris is presenting here, literally right now, is disputed in Israeli courts when we talk about Sheikh Jarrah. Okay. The land and the homes that are owned by Palestinians under the Ottoman era are still owned by those families to this day. And yet the Israeli courts, for some reason, refuse to acknowledge that as they consistently try to expel the Palestinian population in that area. Just something to consider. This whole like, oh, well, you know, people just came in and they bought the land. Yes, they did. This part is true. There are definitely villages and houses and whatnot that were actually purchased. Okay, I agree. This is a historic fact. Having said that, however, it went far beyond those territorial boundaries. Even the UN partition goes far beyond the purchased land that was bought by the original settlers that were brought there with they were brought there by the British Empire.
In Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and
for the record, you know, it is really funny to bring this up as an American, you know, like as we are living in the United States of America, because the inception of Israel and the claim that like, well, you know, some of the land was actually purchased by the settlers is pretty funny. Yeah, dude. You know, we did that too. I don't know if you know that. But I don't think he would deny the indigenous genocide, right? I didn't see an F on my end, by the way. I don't think Benny Morris, I don't know, maybe he denies maybe Benny Morris denies the indigenous genocide. I don't know, but be real odd.
Starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47, 48. And in 47, 48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people pay for their mistakes. And the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result. And we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible. They kill 1,200 Jews. They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then. And this is what's happening now. There's something fairly similar in the situation.
You know, what happened then is happening again, but I don't think this argument favors Benny's position. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, no, he's not wrong, technically. Technically, he's not wrong. What happened in the Nakba is continuous. It's still happening. Okay? It's still happening. Except it's not exactly a favorable position for Benny, in my opinion. A huge majority of Palestinians were ethnically cleansed before Arab armies attacked. He is wrong. Well, that too. But again,
here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agency. Nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority. If there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral. We cannot start a state on the basis of an expulsion. So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben-Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended that the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. So Ben-Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous democracy in the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it, but they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy, and they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is that 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war.
By the Arabs, yes.
By the Arabs.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that a Jewish state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was,
if the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
But that, let's say prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land. The idea.
I love the concept of like, well, it's just a few bad apples that were doing the bad stuff, including like the ethnic displacement. But ultimately it's silly because, like, okay, well, originally Zionism in its inception also wasn't even like consistently or wasn't already agreed upon that Israel would be settled on historic Palestine either. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if there were like arguments, right? Einstein himself would be considered a labor Zionist originally in the inception of the Israeli state. And right now, his sentiment would be considered anti-Zionist. Like everything that Einstein said would be seen as anti-Zionist. There were plenty of people in the inception of the Israeli state that had opinions that talked about like, well, we got to put all these refugees somewhere, right? That would now, if you look at their entire body of work, especially on the development of the Israeli state, would be considered anti-Zionist, like rugged anti-Zionist.
Idea was, we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine, Palestinian and Arab and other leaders as well had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state, and that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it Bonell or Donnell?
Yeah.
With a B?
Yeah.
Yeah. You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war.
Yeah, show the contradiction. Benny is not showing problem in the idea that colonization may have been nonviolent, which is impossible because you can't colonize without the removal of peoples. Exactly. Like, Benny's argument ultimately reduces to, because of his earlier work, basically mapping out the expulsion of and the ethnic transfer of Palestinians from their ancestral homes, almost always will result in Either A, it was for a higher purpose that was ultimately good, which then still justifies the same colonial endeavors, or basically this false reality that never happened, that oh well, they intended to do like a peaceful colonial project without any resistance whatsoever, and because the people that were there resisted at the incredibly violent means that the early Zionist brigades took in this forcible ethnic displacement campaign, that they kind of asked for it. They were just deserving of this this inevitable ethnic displacement.
Or, I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the 1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt, which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Loring Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been their first and last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny, because I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys, for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state...
Fresher for sure, considering that, one, didn't know where Israel was on a map, two, thought Recep Tayyip Erdogan was the president of Israel at a certain point. So, yeah, I mean, this was, of course, after he had already made up his mind on why genocide is... definitely what must happen. Everything is post hoc rationalizations after that original point that he made weeks before he even started looking at. Oh, did he say Erdogan was the president of Egypt? Is that what you mean? So, he does definitely have fresher eyes on it.
State in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass...
Yeah. Fresher eyes, like I'm rushing to do my homework after I refused to do it until the very last moment.
Transfer of population, perhaps a mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in...
Well, here's a really good argument for that, but the Palestinian citizens of Israel didn't actually get full-blown rights until 1967, so it was already an apartheid state from its inception. So yeah, I think it's a pretty solid argument to present that, yeah, no, Israel had no interest in like making the lives of the Arab citizens that were now living in what we know as Israel meaningful or fine. I think that they were doing exactly what they are doing in the West Bank right now on occupied territory that they're illegally occupying. But they were doing that to the Palestinian citizens of Israel that lived inside of the territorial boundaries of what we know as Israel between the time frame of 1948 till 1967. For those of you who don't know, until 1967, Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arab Christians and Arab Muslims living inside of the Israeli territory, were not subjected to the normal civil court system that Israeli citizens, Jewish citizens of Israel, were utilizing. Even now, by the way, Palestinian citizens of Israel, post-1967, when they were afforded the same, due process instead of being subjected to the martial court, the army court, okay, they still for example, can be expelled from neighborhoods or be refused entry into, well, not entry, but be refused if they want to like rent an apartment, for example, in a community that is designed specifically for Jewish people. This happens right now, by the way, in 2024, inside of the territorial boundaries of Israel, where Israel consistently says, well, what are you talking about? We have a Arab Supreme Court justice in our Supreme Court. You know what I mean? Like, how could you say this is an apartheid state? This is before we, of course, consider the millions of people trapped inside of Gaza and the millions of people that are trapped under the brutal, oppressive apartheid regime of Israel in occupied West Bank.
Lusan a couple years later that,
by the way, before we move on with this, I do have to say here that like Lex having Destiny on to argue on behalf of Israel is kind of really bad for Benny Morris, because while he is good at invoking emotion and trying to like point out inconsistencies and flaws in the arguments by using like quips and whatnot, ultimately, Norm is a massive debate lord himself, 100%, and he is infinitely more well-versed in this subject matter. This is his life's work, you know what I mean? And all Lex did in this circumstance is basically fucking put ankle weights, as someone pointed out in the chat, on Benny Morris. Like he's literally going. It turns into like a 3v1 at points. I suspect he's fucking bronze in a diamond lobby. Yes.
Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and make 200,000 or so people those citizens. But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always means mass transfer, when there were times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it? Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards? Or
Is that question to me or Norm?
either one? I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, in Professor Morris's terminology, the old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them chroniclers, not real historians. It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist thinking. It was then Professor Morris who...
He's laughing because, once again, Benny's in already a shitty position because of his work. He has spent like the past decade basically trying to justify all of the research that he did in the matter, and so he's already in a shitty position to have to defend his like work while simultaneously justify the morality behind it, the morality behind like the actions that he uncovered, I guess. So having Destiny there makes it even harder for him to do that.
Contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
transfer.
Yeah, transfer is dealt with in 4 pages at the beginning of my first book on the Palestinian refugee problem.
It's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say it's central to the Zionist experiment or experience. You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there, the idea.
By the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may. You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the
That
full
would be
context
fine.
of the. So, like, if we go back, to quotes we've said in the past, and you've both here have written, the three of you have written on this topic a lot, is we should be careful and just admit, like, well, yeah, well, that's
Just real quick, just to be clear, the contention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this, whereas Benny's saying it's a part of that.
I'm not quoting a part. I'm quoting 25 pages where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
It never became part of policy.
Fine.
It wasn't policy.
We're also asked, well, this is true. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? It's because it's a very simple fact, which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British Mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic.
Okay, let me
Okay.
respond. Look, you've said it a number of times that the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment. But the fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. An Arab.
It's just funny because like history absolved them. So it's like odd to still make this position. I guess it goes back to like, well, you know, I guess some of the early Zionists wanted to do expulsion. And, you know, I guess because it's a settler colonial operation that like some of the natives understood the assignment and recognized what was happening and resisted. But ultimately it's like, you know, maybe they just got lucky and knew that it was going to happen, but like not everyone knew, and they were just being anti-Semitic. So many of the most rugged, like the most fundamentalist dudes have openly said time and time again, like the fucking guy that wrote the 1988 charter himself personally was like, and there is a shit ton, the 1988 Hamas charter, there's a shit ton of anti-Semitism baked into that thing, okay, into that document. And even he has time and time again said, like, listen, the reason why we hate these people is because they are the ones who took our land. Not the Balfour Declaration. I'm talking about 1988. What was it? The fucking blind sheik or whatever his name is. Not the blind sheik. I'm forgetting his name right now. He's like, if it was Christians, we would hate fucking Christians. Like, it's that simple. Yassin, I think. No, is that his name? I don't remember. Ahmed Yassin. But yeah, he's like, it's that simple.
Arabs later said, and then and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true.
Professor
Because the
Morris.
Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff. Even yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victims.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
A major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to an idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating the same thing.
Because I have, as I said then, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was incidental or it was deeply entrenched. Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words, inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
Inevitable and inbuilt.
The idea,
Okay.
let me concede
Fine.
something.
No.
The idea of transfer was there. Israel Zangwill, a British Zionist, talked about it early on in the century. Even Herzl, in some way, talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked
Well,
about
that's we keep bringing up this line from the 25 pages and the 4 pages. You know, we're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. Like, we can legitimately ask how.
I mean, it is. I'm glad that he's stepping in, but it is important because, like, it is inconsistent with the. It is inconsistent with what he is saying now, I guess, or unless he's openly saying that it was good, which I think he is.
How central is expulsion to Zionism in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is
By
today.
the way, the thing that Lex
and
has in
how
front of
much
him, I have
power,
here as well.
influence does Zionism and ideology have in Israel, and like influence the philosophy, the
I
ideology of
think it's
Zionism
like
have
a
on Israel
humidity
today.
and
The Zionist
temperature.
movement, up to 1948, Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the whole
Yeah, he's not rebutting the inconsistency. He's just avoiding the justification. Exactly.
Zionism, like if you like Bolshevism, held the Soviet Union, gradually faded, and a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which have nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and, incidentally, in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people by establishing a state or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish homeland, which is,
for the record, this is also not disputed. The problem is that there were people there. That's it. There were people there. You can't do that. You just can't fucking expel these people that were there. Hello, Kaya. Come here. Kaya, come here. Come here. Hello. Hello, my baby. Oh my God. You're so cute. Oh. What a cutie patootie she is. Okay, place. I'm gonna give you a treat. Place. Good girl. Good girl. Look at this. What is this? A banana. Let's see how fast she just rips through that. The fact that they use the saying "a land without a people for a people without a land" gives away the game. They clearly wanted ethno state without Palestinians. Or yeah, oopsie, there are people there in the land. Oops. Anyway. They're cooking. I think they're cooking Benny here. Maybe I'm too biased, but it does feel like he's getting cooked a little bit.
Which is something the Arabs today even deny, that there were Jews in Palestine or the land of Israel 2,000 years ago. Arafat famously said, what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. But they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return, and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews, and I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 1937 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed, but we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine. And this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer was there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947-48, the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way. Not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield, and this is also what Ben-Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Right. Well, one of the first books on this issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this is once again. I'll use an example that is similar to the inception of the American state, stating that, well, the indigenous populations that lived here started resisting once they started getting fucking murked, and once they started recognizing that like they were losing their ancestral territorial land, and then for that reason it was totally justified to do manifest destiny. It was totally justified to basically forcibly expel them and kill them. It's ridiculous. Which is why the argument then devolves into, well, who's the real natives to that land? And it's ironic because when people say, well, Jews were native to that land, yeah, the people that they're fucking expelling are also native to that land. Many of them can trace their lineage back. A shit ton of the people that are still being slaughtered have ancestral lineage that can be traced back to the inception of Judaism. The fuck? Yeah. They might no longer be Jewish now, but they were back then. The idea that we can account for 3,000 years of history here and make a blood and soil argument for the inception of the Jewish ethno-state is ridiculous. Okay? It's already ridiculous because that's not an argument you can make. Just like right now, if, let's say, in a magical situation, let's say the indigenous populations, but even before the indigenous populations lived here, because like it's 2,000 years, you know what I mean? It's like you can't make a justification for why, I don't know, the entire territory that spans the fucking France belongs to the Mongols, you know what I mean? Like greater Mongolian territory, like you can't do that. You can't say that. It's just, it's not an argument you can make. The entire world belongs to Africa. Like, how far back are we going for? How far back are we going until we make a justification? I honestly think Putin has a better argument for annexing Ukraine using this logic. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous when Putin makes that argument. It's ridiculous when when Zionists make this argument. Anyway, was that a real banana or a toy? It was a toy, of course. I will make a justification for the top of the hour coming exactly at the top of the hour. This time, many of you have reminded me in the chat, I will admit, and the 3-minute ad break is upon us. Now, those who justify the top of the hour ad break most likely are also subscribed. I wonder if they'd be on the side of Native Americans if natives just started just murking Americans. Exactly. Like now, if now Native Americans came in and were just like nuking fucking population dense areas, like people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? That's insane. All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodore Herzl. And I think, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would proceed, his model was Cecil Rhodes. I think, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine.
Can I respond to this?
In a moment, please. He says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere or something. And Israel Zangwill, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
Just to this, there is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast.
It's 5 volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would try and buy out or buy off or spirit the.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that literally also still say that, like, no matter where the Zionist project was going to be incepted, that the transfer was going to occur regardless? What the fuck? Bro, it happened. Like, it already happened. Why is he acting like it didn't happen when he recognizes that it happened? It's just the same argument. It's such a weird... It's such a weird situation. Okay, let's...
The penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people.
That doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter because guess what? Whether it's Argentina, whether it is what was it? Was it Alaska? Was another one, and then was it Rwanda or Uganda? I think it was Argentina. Uganda. That were the two places that they were talking about. Part of the reason why Uganda was actually cast aside as a place for the Jewish homeland to exist in was because the British thought that the indigenous tribes there would put up too strong of a fucking resistance, and therefore it would be better to settle the Jewish people living in the British Empire into Palestine, mandatory Palestine. But that still does not change the underlying, very valid argument that no matter where these guys were going to go, they were going to do ethnic transfer, forcible displacement, or rather displacement of some sorts of the ethnicity that already existed in that land through peaceful means somehow. There is, you know what's really funny about this? I remember back in the day when this guy used to debate fucking Nazis and white supremacists and ethno-nationalists of different sorts. I remember very distinctly an argument he used to make, that there can never be a peaceful transfer and peaceful ethnic displacement. I remember to the T, one of his arguments, every single time he talked to a Nazi was like, okay, let's say you're an ethno-nationalist. Here's why you can never be a peaceful ethno-nationalist. And then he would walk the Nazis through the steps of argumentation until they had to forcibly concede that, yes, there would always be some kind of violence and the removal of people from the land that they wanted to live in and not leave. I'm sure there are some, Destiny dick riders in the chat or former fans of Destiny that could pull it up personally. Because I remember distinctly him making this argument. Now he's on the other side when it comes to defending Israel, of course, which is, again, still an ethno-nationalist project and therefore just as fascist and just as violent.
Maybe he was, but the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to the subject. It's not a central idea in Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes, I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about. But to have a Jewish state which was modeled on the Western democracies in Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben-Gurion wanted. Ben-Gurion was more of a socialist. Weizmann was more of a liberal Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine, and they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben-Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state because he knew.
Oh, okay. They just wanted to do a little bit of ethnic displacement, you know what I mean? And they wanted to do it peacefully, and, they wanted to make sure it was as small as possible, but hey, look no further. Okay, how? How do you make it as small as possible? No, this is an old one. This is like when he used to...
and residential building.
Okay, it's fine. This is the very old debate.
That if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary, but it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl we're talking about over a century ago, and everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes, just one clarification on Herzl's diaries. I mean, the other thing that I recall from those diaries is he was very preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
Right word. Not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan, who he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jewish community, which formed only a third. Whereas, in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying the Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah,
I think
a couple things. That one, they would have rejected any. Two, a lot of that land given was in the Negev. It was pretty terrible land at the time. And
Well-
three, the land that would have been partitioned to Jews, I think would have been, I think I saw it was like 500,000 Arabs. It would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs, and I think like 80,000 Bedouin would have been there. So the state would have been divided pretty
I
close
think
to
you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject the partition of their homeland in principle. And I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of their homeland to the Zionist movement only added insult to injury. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a stateless people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours, for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Jews in Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course, they had ties to Palestine, and particularly to Jerusalem and other places, going back centuries, if not millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusively Jewish state at the expense of those who are...
Unless you're Neil Gorsuch, baby. Unless you're Neil Gorsuch and we're talking about the wonderful state of Oklahoma. The only instance in modern society where land has been given back by massive quantities to the indigenous population.
already living there. I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years later, and say, well, you should have accepted losing 55% of your homeland because you ended up losing 78% of it, and the remaining 22% was occupied in 1967. That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine an American rejecting giving 10% of the United States to the Palestinians, and if that rejection leads to war and you lose half your country, I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should have accepted that.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to the Palestinian rejection of the 47 partition plan. Because sometimes I feel like a weird switch happens to where the Arabs and the...
He's like, you've presented a good argument, which is why instead of addressing that good argument, I am now going to talk about bad arguments that actually suit my position a little bit better. It's like, bro, you're sitting across the table from academics, dog. What do you mean? Like, well, let me actually now argue against the stupid argument that I think is stupid, and force you to basically defend the argument that I've presented in a way that is probably not going to look good. It's ridiculous.
in the area are actually presented as entirely pragmatic people who are simply doing a calculation and saying like, well, we're losing 55% of our land. Jews are only maybe 1/3 of the people here, and we've got 45. And the math doesn't work basically. But it wasn't.
By the way, most people don't argue on the way that he is behaving, and also it is still pragmatic. It is still understandable that people were like, "Hey, what the fuck? We're losing our land." To people that just came here 10 years ago. I've been living here for 100 years. My family's been here for 100 years. Okay? So it still makes sense. And history has also, you know, vindicated them in the worst way possible, but still.
It's a math problem. I think, like you said,
it was a matter of principle.
It was an ideology problem.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically driven. That they, as a people, have a right to or are entitled to this land that they've never actually had an independent state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually ruled a government
That
on.
last point is actually not correct, because for all its injustice, the mandate system recognized Palestine as a Class A mandate, which provisionally recognized the independence of that territory.
Of what would emerge from that territory, but not of the Palestinian.
It was provisionally recognized.
But not.
Yeah, it's also ahistoric. Like, oh, let's not talk about the morality of the situation is a really fucking cowardly way to talk about the forcible ethnic displacement of an entire population, but it's also ahistorical.
But the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee to a government.
Well,
that
it
would
was a
emerge
British mandate.
I found the debate where D takes step by step why
And
the
we just
ethno
make
state
that.
would be bad.
But then we'd still be losing. Like, okay, so another big one is like, I value whiteness and white culture.
Okay, there
right?
we go. So it sounds like, are you familiar with the term motivated reasoning?
I I can probably guess what it means.
Okay, sure. So just to be clear, like motivated reasoning is, let's say I really want to, let's say that I really want to stick my dick inside of a fucking car exhaust, right? Let's say that I go out and somebody's like, hey, you shouldn't do this, and then I like make like 50 million arguments for why I should be allowed to do it or why it's okay to do it, and you can tell that I'm just arguing it because I really want to be able to do this thing. I don't really care what the argument is. I just really want to get that end result of fucking my car's exhaust. It feels like when I talk to a lot of ethno-state people, it feels like we're engaging constantly in this weird motivated reasoning where it's very clear that you don't want colored people in your country, but why not just do that? Like, let's do the ethical or let's do the philosophical argument of having colored people in the country. Don't bring up like crime or taxes or any weird stuff like that, because it's clear that you don't really care about that.
If I just say I just want black colored people gone just because I like white people more, I think it would stand a lot better if I just if I had some numbers as to why.
Well, but the problem is all of those numbers. But the problem is that those numbers betray you. I mean, it works on the average normie because the average.
Bro, we know he has no idea now. What is he talking about? Why do we need to listen to him knowing less 5 years ago? Because the argument that he's presenting is not one where you need to have knowledge. He's just logically walking through the steps of why you cannot have a peaceful ethno-state. Okay? In order to develop an ethno-state, you have to engage in population transfer. You don't need Wikipedia pages of historical information to arrive at this conclusion. It's a pretty basic one. I mean, obviously, you know, a little bit of historical lessons could help you, right? But he's actually doing a logical argument here. He's making an argument based on logic. And that argument, if he was actually a consistent person, would absolutely fit the bill when talking about the inception of the Israeli state. The difference is he's on the side of the ethno-nationalists on this issue. That's why I'm showing you this. And I'm also not just showing you this, I'm showing his fans this, because some of his fans probably started watching him after his like red pill debates as he presented himself as like, you know, a pretty solid debater, which I've always said he is, you know. And maybe don't know that like this is actually profoundly inconsistent with his original moral posturing and his positions, or even just it defies pure logic.
Person's a fucking moron. But if you really want to have like a solid good argument, right, you can't like, if somebody says I want to get rid of all the colors, you're like, okay, well, why? Well, because of crime. Well, why not get rid of all criminals? Okay, well, because of taxes. Well, why not get rid of everybody that takes more in taxes? Okay, well, IQ. Well, why not just get rid of all the low IQ people, right? But it always comes back to, well, I would want to keep the white ones and get rid of the black ones. So let's just go to the...
Yeah, you're right. I think I am engaging in your motivated reasoning.
Sure.
And so, I probably couldn't tell you why, and like all the stuff I've given you today is just like my confirmation bias and just like trying to sell you on why I want these things. But I probably can't articulate why I want it. I just want it. And okay. I like the, I think I can. So like, do you think culture
Well, here, wait, real quick. Okay. So we're moving away from all of the hard empirical stuff. So things like crime and right? And we're going to move into more softer things. I just want to make sure so that, or I'm understanding, right? We're moving into like culture and whatnot now?
Sure.
Okay, cool. All right, okay, go for it. Now we're on to culture and stuff.
Okay, so do you think culture would be like intertwined with race in any way?
I would say it is in a correlated way. Like people of certain races probably tend to do certain things a certain way, but that's just because of geographically where they live and the type of stuff they participate in.
Do you think like a certain race could share certain values just
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Okay, from there, I'd like to say I value whiteness and white culture, and that like we could just look around and see all the countries that like all the prospering ones. Like, well, if I was gonna do that, I could just do it by IQ, since like all like the prospering countries are above the IQ threshold.
I don't know if this is relevant, but I just wanted to say I'm kind of shocked that this guy's a platform on any of these respective outlets with the level of hate he spewed lately. Even your most controversial quotes aren't a fraction of what he said. Yes, because he positions himself as a progressive, or rather a liberal, who is a defender of Joe Biden. And then he can like hide under that umbrella fairly well. It doesn't really, he can just present himself as a liberal, and then people will go, oh, well, he's just a liberal who's like a little edgy. No one fucking basically has the same dedicated audience that he has to have entire paste bins dedicated to all the shit that he has said, not even out of context, like in context, in the same way that like I have a dedicated audience of haters that are probably in here right now that have an entire paste bin full of the data that they can point to be like, he's a piece of shit for this, and this reason. So most people don't even know all of the weird, horrifying, awful things that he said. Damn, Kaya has already fucking destroyed the banana peel. He does not have obsessed haters. He has some, I think. But they are nowhere near as obsessed as his community is. And therefore, most people are unaware of his like quotes because no one is like as permanently brain broken and as permanently online as we are or as his community is. So they just probably don't know. No one has like really made like a big stink about it. You know what I mean? That's it.
But another one would be, I would want my
Wait, hold
children.
on. Because I have to make sure that we're not doing the proxy bullshit again. When you say I could just do it by IQ, does that mean that you think that a white person with an IQ of 120?
No, that was just me thinking out loud like a dummy.
Okay, so we're getting rid of that because my question is going to be: would a white IQ 120 person share more in common with a black 120 IQ person than with a white 100 IQ person?
That I'd say no.
Okay, so then the IQ, that was total garbage. So I'm throwing that out. Okay, go ahead. So we're at value, whiteness, and white culture.
White. Oh yeah, value, whiteness. Oh yeah. So it's just like I think whites. Oh, because we can just look at like voting patterns.
Okay. I don't care about the voting patterns. I'm fairly certain that he walks him through the steps of like how you can't have a peaceful transfer of an ethnic population here.
See, like,
okay,
how
so I have to,
like first, second, overwhelmingly for these things like smaller government, individual liberties and whatnot, like First, Second Amendments. And
this is not the best part of this. Bro, just turn on a Hitler speech. Okay, chill.
It's Palestine, not the British Mandate of Israel.
The word exclusive, which
As an Israeli, I recognize that settling in a land that you are not wanted is intrinsically violent, no matter your intentions or ways. But the Zionist idea was that we would settle a state whether people want it or not, because Jews can't trust other people's states to keep them safe. Zionism is about making your existence a fact. It doesn't make it right, but you seem to think Zionism tries to be purely driven by rationale. No, I think that's a really good way to describe it. I know. That's why I think like pogroms and the Holocaust play a really. No, I don't think this guy is wrong at all. I don't think Zionism is purely driven by rationale. I think it is driven by the understandable fear in shared Jewish history due to pogroms and the Holocaust. So I bring this up regularly. It is a very important part of Zionism in general. I just don't think it's a justifiable proposition. If that makes sense. I do believe that this guy is definitely an Israeli, by the way, because like most people don't even understand this aspect of it. And usually just like repeat Hasbara or shit that they've heard or shit that they learned in school. Do you really agree with what he said? Doesn't that justify anti-immigration somehow? No, I don't agree. I agree with what he's saying, which is facts. He literally is saying it doesn't make it right, but you seem to think Zionism tries to be purely driven by rationale, like rational thinking. No, I do think it's driven by understandable fears. It's driven by understandable fears. Fears of centuries of shared Jewish history, from pogroms to the Holocaust, that this is like, if there isn't a Jewish only state, then it'll happen again, right? That is the underlying fear. And that fear is understandable, but fear makes you do irrational things. So I don't think that it is the intergenerational trauma justifies the actions that the early Zionists engaged in. Every single person that is important in this conversation, all three of the people that are having this conversation right now would agree to everything that you said. They would probably take a different approach to it, though. Like, all three of the significant people in this conversation would agree with that. I agree with that as well. I'm talking about the idea that settling in a land that you are not wanted is violent. Yes. Yes, settling in a land that you are not wanted is almost always going to be violent. This is at the foundation of settler colonialism. Do you really agree with what he said? Doesn't that justify anti-immigration somehow? No, because immigration under normal circumstances is voluntary and is done with consent. That's the difference. Even the most aggressive, like right-wing reactionaries, still recognize the role that immigrants play in this country. Only the most delusional racist people don't. The difference between immigration, however, in the way that it occurs currently in the United States of America, is not that it is not guided or directed by a state with a deliberate attempt to displace the local population. Like, even asylum seekers themselves currently that come into this country, one, are not actually like being directed by their host nation to go and like invade the country in the same way that settler colonialism exists, right? And two, they're actually abiding by the rules that we created. When they touch base, when they touch American land, they are literally doing what they are legally and morally, but certainly legally within their rights to do. Immigrants are not trying to displace America. They are trying to become a part of America. That is the major difference. Settler colonialism does not have the ultimate goal of being a part of the local population. Settler colonialism has the express purpose of erasing the local population, which is precisely what the Zionist project did.
Which you keep using is nonsense. The state which Ben-Gurion envisioned would be a Jewish majority state, as they accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said. That included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000 Jews. So the idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47, 48. They wanted a Jewish majority state, but were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is the Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It was the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable and remain to this day unable to recognize that for the Jews, that is their homeland as well. And the problem then is, how do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or separate this, partitioned into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews, as Jews feel, as much as it does, if not more, than for the Arabs. I would say for the Jews. It's the Jewish people's homeland.
Real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions answered. I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense of them. It was correctly brought up that I believe that Ben-Gurion had, I think Shlomo Ben-Ami describes it as an obsession with getting validation or support from Western states, Great Britain, and then a couple decades later.
That explains the Suez War.
Yeah, exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation.
Imperial stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben-Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would it not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that the Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood. And they didn't accept the borders, and in fact, later expanded the borders. Second of all,
for that previous ethno-state video, while it's him not walking through the logical conclusion, it's a summary of your point you make. It's at 1:08:30. What, in this one?
Dude,
What?
I enjoy, dude, you know how much time I spend in here? All these people disagree with me. I enjoy talking to, like, outside.
Like, I'm being friendly with you in a conversation, but I think that it would be morally permissible for like people of color to murder people like you in society. Like, I think that your moral views are actually fucking atrocious.
Ooh,
Like,
I
they're
don't.
Okay, that's all right. We're moving away from that.
But the borders
They
were
didn't accept the
expanded in
borders.
war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
They
That's how
accepted
it. You can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that
I think that in and of itself probably helps people understand, though, that that why many people were duped early on back in the day about Destiny's ideology.
maybe
Well,
at some point
including
they
their
would be
most-
able to get
yeah,
more.
including
But
their
they
most senior
accepted-
leaders who said
yes,
so,
but
and
they
I think you've
accepted-
quoted them
but
saying
they
so.
grudgingly accepted what the United Nations,
Yes.
the world community,
Yes.
had said. This is what you're
Yes.
going to get.
And second of all, I mean, removing darker people,
dark?
it's
Jews are as dark.
it's
In Israel-
intrinsic.
in
It's
Israel, Jews
intrinsic.
are as dark as
It's
Arabs.
it's intrinsic
This
to
is
Western
nonsense.
history. So the idea that
Also, his argument here in this circumstance is also fucking stupid. It's like, oh, how could they ever be accepted if they have Arabs in their ranks? Okay. The fucking majority of the Jewish population in Israel now is Arab Jews. What? Like, what do you mean? Clearly, the concept of like building a Western society, I think you're missing the point. Yeah, no, the argument I think he's trying to make here is that like Ben-Gurion wanted to be accepted by the Western world. If Ben-Gurion wanted to be accepted by the Western world, like, maybe I am missing the point, actually. Did I misunderstand what he was saying? I was
the
running
leaders
it
who said
too
so, and I
quick.
think you've quoted them
But they
saying so.
got the UN.
And in fact, the logistics accept
Work with Britain and France on a military operation
imperial
against Arabs.
stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben-Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine
Yeah, he's not saying he's Israel. He's trying to argue that Israel didn't fancy itself as a Western fashion nation, and basically, am I wrong? He's saying Israel did not actually see itself as like a nation that was going to be accepted by the West, and instead was actually genuinely interested in having Arab population.
that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would it not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution.
Oh yeah. He's saying that if they really planned on expelling the natives, then why would the Western world accept them? I wonder why. Well, they did, and they have. So that's such a weird thing to say, because they did do that, and the Western world did accept them. Because the Western world, I mean, here, you want to know why? He's saying the West wouldn't accept the transfer of Arabs. Yeah, which is so funny because, like, we know that they did. And secondly, here is why. This is it. You want to know why? Here's the answer. Obviously, not everyone is going to have their not everyone is going to have their Churchill quotes ready to go, locked in, okay? In the way that I do. Where is it? Hold on. Where the fuck is his take about how the Palestinians are dogs? And I do not believe that you let the dog. I'm not locked in. I'm paraphrasing here's what he said, and I'm going to paraphrase it. A dog in the manger. There it is. Winston Churchill. I think the Winston Churchill example is inappropriate. Winston Churchill compared Palestinians in 1937 to the dog in the manger after reading the Peel Commission, which suggested partitioning British-mandated Palestine into Arab and Jewish states. Churchill said of the Palestinians in 1937, "I do not agree that the dog in a manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. So basically, the stance that he's taking here is exactly why the stance that he's taking here is exactly the reason why they would not have cared, and they didn't, and they haven't. Like, historically, if you look at it, this is not something that I think anyone on that table would disagree with. Ethnic transfer did happen, right? Whether it was inevitable due to the circumstances of the Arab states like warring with Israel, or whether it was because of a deliberate attempt to create an ethno-state with a overwhelming majority Jewish population. Ultimately, it did happen, and the Western world did actually totally abide by that and thought it was okay. So the fact that he would bring this up in this circumstance is kind of silly.
Solution. And I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood. And they didn't accept the borders. And in fact, later expanded the borders. Second of all,
the borders were expanded in war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
They
That's how
accepted
it. You can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that maybe at some point
including
they
their
would be able to get more.
including their most senior leaders who said so, and I think you've quoted them
But
saying
they
so.
grudgingly accepted what the United Nations,
Yes.
the world community, had said. This is what you're going to get.
And second of all, I mean, removing darker people, it's
Jews are as dark.
it's
In
intrinsic.
Israel,
It's
in Israel, Jews
intrinsic.
are as dark as
It's
Arabs.
it's intrinsic
This
to
is
Western
nonsense.
history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, French had been doing.
That's why it's good to bring the Churchill quote in this situation, because he's right, but he could just either I think the better argument here is to either mention the Churchill quote, or B, just simply say, well, they clearly had no issue with the ethnic transfer of Palestinians. As you can see, the Western world is offering full support to Israel as is currently conducting its genocidal campaign right now, and historically also offered full support to Israel when it was doing the forcible ethnic transfer. So it's like odd to have this conversation as though the past 75 years does not exist and is not like ongoing.
Doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of the West?
In the 1944 resolution of the Labor Party, and at the time even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labor Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Muins pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking, that there was nothing, it doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population.
Yeah, that operational thinking there is like still ascribing some kind of like morality to the Western world that has never been demonstrated throughout history. Okay, it's in a way it literally reaffirms the position that Israel wanted to be and successfully did become, like a West adjacent state, because you are abiding by these like Western supremacist principles in an effort to defend this state. It's so funny.
Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case, as you said, Professor Morris, that the Zionists wanted to create a happy state with a Jewish majority, but a large Jewish minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in our United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe...
Is it me, or does Steven seem massively outclassed by the other three? Listen, dude, most people who are very knowledgeable on the subject matter would be massively outclassed by the other three. For the record, like it's just, there is no, like, my man is a YouTuber whose interest on the subject matter was revitalized after he said something about how, like, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide and it has to. And then he spent like the next couple of weeks trying to fucking fish for quotes as he was doing his research streams, literally trying to engage in post hoc rationalizations as he openly demonstrated his lack of knowledge on the subject matter. Okay? Motivated reasoning, as he would call out. So, to be fair, most people would be outclassed in the situation, but he's extra outclassed as well. It's like he was brought to represent the stupid faction of the Palestinian-Israel conversation. I mean, he's good at throwing out talking points in a way where it seems like, I mean, he's speaking from a position of like confidence that invokes knowledge in the eyes of the people that are watching. So I think he's very good at being like he's very good at presenting the pro-Israeli position, I will say, because the pro-Israeli position does not require you to legitimately know history. As a matter of fact, you're worse off, like Benny Morris, when you are a legitimate Israeli historian in the argument, because then they can use your fucking work against you. Do you understand? There is no pro-Israeli position that is actually, there is no pro-Israeli position that is like deeply invested in the truth and historical facts. Okay? It's kind of better if you don't have any fucking understanding of the situation and you're just trying to like find good ways of massaging the narrative, because ultimately most people kind of cringe at the idea of an ethno-state, and most people kind of cringe when they have to reckon with the reality of what it takes to maintain an ethno-state, what it takes to create an ethno-state, which is ethnic transfer of a population, like forcible ethnic displacement, death, destruction, genocide, all the things that Israel's doing right now. So, you kind of really, I guess this is the reason why, and I've pointed this out before, like on the one side, the people who are not ultra-Zionists, right? You have genocide scholars, both Israeli and also Jewish in the Western world, right? And then on the other side, you have people like Rabbi Shmuley defending the Israeli position, and the Michael Rappaports of the world. And that is not because, you know, that is not because like Israel wants to present the worst possible argument possible. That's because there aren't that many people with like actual backing in academia that will present a reasonable argument when it comes to Israel. Do you understand? That's why all of these debates always look very slanted in one direction, because it's very difficult. You have to have like a fraudulent individual like Alan Dershowitz or Rabbi Shmuley defend apartheid, because most people with historical knowledge on the matter is going to come across like Benny Morris. Benny Morris is probably the best person that you can bring to the table as an academic, and his work reflects Israel's actions being unjustifiable and violent in today's moral lens. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? That's why you're always going to have a PragerU guy versus like academics. Yeah, it is the exact same reason why the right spectrum politics never occur naturally in academics unless you're talking about like business school or some shit. Okay? That is the same reason why on the issue of like vaccines, for example, you have one side that's fucking slanted, chock full of like scientists, and then the other side is like a chiropractor. Because it's just objectively, you're supposed to objectively defend something that is objectionable and untrue. So you can't do it.
Maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore...
D is literally just a liberal answer, Ben Shapiro. He fucking owns dumbasses who don't know nothing about a certain topic, just like he does, but once he goes against someone who knows a shred of something about the topic, he gets fucking cooked. Like Ben, he's seen as smart because he talks fast and knows talking points. Yeah. And also, like Ben, he's oftentimes on the wrong side of arguments, unless he's like arguing with red-pilled fucking idiots who are literally talking about how like you should be able to beat the shit out of your wife. You know what I mean?
For Jews became the majority. You can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is
like, it just blows my mind. Like, we're talking about a dude who wrote his doctoral thesis on the concept that we're talking about literally before the other YouTuber was born. Okay? Like, that's how insane this conversation is. It's so slanted academically and intellectually on one side. Oh my fucking God.
nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to its citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arab 23 states.
No, wait. Before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state, and in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on sufferance, and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation, because
that's painful.
Because as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or at worst expelled. That was their ideology. And I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me respond to the word unsufferance. The unsufferance, I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. Mm-hmm. The Jewish state came into being in 1948. It had a population which was 20% Arab when it came into being. After Arab refugees, many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. I was talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created. The 20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. And they have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. They enjoy
basically under emergency laws until 1966
for a period. Sure, they lived under.
So they didn't.
No. Wait a second. At the beginning, it's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the Israeli, the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the.
Why did
awesome. He's literally, dude. You can't just justify an incredibly racist position like this. I'm sorry. That is insane. That is actually fucking insane, dude. It's just, again, motivated reasoning. Well, guess what, dude? They just thought the Arabs were disloyal. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, guess what, dude? Well, the whites thought blacks were subhuman and deserved and wanted to be servile because of their skulls. So I guess chattel slavery is kind of justifiable too. What the fuck do you mean? He didn't completely skip over the emergency rules for 20 years. He's justifying the emergency rules for 20 years. That is a ridiculous That is a ridiculous thing to say. Or wait, was he, or did he skip over it? I thought he was trying to justify it by saying, well, the Israeli state originally thought that they were disloyal. I am sorry, but this argument is insane.
You say
State with the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the
Yeah, no,
military.
he is justifying the first 20 years between 1948 and 1967. Palestinian citizens of Israel did not have any rights that the Israeli citizens of Israel had. Palestinians, like Arabs who were Christian and Arabs who were Muslim, did not get the same rights as the Jewish citizens living inside of the boundaries of Israel. He is justifying this. The same exact thing that was happening in the West Bank was happening to the Palestinian citizens of Israel then. And he's saying that, he's basically saying that, like, in that first, military court, military mandate where they lived under martial law, well, it was because they were suspected of being, of being fucking disloyal to the Israeli state.
Government, and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen.
Bad take. This is bullshit and ahistorical, and Arabs didn't immediately get citizenship inside Israel. No, he said immediately. Top of the hour. Oh, fuck you. 2:53 again? God damn it, dude. What's happening today? Before the boundaries of 2:55, you can't hit me with the top of the hour ad break, but I'll fucking do it this time. Fuck you, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Oh my gosh, she was hiding more of the fluffy stuff underneath her. I just realized. It's cold in here. He is justifying due to the 47 war by saying it happened in 1949. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free.
In the
Then why did you say, Professor Morris,
Yes.
then why did you say without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established?
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was that they were being assaulted by the Arabs. And as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population which was trying to kill them.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that. Again,
I think-
hold on a second, wait. We responded to it. So the main point you're making, we have to take Benny at his word, is like there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think that just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, one incident after the other, and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was a product of war, not design. I think and I remember reacting almost in shock to that I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that
I'm not gonna lie. I think Lex's approach here, forbidding Norm from addressing Benny's take, it comes across as one-sided, but it's actually good. Okay, I'm serious. Here's why. Because Norm, this is a 5-hour conversation. Norm will absolutely go back to that point and hammer it into the fucking ground and never move away from it because, and this is why he is a phenomenal scholar, he's a profoundly stubborn man to a fault. That stubbornness actually makes him one of the GOATs, okay? For sure. But when we're doing a 5-hour conversation of back and forth, you kind of got to move on and cook the dude in other angles. Okay? He does get tunnel vision, I think. And I think it's admirable because he has like been that stubborn about issues that matter his whole life. He's staked his whole fucking reputation on this. But I do think it's good to move on from this. Hasan, you are an idiot. Thank you. I agree. I'm not a very smart person. I do, however, read and listen to a lot of much smarter people than me So when I, you know, tell you their positions, I guess, you know, maybe people mistake me as being smart.
Your own historical research, together with that of others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental disagreement we're having here.
Can I actually respond to that? Because this is actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for this, and I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware.
He's right, though. Norm is right, because he doesn't understand politics, because he's a liberal. And liberalism dictates that, like, politics is not fucking real. Liberalism inherently, in a liberal world at least, because of its hegemonic status, implies that you can get away with acting like you're not talking about politics at all, when in fact politics is about the distribution of power and resources. That's all politics is, but historically, okay? Liberalism, on the other hand, makes it seem like it's anything but that. And it can only do that because it's the default state of society nowadays. Obviously, you know, in pre-industrial revolution times, or before, you know, in the feudal era, liberalism was very political, right? Like, but the I guess liberals of that time, or rather those who are defenders of the existing constructs at that time, could get away with claiming that they were not being political and simply pointing to everything and going, well, this is just how things are and it's good.
Aware of only one major study, probably written 40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman. I forgot her name now. You remember her?
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Okay, but you know the book.
I think so.
Yeah. She is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on the topic, I was confirmed in that idea because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state,
Yes.
correct? That didn't mean expulsion of the Arabs. It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing.
Dude, this literally, I'm telling you, this is, yo, that's why I pointed to this debate. I know for a fact that somewhere along the transcript, someone can find it, there is the underlying argument that he made 5 years ago against a fucking ethno-nationalist, that there's no concept of a peaceful ethnic displacement. It cannot happen. People are not going to want to fucking leave. You cannot advocate for the ideology, the ideological underpinnings of the Zionist movement being like inherently peaceful without reckoning with that reality. It's just not a thing that existed in history, and it will never exist. It's also ironic because, yes, like you also pointed out, Chatter, he said expulsion is needed like multiple times throughout this conversation and also in his work. It's crazy.
As it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab
In 37,
minority,
it was
a large
transfer.
Arab
In 37,
minority.
there was a
They were
transfer.
willing to have a large Arab minority
come
in the
on.
country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. 20% of the
They
population
ended
in
up-
49
they
was
ended
Arab,
up-
and it's still
They ended up for
21%.
about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened in between the rejection of the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs?
The Arabs launched the war.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, like, it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential
I
that
agree, it
even
wasn't random.
there was.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
it
but
was by design.
You can
It
say
wasn't
that.
random.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist. Number one, and number two, I think that it's entirely possible, given how things happen after war, that this.
I think like we have to pull ourselves out for a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, get back on there. That's crazy. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? She just took one little baby step off that. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. That's crazy. She tried it. If colonization of the Americas happened today, they would justify the native resistance to colonization as a justification to exterminate them. Yes, I made this point earlier. And pretty sure many people do that already right now. Like, if you pull yourself out of this conversation, you are forced to reckon with the reality that one side is currently saying, why didn't the Palestinian population sit back and take their ethnic displacement? And the other side is saying, why the fuck would the indigenous population sit back and take their fucking ethnic displacement, which inevitably happened? It's so odd.
This exact same conflict could have played out, and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed on who had territorial rights to a land. There was a massive war afterwards, and then a bunch of their friends invaded after to reinforce the idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state. There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been, but that's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejectionism to any peace deal.
As I
over
said,
and over and over again.
I said, when the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not believe that if territorial displacement and dispossession was inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022 or 2024 now.
I think.
Okay, but we have to recognize that from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would volunteer.
He's absolutely right on this, by the way. The justifications always go back to a historical approach is like, oh, well, they were always like anti-Semitic. It's like, no, man, no, they weren't. They fucking were not. If it was a Christian population that came in and did this, if it was the Catholics, if it was the Zoroastrians, they would be the fucking anti-Zoroastrian.
Voluntarily cede its country. You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to cede their country to invaders. That's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element
in Arab nationalism. In all your books, you minimized.
No. Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to...
Dude, come on. You're a historian. You can't do this fucking Palestinian Grand Mufti shit, dude. Come on. No. Like... It's crazy. No, he's a historian. Like, he knows. Come on, dude. Like, you know better. That's ridiculous. This is the first time in this conversation, beyond like obviously the. Okay. Benny Morris is an ideologue. Benny Morris is a propagandist. Benny Morris is a Zionist. Okay. This is true. But Benny Morris is also a scholar. So for him to do propaganda is one thing, which is, it's his ideological positioning. But for him to also do propaganda by going to this length of like Hasbara shit is something that I expect from Benjamin Netanyahu, not from Benny fucking Morris. You know what I mean? It just, like, this is the type of shit that, like, I would suspect most historians would look at it and go, what the fuck, dude, come on. The other stuff, at least you can kind of try and justify by being like, well, you know, that's his underlying position. It's fine. But I think he's like, he's getting a little riled up here to take it to this level, because it's a level of intellectual dishonesty to claim that it was anti-Semitism as the leading motivator in the refusal of the indigenous population to just sit back and idly stand by and take their ethnic displacement is a ridiculous fucking approach. It's so silly.
Murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader.
Did he say it was a leading motivator? Oh, dude, if you're doing that to try and justify, why would he bring it up if it wasn't a leading motivator? Like, he said it played a factor. Why is he bringing it up? First of all, it did not play a fucking factor. It's ridiculous. It is an intellectually dishonest argument. He's bringing it up because anti-Semitism is a real problem. Anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, and you're only bringing that up to basically provide underlying justifications for why the Zionists behaved in the way that they did, in the violent ways that they behaved. Okay? Surely it played a factor? No, the fuck it didn't. Especially because I assume that you are unfamiliar with how the fucking Palestinian mufti came into power to begin with, which was, again, a fucking British, he was like a British mandate Palestinian position of power. He was brought into that position, not because he was, beloved by all. More Palestinians died in World War II fighting against Nazi Germany. Not only is this ahistorical, but it's also completely fucked to bring this up. Palestinians died fighting against Nazi Germany. It is utterly irrelevant in the subject matter because the real reasons were resisting against settler colonialism. But that's a valid reason. And in order for you to reckon with the invalid and immoral aspects of the Zionist project, you can't look at the valid reasons. You have to desperately grab onto anything that you can to basically minimize their moral justification. Because inherently, you also recognize that they are morally just in resisting settler colonialism. History has absolved them 10 times over, but even back then. No, you're minimizing the genocide of... What? You're being as dishonest as he is? Oh. Okay, he was talking to the chatter. I thought he was talking to me. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway. You guys are so dumb. Okay. Where the fuck was I? Jesus Christ. Oh my Lord.
Of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it,
and he wasn't alone. He wasn't
Professor
alone.
Morris, why is it that if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have, you will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated by anti-Semitism.
It exists, though.
I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic
We're talking
sentiment.
about Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition. Just
Anti-Semitism.
Husseini was a order
And among the Arabs.
So, Professor Morris, here's my problem. I didn't say...
Damn, Norm, chill. Bro really said anti-Semitism is natural. What does he mean? Oh no, he's cooking too hard. Uh-oh. What the fuck?
that in your Righteous Victims. Even when you talked about the first Intifada, and you talked about the second Intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of...
Why do you find that funny? Because it's an insane thing to say. And if you know anything about Norm, he does have some insane tendencies. So it's textbook. It's a textbook Norm Finkelstein moment.
Influenced by Hamas, the Islamic movement. You even stated that there.
He's saying that, by the way, to basically concede that, like, yes, of course, there's going to be motivating principles of bigotry amongst every person. You can find every person that has like some level of anti-Semitic tendencies or something like that. It's inherent in us all, which I don't agree with, because I do think that bigotry is taught. It's learned behavior, and you can unlearn it. But having said that, yeah, he's saying prejudice is a part of the human condition. Exactly. But he worded it in a weird way. Regardless. His larger point here is to basically say that, like, regardless of the prejudice that people have, their cause across the board was not motivated by anti-Semitism, but instead motivated by a completely understandable motivation to not be victims to a settler colonial state.
There was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements, but then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about, and I've read it.
Yeah, but you're moving from different
No, I'm not moving.
ages, across
I'm
the ages.
about your whole book.
The occupation began in 67. The one you're talking
I think I think this is a fair assessment too, by the way. He's saying, if anti-Semitism played any role whatsoever, why didn't you fucking bring it up in your book?
about.
I looked and looked and looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. I didn't see it.
You like
Did he make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah,
it's one of the elements.
Very binary
It's one of the
thinking. It
elements.
comes from, like,
Binary.
yes, binary.
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
No, but
one.
you are thinking in terms of black.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Norm, don't do it. So it's not binary thinking. Why would you bring it up then? I'm sure some Palestinians were also bad guys. I'm sure some Palestinians, like, for example, did murders. I'm sure some Palestinians stole. Would you ever bring that up as an argument, as a justification? No, you only are bringing the anti-Semitism aspect, even though it is nowhere near an important motivator in Palestinian emancipation, to justify your position, to justify the fears, to justify why Israel had to be violent. That, in my opinion, is basically that gives a revelation to the listener, to the careful listener. Okay? The revelation is, yes, Israel's actions are unjustifiable, but because if Israel's actions were totally justifiable on its face, you wouldn't have to grasp at, like, random, nonsensical, bigotries that you think are motivators that you didn't really think were primary motivators at all. This is reactionary thinking in display. For those of you who don't understand, this basically goes back to, old colonialist justifications of civilizing the barbarians. It happened in the Roman times, and it happened during the conquistadors in their conquests, and it happened in Manifest Destiny. It is always the same exact, they're barbarian, they're fucking violent, and they want to kill us, and that's why we have to civilize them.
What I said, the chief motor. Do you have your book here?
You talk about
page 137.
You talk in black and white.
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons, not one or the other. And you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question, because it's for them to talk to? Just a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred? And what would have happened and then the second one, what would have happened if Jews would have lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population?
Well, I think the Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCOP. They made their appeals at the UN General Assembly.
What do you mean by unity?
It always goes back to the they weren't perfect victims narrative, by the way. Notice, they were not perfect victims. The Palestinians were not perfect victims. This victim of police brutality is not a perfect victim. You only bring up George Floyd's track record if you want to justify why he was executed. Okay? You don't just bring that up randomly in a situation where like one party is doing an objective wrong. You're doing it because, you know, you just want to be like, they were asking for it, right? I mean, think about it. It's a little valid. Especially when that track record or that argument does not make any sense because it plays no role in the motivations of the people at the time. It is a post hoc rationalization. Audit the audit gives the Palestinians an A- in their genocide and ethnic cleansing. Yeah. Exactly. Oh.
Unitarian federal. I don't get that. They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes, yes.
It's simple.
But I
Not
think
the word unitary federal. They wanted Palestine
Yes, but
as
I
an
think-
Arab and exclusively Arab state.
No, it wasn't
That's what they wanted.
it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish.
Oh, that's another good ethno-nationalist argument. Okay. There were Jews that were Arab. There were Jews living there that were Arab in historic Palestine, in mandatory Palestine. He's trying to be like, oh, well, the Palestinians were trying to do Israel, but Arab, the Arab version of Israel. What about the Christians, Lamont? No. That's he says Arab because he's using the current Israeli state's demographic designation because he is a Zionist and he does agree with that, right? So this is also always a losing argument in the Western world. You can only present it as such if the audience that's listening in are completely devoid of the knowledge. Because Judaism is a religion, but Jewish is an ethno-religion, right? It contains multiple different ethnic backgrounds, including Arabs. As a matter of fact, a big chunk of Arabs. But when he's talking about it, he's simply mentioning Muslims and Christians. Okay? Yet another reason why it's a very difficult journey for Zionists to justify their project in the face of like actual knowledgeable opposition. It's hard.
Between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to Jewish existence in Palestine. There's a fundamental difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement, said that all the Jews who had come since 1917, and that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947,
Yes.
shouldn't be there.
Well, he
They
did
shouldn't
say
be
that.
citizens and they shouldn't be there.
He did say that.
Yes, they
I'm
said
not
the same.
denying it.
The PLO also said
It's
that.
true. I can understand the sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
But also, you guys
understand
are the
that.
ones.
We agree
You
on
guys,
this. I also-
I want to answer
you
your
guys are like,
question.
you used the words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the
Well,
Zionists.
I want to
state was
answer
built
your
on, but-
question. As Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think a unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements, with guarantees to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think, Jewish fears about what would
A
have
second
happened.
Holocaust. That's what we're
Well,
talking
no,
about.
I think
that was the Jewish fear. A second
that-
Holocaust.
That may well have been the Jewish fear.
Yeah.
It was an unfounded Jewish fear.
It was unfounded?
Of course, it was unfounded.
What about like in
But
48 and 56?
You really think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria from Germany.
But there were programs across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever, the Jews were identified as French rather than Algerian.
This is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 1947.
I'm not denying any of that history.
Killings of Jews in Iraq and Egypt in 1948-49.
I'm not denying any.
But the Jews basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they felt that the governments there and the societies amid which they had lived for hundreds of years no longer wanted them.
Look, without getting into the details, I think we can both agree that ultimately a clear majority of Arab Jews who believe that after having lived in these countries for centuries, if not millennia, came to the unfortunate conclusion that their situation had become untenable.
Yes.
I also think that we can both agree that this had never been an issue prior to Zionism and the emergence of the State of Israel. Look, I'm not.
Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism.
Oh, that's a disingenuous. Disingenuous. Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism is disingenuous. Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism is a correct take historically if you're talking about fucking Europe. There's a reason why you're bringing up. There is a reason why you are bringing up pogroms as a statement, because you are trying to invoke the historic pogroms that occurred against the Jewish population in Russia and all around Europe, when anyone who is knowledgeable on the issue, including Benny Morris, knows that at least under the Ottoman Empire, Jews found safe haven, according to historical record. This does not mean, worthwhile to note that pogrom is not an Arabic word. Exactly. Worthwhile also to mention that this doesn't mean that there were no issues for Jews in the Arab world, but the majority issues for Arab Jews in the Arab world came after Zionism, or if it predated Zionism, it usually was a byproduct of Arab nationalism.
In the Arab world.
The issue is the point I raised, which is whether these communities had ever come to a collective conclusion that their position had become untenable in this part of the world. No, they were Arab Jews.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative. But with the creation of Israel, there was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be discriminated against or live as second-class citizens or be subject to Arab majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the flight of Jewish people, and I've seen this, that it wasn't just, I agree with you, it wasn't just a mass expulsion from all the Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, it's back to that, well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running from their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like I feel like it's a selective critical analysis of the
term Jewish here, because it wasn't the Jews of England or the Soviet Jews.
I say Jewish because prior to 48, saying Israeli.
I think we should. I think it's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate.
Well, sure, but
Jews
the Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists. They were just Jews living there. Right?
Just comment on that. I was rereading Shlomo Ben Ami's last book. And he does, at the end, discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, if you allow me, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly false symmetry she makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced emigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries following the creation of the State of Israel, as if it were, quote, an unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben Ami, for those of you who are listening, he was Israel's former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad and the Jewish Agency worked underground in Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly, for many Jews in Arab states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel was the culmination of millennial aspirations. It represented the consummation of a dream to take part in Israel's resurgence as a nation. So this idea that they were all expelled after 1948, it's
Again, D highlights he is founded on rhetoric, not information, not an academic scrutiny. Here's an order. Yes. But the reality is that most people are not fucking academically inclined. Okay? Hasan is wrong. Look it up. In Libya, 130 Jews were killed and 260 injured. In December 1947, 13 Jews were killed in Damascus, including 8 children, and 26 were injured. What about blood libel spread throughout the Middle East and North Africa? Aleppo, Damascus, Beirut, Dar al-Kamar, Jerusalem, Cairo, Mansoura, Alexandria, Port Said, and Damanhur. This is a very common retort to the things that I said by people who don't listen to the words I am using. I used very specific language. Okay? I used very specific language. You also kept the Wikipedia citation number in your fucking argument. I did not say that there were no problems for Jewish people. I said, in comparison to the systemic annihilation that Jewish people faced in Europe and in Russia in general, okay, Jews regarded at least the Ottoman Empire, okay, as a safe haven because it was a safe haven. The Ottoman Empire, despite being Muslim, gave Jewish people the opportunity to have full-blown rights that the Christians also had. Throughout the Ottoman Empire, throughout the history of the Ottoman Empire, this does not mean that there were no problems for Jewish people. Of course, in comparison to the mass expulsion and ethnic cleansing, I'll use Wikipedia unless you can tell me why the data is wrong. No, the data that you are using is incomplete because you're using it against an argument that I am not making. Okay? That's the issue here. Following since 10/17/23, weird fucking timing. I'm not saying that the Wikipedia copy pasting operation that you engaged in is showing false information. I'm simply stating that I already addressed that. Okay? My dude, you literally pulled you care to claim about you claim that you care about Jewish people? Name all of the pogroms. And you didn't even name them yourself. You just copied and pasted it off the fucking Wikipedia bracket. No, Wikipedia can be a reliable source of information. It's just that if you don't understand what your interlocutor is saying, you end up just copy pasting something, basically like a AI bot.
That's one area, Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. That's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there's very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 in the Arab countries and which caused the Jews to leave.
Arab Jews.
Arab Jews, right. But Shlomo Ben Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship. He's a historian.
Tangiers.
Yeah,
From Morocco.
Right. So he knows
Islam from Iraq is written on this issue.
And they
as
wrote
well.
that the Jews in the Arab lands were not pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionists at all. So certainly Avi Shlaim's family was anti-Zionist.
And Avi
It implied that Benny's claim was disingenuous based on your statement. It mainly came from the West, when not a single piece of Benny's literature primarily blames. What? I don't even know who you're arguing with at this point. I don't think you're arguing with me. I think you're arguing with what you think. I've said. I don't even know what you just.
Schlein, when he was interviewed by Meron Rappaport on this question, he said, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi Jews were expelled. It's just not true.
Wow, a chatter with balls better ban them, dude. My favorite is like the guy who personally thinks like it's heroic to get banned on a Twitch stream. I'm not going to ban you, and I didn't ban any of those other guys either, but it's so funny that you think that this is like a heroic posturing. You're engaging in a battle. And like the battle of wits was won because your cowardly opposer took your freedoms away. It's like, dude, are you okay? Is this praxis, dude? Are you doing praxis? God damn. Is this how you guys operate when you feel like your debate Lord Hero Daddy is getting genuinely outmatched by people who are infinitely more knowledgeable than he is on a subject matter that he has a lot of reading to do on? Is that what's going on? So you just come in here and you just fucking try to derail? Please don't watch this. Listen to me instead.
True. And he was speaking as an Iraqi Jew who left with his father and family in 1948.
They were pushed out. They weren't expelled.
Well,
that's probably the right phrase.
I think it's more complex than that. I think it was. Sorry, I interrupted
no,
you.
you're not interrupting me because I only know what's been translated into English, and the English literature on the subject is very small and not scholarly. Now there may be a Hebrew literature, I don't know, but I was surprised that even Shlomo Ben Ami, a stalwart of his state, fair enough, on this particular point, he called it false symmetry.
No, Stephen is right. There was a pull and push mechanism in the departure of the Jews from the Arab lands post-48. But there was also a lot of push.
That's indisputable.
Well,
there was.
And on the
Stephen
point of
said.
agreement, on this one brief light of agreement, let us wrap up with this topic of history and move on to modern day. But before that, I'm wondering if we could just say a couple of last words on this topic. Stephen?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in the time period around 48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was this huge built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first Zionist thought, I guess that appeared in Herzl's mind, that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state.
Yeah, I can't argue my position, so I'm just going to make up your position instead. Very cool. Thank you. I like that at least Benny Morris is like trying to present like a comprehensible thought instead of just spear dicking points that the other person did not make. Yeah, dude, that's what Norm was arguing for. He was saying that, like, from the very moment, actually, Theodor Herzl was simply motivated by a mass expulsion of Arabs. Dude, it's so embarrassing. It's such a fucking... Why is it that dudes who talk about how important debate is oftentimes bastardize that very same thing that they're claiming they're engaging in? It's like all of his personal, like everything he's done so far is basically either A, well, you guys made a good argument, but here's an argument that I think is really bad. Okay? Or B, going into the subject matter and being like, well, guess what? Here's what I think you actually said. Here's what I'm claiming you said in the most disingenuous way possible. You have a real opportunity here to just, present your argument in a solid way. You don't have to resort to these like silly tactics.
I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that. But I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations, the massive populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders, I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have just never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or the Israeli people. I think it was said even on the other end of the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries, but we can find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side, I think in all of their behavior around 48 and earlier, where the goal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people. It probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus some diary entries of some Jewish leaders.
Benny?
Well, one thing which stood out in
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard Brother, 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically displaced at the inception of the Israeli state. What the fuck do you mean it was just a diary entry? This is such a fucking idiotic, like, what a stupid point. No, man, it's not just diary entries. What the fuck? This argument is so fucking brain dead. If someone walks into your house and says, this is mine now, but I'm willing to generally give you half of it, you'd be like, oh no, fuck off. Imagine 80 years later, some YouTube asshole being like, I can't believe they didn't accept the generous offer to give them half. Yeah, the funniest part is, it's not even just directly like some asshole comes into your fucking house and takes half of it. There is another much larger asshole that owns the house that you're renting and goes, yeah, guess what, dude? Half of this is now going to belong to this guy who I brought in here. Okay. And then they turn around and go, actually, you know, we're bringing more people. His entire family's coming here. And they're going to murder some of your family members. And also now half of the house is definitely permanently his.
I think Moeen made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. This is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available, because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe and eventually would be massacred in large numbers. So the Arab effort to pressure the British to prevent Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe, because they couldn't get anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine.
Wait a minute. Once again, another incredibly idiotic take from Betty Morris. Shocking. The last fraction of respect I have for him has diminished completely. Brother, by this very same metric, don't you think Hasan covering D law with a child? I'm doing it because he is banned. Okay, I'm trying to do my very best to maintain terms of service. Trust me, it is stupid to do this. I understand. He is not the focal point of this 5-hour video, so it's still allowed, but I'm still also taking extra precautions. Okay. The argument that he made is fucking so dumb because, like, then Americans are infinitely more responsible. The British are infinitely more responsible. It is also kind of funny that I'm doing it, sure, because his fans can, like, come up with fabulous reasons for it. The fuck? Like, what is this? It is not and never has been the responsibility of the Palestinian people that were defending their ancestral homeland to sit back and take a colonial power, England, forcibly moving settler colonialist populations into their fucking homes. Like, that's crazy.
Because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to...
Like, you think some fucking random Palestinian farmer was like, oh man, Jews are really getting fucked up over there in Germany, but we really shouldn't let them come here. Like, do you think that was what was going on in the minds of the fucking Palestinian population? Americans did know that Jews were getting fucked up in Europe. British people did know that Jews were getting pogromed and we're in a horrifying situation, and they voluntarily refused to admit them. The Palestinian population, by and large, did not know that. And they still were made to be victims in this situation. Yeah, Benny straight up just said UK and US wouldn't allow Jews in, so of course we should force Arabs to give up their land instead, and yet it is the Arabs who are the bad guys here somehow. Blows my fucking mind. Oh,
reach the safe haven. That's important. The second thing is, of course, there's no point in belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini, worked for the Nazis in the 1940s. He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised troops among Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs, since then, have been trying to whitewash Husseini's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing, and supported.
Once again, very fucked up that he's bringing this up, considering that Palestinians died fighting Germany, Nazi Germany. Like, tens of thousands of Palestinians died fighting against Nazi Germany. He didn't go the Benjamin Netanyahu route of like saying Hitler learned about hatred of the Jews from the Palestinian Mufti, which is direct Holocaust revisionism. But he got right there, right up until the point, only to be like, well, I'm not saying that was like a big reason. That's crazy, bro. Is he trying to say Palestinian resistance is partially a fault for Jews dying to European pogroms? Yes. No, he literally is saying that. He directly is saying that. He's not even implying it. He said that. He said those words. He said, well, England and America didn't want the Jews, so Palestinians indirectly contributed to Jews dying in the Holocaust, is what he said. Yeah, I mean, Itzhak Shamir broke with the Irgun de Farm Stern gang because he felt that the British were the bigger enemy and wanted to work with the Nazis. And Shamir ended up being Israel's prime minister in the 1980s. So there are two different agreements, both the Havara agreement with Nazi Germany originally, and also after that as well, where there were obviously deviations from the Zionist project that thought that Nazi Germany could potentially be a better ally, more valuable ally. Now, that is extreme. And the reason why I don't pay any fucking emphasis or attention to that is because it's idiotic. Okay? Of course, in this role reversal, Benny will do exactly that, but on the Arab side, because he has no additional facts to defend him. I have brought up what you just mentioned, Chatter, before, only to talk about how irrelevant it is in the grand scheme of things. Okay?
Them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini and his collaboration with the Nazis. Entirely legitimate point to raise, but I think one can also say definitively, had Haj Amin al-Husseini never existed, the Holocaust would have played out precisely as it did.
Certainly.
As far as Palestinian opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine during the 1930s is concerned, it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection of Jewish immigration. They just didn't want Jews on their soil.
Objectively, it helped the Germans kill the Jews.
In the Palestinian case, their opposition to Jewish immigration was to prevent the transformation of their homeland into a Jewish state that would dispossess them. And I think that's an important distinction to make.
100%. Great fucking take. America And other countries not taking Jewish refugees during the Holocaust 100% resulted in mass Jewish deaths, just to be fair. Yes, it did. But Benny here is almost making it more of the legal responsibility of the Palestinians rather than pure anti-Semitism from the American government and the English government that fucking knew what was going on. Does that make sense? That's what's really fucked up about it. Imagine turning a ship back around full of Jewish refugees, knowing full well what the fuck is happening. That's crazy. That is what is incredibly fucked up about this argument. Because when you look at the intent of certain actions, the Palestinian motivation here is to resist against settler colonialism. The American motivation to reject Jewish refugees from coming in to the United States is pure anti-Semitism with full-blown knowledge of what fucking Adolf Hitler is capable of doing and what he's doing. To make a parallel here as though these are two of the same cases is insane. You are directly taking away responsibility from the much more responsible party, America and the UK, and shifting it over to the responsibility of the Palestinians, which had an entirely different motivation.
The other point I wanted to make is we've spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transfer, and so on. But I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and...
There was a chatter in here earlier that made a really interesting point, actually, that I never really thought about. The Palestinian Jewish population, before mass settlements, was around 4% to 7%, depending on what time frame we're looking at. No, the chatter's name is Layum. Okay? The American Jewish population percentage was not even 2%. And the American Jewish population was not even 2%. They had full knowledge of what's going on with respect to, Hitler's Germany. And yet they refused like thousands of Jews from entering the country as refugees. 7% of Palestinians before 1920 were Jewish. The U.S. today, which is considered a haven for Jews, is 2%. That tells you all you need to know about the arguments around the Palestinians deserving ethnic cleansing. Yeah. Husseini was an insignificant character appointed by the Brits. No one followed him in Palestine. Yeah. It is objectionable and ahistorical to give any fucking breathing room to the conversation surrounding Husseini. Colonial enterprise always demands one local person who is often the most corrupt to be put in positions of power so you can fucking dominate the subjects of your colonial occupation. That was a British op. It's literally the same as like looking at Latin American countries, right? That we played a role in Latin American countries that we played a role in like destabilizing. Like it's like saying Pinochet and everything he did is a product of the nation state itself, and the population demanded it, and not we put him into a position of power.
Disappeared as...
Yeah, it also look no further than the current Palestinian Authority. If you want to understand how colonial entities operate, look at the Palestinian Authority, the second most unpopular organization in the eyes of the Palestinians after Israel. Okay? Why? Because they are not actually interested in Palestinian emancipation and are simply there to behave like the Israeli security apparatus, but with a Palestinian face. That's it.
Yet one more utopian political project. Had it not been for the British, what the preeminent Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi has termed the British Shield. Because I think without the British sponsorship, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The British sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason, which is that during
But Hasan, the Havara Agreement does a really good job, in my opinion, is showing to the layman immediately how Zionism can be very much friends with Nazism. It's not extreme in contrast and a very good thing to bring up. How is it irrelevant? It is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things because of what the fucking Nazis did to the Jews. It's ridiculous to fucking point to this as though it's like, it is like an existing agreement that like two ethno-nationalist projects, one which directly, forcibly cleansed one ethnicity. I feel like the Holocaust is a little bit more significant than the fucking Havara Agreement. That's why I don't bring it up. A better analog for the average person, the everyman, is someone like Viktor Orban, who is anti-Semitic, who Benjamin Netanyahu loves, okay? Fascists nowadays who are anti-Semitic in their domestic affairs and who will regularly utilize anti-Semitic arguments, like literally the entirety of the Christian evangelical movement, evangelical Zionists, are also completely in favor of Israel being a Jewish ethno-state. Use a more modern example, in my opinion, if you want to make that argument, because it does.
during World War I, the Ottoman armies attempted to march on the Suez Canal. Suez Canal was the jugular vein of the British Empire, between Europe and India. And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure the Suez Canal from any threat. And as the British have done so often in so many places, how do you deal with this? Well, you bring in a foreign minority, implant them amongst a hostile population, and establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intentions. And the Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine. In other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course. And I think the most important development was World War II. And I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and more to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and its inability to sustain its global empire. It ended up giving up India, ended up giving up Palestine. And it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish state in Palestine. And again, a Jewish state means a state in which the Jewish community enjoys not only a demographic majority, but an uncontestable demographic majority, an uncontestable territorial hegemony, and an uncontestable political supremacy. And that is also why, after 1948, the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of lands that had been previously owned by Palestinians who became citizens of Israel. It is why the new Israeli state imposed a military government on its population of Palestinian citizens between 1948 and 1966. It is why the Israeli state effectively reduced the Palestinians living within the Israeli state as citizens of the Israeli state to second-class citizens, on the one hand promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties, on the other hand doing everything within its power to suppress and eliminate Palestinian or Arab nationalist movements. And that's why today there's a consensus among all major human rights organizations that Israel is an apartheid state. What the Israeli Human Rights Organization, B'Tselem, describes a regime of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting a response from the other side on the last few sentences. We'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. It's a fascinating discussion. We need to have it. Norm.
Fuck you mean claims of apartheid, big dog? Come on, Lex. You literally interviewed Palestinians. You know it's apartheid. Get out of here. It's like thinking that there is no apartheid between the unsubscribed and the subscribed at the top of the hour. There is one, okay? I had to get one off. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I got one today. You can elevate your status in the stream by subscribing. I'm just going to say. I'm not sorry. I lied.
Question of the responsibility of the Palestinian Arabs for the Nazi Holocaust, direct or indirect, I consider that an absurd claim.
It is.
As Bomiko said, and I quoted him, the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews. To somehow focus on the Palestinians strikes me as completely ridiculous. Number two, as Moeen said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs wouldn't want Jews, because in their minds, and not irrationally, these Jews intended to create a Jewish state, which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew in advance that that homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took him in. Okay? As far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of the European Jewry, he has in those 1,000+ pages one sentence on the role of the Mufti of Jerusalem. And that, I think, is probably an overstatement, but we'll leave it aside. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind the Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. And number two, there are 2 issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly.
Dude, he's so fucking good, man. This debate is also another one of those demonstrations of that thing you say where it takes mountains of words to disprove a falsehood and only one sentence to completely demolish it. Accurately representing history being an uphill battle is so sad. I fucking love Norm so much. Like, on this issue, he is the GOAT.
And they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is discomforting, disorienting, where you have a person who's produced a voluminous corpus, rich in insights and rich in archival sources, who seems to disown each and every word that you pluck from that corpus by claiming that it's either out of context or it's cherry picking. Words count. And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what they've said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll stick to the history, not the current propaganda. 1917, the Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. In 1917, the British jumped in and issued the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine, which most people understood to mean eventual Jewish statehood in Palestine. Most people understood that in Britain and in Israel, among the Zionists and among the Arabs. But the British declared the Balfour Declaration, or issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of imperial self-interest, and this is what you're basically saying. They had the imperial interests, a buffer state which would protect the Suez Canal from the east. The British also were motivated.
No, the British were also motivated by anti-Semitism. And he knows that too. Please, come on. Like, Balfour was an anti-Semite. Bro, they literally were like, oh yeah, dude, fucking let's send him to the desert. That's awesome. I don't want to live with no Jews in my country. Send him to the fucking desert. That's great. Straight up. It was such a perfect win-win. I don't understand. He literally just, the population knew it would mean an eventual Jewish state. So why would the Arabs not resist against that? Yeah. Well, he's trying to say, and doing a pretty bad job at this, to be fair. He's trying to say that, like, they were only against it because of anti-Semitism. He won't say that because that would be ridiculous. But he's like leaning, he's implying. That's the difference between a guy like him and a charlatan like Destiny. Destiny will literally openly state such ahistorical claims, but ultimately Benny Morris is still a historian, so he has to like weasel around the argument.
Motivated by idealism. And this, incidentally, is how Balfour described the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. And he said the Western world, Western Christendom, owes the Jews a great debt, both for giving the world and the West, if you like, values, social values as
Not a big enough debt to allow them to escape Nazi Germany, though. Like they basically were saying like, oh yeah, no, we owe them a big debt, which is why we want to ship their asses off into the fucking desert, okay? Into one of our colonies at the time. Dude is saying that the British people wanted to help the Jewish population and that's why he did it. What a joke. He wouldn't openly say that. He would basically just imply it. That's the difference. Because openly stating that would be stupid. Balfour wrote in 1919 in his introduction to Nahum Sokolov's History of Zionism, the Zionist movement would mitigate the age-long miseries created for Western civilization by the presence in its midst of a body which it too long regarded as alien and even hostile, but which it was equally unable to expel or absorb. It's time to admit that Arthur Balfour was a white supremacist and an anti-Semite too. Yeah. Listen, guys. Let me tell you something, okay? For a lot of these people, it was a win-win, okay? You give people that you don't want in your midst, in your vicinity, a colony that you settle them into. They suppress the local population with your help. No more Jews inside of England. They're all in Israel. It's win-win. Now you get to control the area with your settlers that are still connected to England in some shape. He just loved Jews so much they would distract him if they were close to him. Yeah. Yeah, he may be most known for aiding the Zionist cause in 1917. It's crucial to remember that Arthur Balfour was a white supremacist. He made that much clear in his own words. In 1906, the British House of Commons was engaged in a debate about the native blacks in South Africa. Nearly all the members of the parliament agreed that the disenfranchisement of the blacks was evil. Not so Balfour, who almost alone argued against it. We have to face the facts, Lord Balfour said. Men are not born equal. The white and black races are not born with equal capacities. They are born with different capacities, which education cannot and will not change. But Balfour's troubling views were not limited to Africa. In fact, despite his now iconic support for Zionism, he was not exactly a friend of the Jews. In the late 19th century, pogroms targeting the Jews in the Pale of Settlement had led the waves of Jewish flight westward to England and the United States. This influx of refugees led to an increase in British anti-immigrant racism and outright anti-Semitism. Themes not unfamiliar to us today. Support for political action against immigrants grew as the English public demanded immigration control to keep certain immigrants, particularly Jews, out of the country. Just so you understand, okay? When Jews fled westward, they faced anti-Semitism. Historically, at least, that's why I was yelling at that chatter earlier, at least in the Ottoman Empire, when they fled to the Ottoman Empire, they were welcomed. It is so ridiculous, ahistorical, and gross to ascribe the vitriolic anti-Semitism of Western powers to, by and large, Muslim populations. That's part of the reason why everybody loves the Israel cause, especially Germans. One, because of the collective guilt of the Holocaust, which they should feel, by the way, the collective guilt of. And two, it's a perfect way to deflect away the responsibility because, like, oh, dude, you know what's really bad, actually? Don't worry about the Holocaust. That was really bad. Yeah, we're right. That was really bad. But you know what's even worse? Arab Holocaust that is happening to the Jews right now. Yup. It is a way for the Western world to abdicate the responsibility of the pogroms that they engaged in. That's it. The public found a sympathetic ear in Balfour in 1905. Oh, wait, hold on. Influx of refugees, particularly Jews. The public found a sympathetic ear in Balfour in 1905 while serving as Prime Minister. Balfour presided over the passage of the Aliens Act. This legislation put the first restrictions on immigration in the Great Britain, and it was primarily aimed at restricting Jewish immigration. According to historians, Balfour had personally delivered passionate speeches about the imperative to restrict the wave of Jews fleeing the Russian Empire, entering Britain. For the record, very different than Balfour and the British Empire sending Jews en masse to a colony with the express purpose of settling and creating a settler colonial outpost. Refugees, in the way that Jews were refugees under the Ottoman Empire, were welcomed. They were not in England. Making this comparison is false. It is a historical falsehood. I remember a while ago you said the goal of anti-racism was not to make people feel guilty. That's useless. But to make them understand systems of oppression. Now you say Germans should feel guilty. Why? Oh, because it's the same as like white people that should feel guilty about slavery because they deny it. Germans will talk about the Holocaust and act like they are very sorry for it while simultaneously shifting the attention away in the way that I just described to you to the Arabs. Germans basically go, it's perfect. Israel is perfect for us. You know, united enemy and all. So dumb. Y'all are dumb as fuck. Okay.
Embodied in the Bible, social justice and all sorts of other things. And the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt we're now beginning to repay with the 1917 declaration favoring Zionism. But it's also worth remembering that the Jews weren't proxies or attached to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently when the British ruled Palestine for 20, 30 years, but they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted a state for themselves, the Jews, happy to have the British support them, happy today to have the Americans support Israel. But it's not because we're stooges or extensions of American imperial interests. The British, incidentally, are always described in Arab narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rulers in Palestine, 1917, 1920.
Herbert Samuel.
No, before Herbert Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. The British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. And subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, the British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine, and in 1939 switched horses and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist and basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. This is what we're giving you by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were being given on a silver platter, Husseini again, and he said, no, we can't accept the British White Paper of May 1939, which had given the Arabs everything they wanted, basically, self-determination in an Arab majority state. So what I'm saying is the British at some point did support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent in the support. And in 1939 until 1948, when they didn't vote even for partition, for Jewish statehood in Palestine in the UN.
Yeah, bro, the only time where they curbed immigration was literally because of fucking mass upheaval. The fuck? That's crazy. I can't believe the Arabs didn't trust the British after the British Empire originally told the Arab population to basically fucking cut it with this like Ottoman support and move in their direction in the same way that British and French powers did during World War I against the Ottoman Empire. And then basically the British, for the Palestinians, were like, yeah, just kidding. We're not going to do anything about that. Here are a bunch of people that we're shipping over there with the express purpose of doing settler colonialism. Just saying.
Resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate. It's worth remembering that.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible to accept that Balfour, who, as British Prime Minister in 1905, was a chief sponsor of the Aliens Act, which was specifically
He changed his mind.
which was specifically designed to
keep out
keep
Jews.
persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets
But he
of
changed
the
his
UK,
mind.
and who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British Jewish establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden,
Changed his mind.
people change their minds, but when
Bro said he did a growth. Yeah, he did a growth, man. He changed his mind. It's so crazy because he just very openly said, win-win, boys. I mean, we get the Jews out of here and we ship them off to a colony. Naruto convinces him to be a good guy. Yeah.
when the changing of the mind just coincidentally happens to coincide with the British imperial interest, I think perhaps the transformation is a little more superficial than he's being given credit for. It was clearly a British imperial venture, and if there had been no threat to the Suez Canal during World War I, regardless of what Balfour would have thought about the Jews and their contribution to history and their persecution and so on, there would have been no Balfour there.
Can I ask real quick a question on that? Why did the British ever cap immigration then from Jews to that area at all?
Well, we're talking now about
20 to 30.
1960s.
Sure, but I'm saying that if the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish.
Yes, but you're talking. I'll answer.
Yeah, in the
you.
40s. Yeah,
And we're talking now about 1917, and as I mentioned earlier.
By the way, you might think he's asking this question to like arrive at a larger point, but no, he just doesn't know anything. So he's like, wait, so why did they do that? He just actually wants to know.
Here, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protectorate, loyal to and dependent upon the British. I think an outstanding review of British policy toward these issues during the Mandate has been done by Martin Bunton of the University of Victoria, and he basically makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were in, certainly by the late 20s, early 30s, they recognized the mess they were in, the irreconcilable differences, and basically pursued a policy of just muddling on, and muddling on in the context of British rule in Palestine, whose overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, Yeshuv's economy, and so on, meant, even if the British were not self-consciously doing this, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment of a Jewish state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Except they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939
yes, of course.
and
Okay,
maintained
they were being shot up by,
maintained that Zionist. No, but
Wait, I was just kidding. I thought he did actually set it up as a gotcha. It turns out he just shut the fuck up. So I guess, wait, was it not a gotcha? Okay, maybe he literally was like actually trying to learn? What? I thought he was going to have a follow-up, dude. What the fuck?
before they were being shot off, but maintained that anti-Zionist posture until 1948.
Okay.
And if I may, just also one point. You mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini during a world, entirely legitimate. But what I would also point out is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi.
300 people.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister, an Israeli foreign minister, speaker of Israeli parliament.
Maybe you should give his name.
Yitzhak Shamir, proposing an alliance with Nazi Germany in 1941.
Shamir proposed.
Well, no, the Lehi proposed.
Some people in the Lehi proposed.
Of which Shamir was a
but
prominent
this is a red
leader.
herring also.
No. Okay, well, if he's a red herring, Haj Amin
was
al-Husseini is a red whale. I'm sorry.
He's right. Yeah, you can't fucking bring up. You can't fuck. Oh, God. I feel so goddamn confident. I'm not going to lie. It's crazy. These motherfuckers are the most knowledgeable people on the planet on this issue. It feels good to be able to get vindicated by some of the most knowledgeable people on this issue. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of self-glazing, okay? Suck my dick. We're talking about... I'm a fucking idiot online who's a fucking Twitch streamer. I mean, if I can make these arguments before they make those arguments, I'm sorry, it's kind of valid in my opinion. Yeah, I'm self-sucking, whatever. I don't give a shit. This is the one area where I feel like, you know, it's worthy. Don't die from the self-suck. Let me self-suck.
It was an unimportant organization in the Yishuv. 300 people versus 30,000 belonged to the Haganah. So it was not a very important organization. It's true, before the Holocaust actually began, they wanted allies against the British where they could
We're
find
talking
them.
1941 here, not
1941.
1931. 41 from what I recall.
1940. They approached the German emissary in
Ankara,
Istanbul or something.
yes.
Istanbul.
And if I may, proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on what the Leahy described as
But
on the basis of
reviled by the
shared
nation of Zion.
ideological
No, they didn't
principles.
share ideological.
Well, they said they did.
No,
said-
they reviled.
Why are you doing these things? Of
the
course, they
Lechis
said that.
reviled
You
by
know
the
the
majority.
state, but
The
you know
Lechis
that
reviled.
you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology.
He's they're cooking him. Look. All I'm saying is I don't use the Havara agreement as a counter because I think it's a fucking red herring. I told you. But if you use the Mufti, then you can then it's the same exact principle. Utilizing the Mufti as an indication of like the broader Palestinian project, as though like ideologically some fucking dumbass Mufti that the British Empire put in a position of power, as they always do, is somehow reflective of the vows of the Palestinians, and is like motivated by anti-Semitism, is no different than saying that like Jews were motivated by Nazi principles. It's ridiculous. How come D isn't helping his boy out? Dude, he is so out of his goddamn element. It is not even fucking funny. He is learning new words, trying to fucking scroll on his iPad to like look at the corresponding Wikipedia page. He doesn't have his chat of little Hasbara trolls who are autistically fucking feeding him talking points about how like this is what you should say in this circumstance. Okay, he doesn't have any of that shit. He is outclassed, outmatched. You can fucking scan Wikipedia pages for as long as you can. You got like 8 fucking talking points. You're cooked. No Factorio, no nothing. Bro sitting there like a fucking iPad kid. Goddamn. Of course, what is he gonna do? How is he gonna fucking chime in, dude? He's gonna get destroyed every time he does. This is very different than like trying to fucking bully a subject matter expert that you brought into the fray. This is very different than like bullying people that aren't orators, skillful orators. That's why it reads every time Destiny has had like debates of this sort, whether it be Richard Wolff, whether it be Michael Brooks, whether it be like a knowledgeable person on the issue that he's talking about, it always turns into a one-on-one educational seminar. And basically, yeah, it turns into a one-person lecture. And then his fans will basically use it. Like it happened with Mark Lamont Hill, apparently. I didn't even know that one. Where people will then turn around and be like, see, he's so open-minded. He's like listening. He's sitting his white ass down and he's listening. And it's like, no, it's just because he couldn't fucking debate them in the same indecent ways that he can try and debate others. That's it. It is still wholly inconsistent with his overarching framework. It's just that, I mean, the Ben Shapiro conversation, I would say, is the greatest example because, like, Ben Shapiro is not knowledgeable on the issues that he speaks on, just like in the same exact ways that Destiny isn't. Okay? The difference, however, is that Ben Shapiro has more experience in being a skilled orator than Destiny does. So he fucking whooped his ass in that conversation, and he turned docile like he always does whenever he's outclassed by his opponent. And then his fucking entire fan base turns into cope mode and goes, well, it's because he was being nice because he's not supposed to be fucking aggro every time he talks to people. No, he's only got that smoke for some like random trans person on Twitter, okay? that he's like ripping to fucking shreds. He doesn't have that smoke for Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro's better than him at the same fucking thing he's trying to do. Not knowledgeable, neither is Destiny, but at least he's fucking better at him in rhetoric because he has a lot more runtime in this space. That's it. And before all you little boys cope, okay? Before all you little boys cope, Hasan debates against videos where no one can reply to him. Well, I've debated a shit ton of people. I've debated people on television. I debate people all the fucking time, okay? You have made this up in your hug box that I do not debate. I debate people all the time. I just think that there are people who are valuable to debate. People with big audiences, people who have actual genuine societal harm. I don't debate for the purpose of debating because debating is not my primary content. Okay? Your content is just reacting, lol. I know. I'm very smart, XD. Dude, I can tell I am not a debate lord. I'm not. I can tell when someone comes in here from a very particular community because like they immediately demonstrate that they don't watch and they're just repeating talking points. Even if the said talking points that they're repeating objectively are inconsistent with the reality on the stream. It's so funny. Let's continue.
Why do you say no?
Do you think
You
that
could
the
just-
lefty, wait, the
when you
lefty people
say-
were Nazis? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
You
that
say
they
that.
said.
No, you're saying that. Forget statements. You like to quote things, but
I do
were
like
they
to quote
were they
things to
Nazis?
quote
Were
facts.
the Lechi Nazis? That's what I'm asking.
What did he
Some of
just
them
say?
supported Stalin,
Did he say that the
incidentally.
basis of the pact was their agreement on ideology?
There wasn't any pact. They suggested.
I
They
said,
proposed an
wasn't it
agreement.
right? And what did the agreement say?
They wanted arms against the British. That's what,
What
they
did the
wanted.
agreement
Well, that's
say?
what Hajime al-Husseini wanted also. That's what
No, but
others
they didn't.
in India
The
and
Lechi
elsewhere.
people didn't work in Berlin helping the Nazi regime.
I mean, it's what the IRA wanted also.
No, but this is what Hajime al-Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yes.
He wasn't just anti-British.
Yes, and-
He was also anti-Semitic.
and
they had a common ground with Hitler.
I
It's
think
simple as that.
we can
Not
agree.
every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think
And
we
for
can-
that part,
He literally
didn't
worked
even
with the
have
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just
Yes,
a guy posting.
and he was an absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm happy
I
to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem
you
is you're
think
saying
I
that Husseini
don't
was his
believe
influence. You're saying the
that,
Mufti
but I don't even understand of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly in.
Also, to be honest, there's not much for Destiny to respond to. It'll only be the just exact same thing he said on the video, plus some accusation that you participated in sex trafficking or something. Yeah. Yeah, he'll be like, remember when he did bro tips 10 years ago when I was screaming the N-word all the time? And still say the N-word now, but that's besides the point. He'll say, remember bro tips? That really triggers him. It doesn't. Something that I talk about personally. Then he'll be like, oh yeah, dude, Hasan does like sex trafficking or whatever the fuck, like something insane. You're making up imaginary arguments. Every single argument that I just brought up is not imaginary, but an argument that he has made, which is not even a fucking argument. And you do fair criticism, Keck W. There are moments where I'm being pretty charitable and pretty fair to Destiny, but I think like that ship has that boat has sailed. We're long past that point. But right now, even now, when you think about it, I have said that he is a skillful orator. Okay? He's devoid of like actual historical knowledge, but he's a skillful orator. That's why he's there. He's there to, add to the fun of it all. Also, I guess, I never flew to like Australia or New Zealand to fuck a fan's girlfriend only to marry him, only to divorce him after leaving my family behind. So there is that too. There is a lot. It's a target-rich environment. Anything that he can say about me, usually made up. More often than not, made up by his community. Repeated until it's like seen as the truth, even though it isn't. Like, oh, his dad is an oligarch or some shit. Not true.
indirectly, 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, he's not blaming them for the Holocaust. He's saying that from the
No, no,
perspective.
no.
No. He's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region. Palestinians would have been
That's
part
not
of the
what he's
region. That is
saying. You have
exactly
not read
literally
him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You don't understand him. He says right here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe the guy that
You
wrote the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you don't
read
even
Benny
speak Hebrew.
Morris.
You call yourself a.
Wait, what? What is happening right now? He found something that he can like aesthetically grab onto.
It's what the IRA wanted also.
No, but this is what Hajamina Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yes.
He wasn't just anti-British.
and
he was also anti-Semitic.
So
he had a common ground with Hitler.
I think we can agree.
Not every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think we can.
That part.
He literally
didn't
worked
even
with the
have
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just
Yes,
a guy posting.
and he was an absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm happy
I
to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem
you
is you're saying that
think
Husseini
I
was his
don't believe
influence.
that.
You're saying the Mufti
But
was.
I don't even understand. Of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly, indirectly, or indirectly 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, he's not blaming them for the Holocaust. He's saying that from the
course he is.
perspective.
No.
Wait. No, he's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region, Palestinians would have been
That's not
part
what
of the
he's
region.
saying.
That is exactly.
You have
that
not
is
read
literally
him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You read him, you don't understand
you've
him.
read
He says right
Wikipedia.
here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe the guy that
You
wrote the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you
read
don't even
Benny
speak
Morris.
Hebrew, and you call yourself an Israeli historian.
I
We're all
just-
here on different grounds. Okay?
I just
But the
want, if I
reality
can
is-
just respond.
Well,
to
no.
you.
I'm just saying that there were two
saying
tricks.
nothing,
That's fine. There were 2 tricks that are being played here that I think.
Wait, I don't get it. He's saying that like Norm is not reading in Hebrew and he calls himself an Israeli historian. Bitch, what are you? You literally don't know anything. What the fuck? That's so funny. Like how that's such a funny fucking argument to make against a literal scholar on the subject matter. God, Benny, you're fucking so slimy. Look at him loving this moment. He's like, finally. Destiny practiced that Hebrew line on stream. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. What is this? How come D isn't helping his boy out? Dude, he is so out of his goddamn element. It is not even fucking funny. He is learning new words, trying to fucking scroll on his iPad to like look at the corresponding Wikipedia page. He doesn't have his chat of little Hasbara trolls who are autistically fucking feeding him talking point. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to be like, oh, you don't speak Hebrew, so you can't actually fucking be a historian of a specific subject matter. Like, you don't read Hebrew, so you can't do this. Is pretty funny from the Wikipedia scholar. Okay. But not only that, but then like there are a shit ton of historians that are literally not allowed to be historians now by the same metric. Yeah, Chomsky reads Hebrew. Would D accept his analysis? Probably not. He's a tanky. Anyway.
Think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Leahy was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because of a shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No, wait. No. It's about what you said. You brought that up to imply that Zionism must be inexorably linked to.
I'm
you're
sorry.
Not, wait,
no,
hold
you're
on.
putting.
No. They brought it up to say it's a red herring in the same way that the fucking Palestinian Mufti is a red herring. That's it. And they openly said that as well. But because Destiny cannot actually fucking argue against the actual argument presented, he has to argue against things that they're not saying. This is like 90% of debate lordism in general. This is how the debate lords operate. It's like, well, sorry, I can't contend with what you just told me. You made a logical argument. So now I'm going to act like you didn't say, act like you said something you didn't actually say at all so that I can win the argument.
putting words in my mouth.
No. Okay, wait. Well, then, what was the purpose of saying that the Lehi claimed that the Lehi, who were
The reason I
small
brought it
group of
up-
people that were reviled by many in Israel,
Influential.
Not many,
Influential.
by everybody
But yeah.
practically.
Well,
They were
compare
called
them-
terrorists.
So
Yeah.
The
reviled.
Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so what was the
And
purpose of
hunted
sharing
them.
the-
and
what was the
hunted
purpose of
them.
shared
and
ideology
Shamir
comment?
called himself a terrorist. They were so irrelevant that their leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament,
That's Israeli
to
politics
the
50
Israeli
years hence.
to Israeli foreign minister.
And Begin was
And-
also
He's literally saying that the Lehi movement is more relevant ideologically and more successful ideologically than a fucking British-backed Palestinian mufti. Okay? That's why if one is a red herring, which it is, the other one is a red whale. That was the argument that he presented. That was the argument that Rabbani presented. He said, if you consider the Havara agreement and the Lehi movement, the terror cell Stern gang, to be a red herring, which I think it is, by the way. I do think it is. Okay? If you consider them to be a red herring, then the Palestinian mufti that the fucking British put into a position of power is a red whale. The point there is that Stern gang has more historic significance in the inception of the Israeli state, which they do, right, than some random fucking dumb fuck Palestinian mufti when tens of thousands of Palestinians actually fucking died fighting against Nazis. Okay? Ridiculous.
Yes,
in
you
the-
want
I
to
mean,
characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go
No,
ahead.
characterize them as relevant or irrelevant based on what happens decades later. The timeline matters.
Well,
The question is, what is the point of saying that the Lehi tried to forge an alliance?
why
Wait, what? The timeline matters. Okay, what happened to the timeline of the fucking mufti? Nothing. Because he was irrelevant. What happened to the timeline to members of the fucking Lehi Stern gang, a group of terrorists? Oh, they got elevated into positions of power. So I guess it's not that irrelevant. This is why not only is this not a good argument to make, the mufti is not a good argument to make, but it's actually a very bad argument to make because the Havara agreement is significantly more, the Havara agreement is more significant than the mufti meeting with fucking Adolf Hitler, okay? Because the mufti is not a political entity that represented the interests of the Palestinians at all, especially not in the same way that, like, you can make an argument that Stern Gang did. It's pretty funny because, like, those guys also then were, like, pro-USSR, but that's a different point.
why is
relevant is bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust
No,
The Mufti was the
Indirectly.
leader of the Palestine Arab National
And he had
Movement.
about as
The
much
Lehi was 300
and he
people.
had as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No, he
Bro. Oh, he's the leader of the fucking movement. Okay. Yeah. The Lehi were just 300 people. Okay, well, some of those guys did become leaders in Israel, so.
recruited people for the SS. How can you get away from that?
No, he recruited
People for the
soldiers.
SS.
He recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars, which was disgusting. I have no doubt about that. But he had
He
one.
also wrote letters
he
to
got-
foreign
he got
ministers
one
saying,
sent-
"Don't let
yeah.
the Jews out."
I knew
The
Raul
whole-
Can I say-
Hilberg-
can I
knew
say-
Raul
Hungarian foreign
Hilberg.
minister.
I knew
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The Palestinian mufti was the British appointed mufti. Okay. He was not adopted by the broader Palestinians. He is literally irrelevant. He is infinitely more irrelevant than Stern Gang is. That's it. When losing, talk over. It is so frustrating. It is so frustrating to, like, keep relitigating this. Yeah. What? Why do you have to constantly dismiss D's knowledge by saying it's all Wikipedia when he spent thousands of hours learning about historical events and reading UN resolutions? Why not just engage if instead the constant poisoning of the well? Dude, I love you guys, man. Hey, you're goated, okay? You are, some of you guys are really sick. Like, actually. He's read thousands of hours. Oh, that's awesome. It's not showing in this conversation. If he did, I don't know. Maybe maybe he needs to retain information better then. Goddamn.
Italian foreigners that received letters from Husseini during the Holocaust. During the Holocaust, don't let the Jews out.
This one was similar. Horror memes. Why are you making it up in your mind that he doesn't know anything? He spent months and months researching the topic while you spent your time reading tweets, you disingenuous fuck. Yeah. The notion that I get all my information from Twitter is such a funny bar from Destiny that his community repeats all the fucking time. Because when I'm reading shit on Twitter, it is literally from journalists that I then have on stream that are in the process of breaking their stories. Okay? Like, I'm sourcing information on Twitter from the very same journalists that I then also interview on stream. I'm going to the actual source. It is infinitely more productive than reading fucking Wikipedia pages after you made up your mind about how Israel is not doing a genocide, nor is it an apartheid state. He came to that conclusion on a whim. And then he fucking stood by that position and has been looking for post hoc rationalizations ever since.
Don't let the Jews out. I'm not saying he was a major...
Yeah, like the time you accused Israel of bombing the hospital based on Twitter threads. You're joking, right? Because when I accuse Israel of bombing the hospital, which it has bombed like every hospital since then, and had bombed that exact hospital 2 days prior, that was not from Twitter threads, you fucking idiot. That was from the BBC. Not only that, but I also went on the BBC broadcast, BBC World, and openly told the host that they should have never apologized for making the assertion that Israel had bombed the hospital. You would know that if you actually were a fan or if you actually watched my coverage and didn't just watch one fucking dumbass who doesn't know where Israel is on a goddamn map, who just made a drama video about it because he thought he could, you know, get some clicks out of it, which he did, because some of you are very easy to dupe. It sucks. I want you to be smarter, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. You got duped, chatter. It's okay. Can you stop making every fucking thing about yourself and just focus on the video? I'm going to fucking lose my goddamn mind. Hey, dumb fuck, I'm not making this about myself. There are people in here that are desperately trying to do that. Hey, dumb fuck, they bombed every hospital. Hasanabi, what kind of point is that D forgot where Al-Shifa was the week after it got bombed? Yeah.
He wasn't even minor.
But if we're agreed
Yeah.
that Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, collaborated with the Nazis during World War II and actively sought their sponsorship, why is it irrelevant?
And probably wanted the destruction of European Jewry.
He probably wanted a lot of things.
Okay.
Okay. If that's relevant, why is it irrelevant that a prime minister of Israel...
Not prime minister. In 1941, he wasn't prime minister of Israel. He was a leader of a very small terrorist group.
So do you consider
denounced as terrorist by the mainstream of Zionism.
Do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago...
Low-key, you negatively polarized Dean to being a Zionist, so I'm blaming you for this one. I don't give a fuck. He has a shit ton of awful positions that align with Zionism before Zionism anyway.
Mahmoud Abbas wrote a doctoral thesis, which is basically
It showed something
tantamount...
about Mahmoud Abbas.
Okay,
but I didn't bring it up. You're the one who's bringing it up.
But
But
you
wrote
consider
things
that
belittling
relevant.
the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. The president of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust, said it didn't happen, or only a few Jews died.
I think that's a fair characterization of...
But I didn't bring it up.
I brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, then why is Shamir's antecedency relevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group.
Who became
Hajj Amin al-Husseini
Israel-
was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing
There's
up
no
Husseini,
comparison.
the point
There's
of bringing up Husseini stuff wasn't to say that he was a great further of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great further in the prevention of Jews fleeing to go to Palestine to escape the
Yes, but
Holocaust.
the point
that was the point.
And I explained why I think that's not an entirely accurate characterization. And then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up
Oh my God, this argument is so stupid. Oh, please, yes, he's finally wrapping it up.
his role during World War II, why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign
30 years
Minister.
hence, 40
And
years
yes,
hence.
why is it? And also,
He was a young
and
terrorist.
was also responsible for the murder of.
He's a small being young terrorist. Come on, man. Come on, man. He's just a small bean terrorist when he fucking wanted to like align with the Nazi government. It doesn't matter. Stop trying to defend him. I do feel like these guys are spending too much time on the Mufti too. Just fucking be like, I only brought it up because you brought up the Mufti. And obviously, like, it is idiotic and irrelevant to the argument. If you bring up the Mufti, then the Havara agreement is fair play, considering that the people who played a role in that ended up getting higher positions in the Israeli government later down the line, despite the fact that I feel like, actually, I just realized many people probably don't know some of these facts, so they're just probably thinking like they're going back and forth on some irrelevant shit. And I do think ultimately it is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things because it is a red herring upon a red herring. However, Benny Morris talking about the Mufti is a historical, which is why I got so butthurt about it personally, because I thought he was above that. I was wrong. It's like the classic, he didn't go as far as Benjamin Netanyahu did. But as far as the Havara agreement goes, the one of the earlier Zionist brigades, comprised of 300 people, that participated in the King David Hotel bombing, which killed a bunch of civilians, but it was also half military, utilized by the British government at the time. They participated in atrocities during the Nakba, like really gruesome shit, you know, throwing babies in ovens. Remember, they did that. They actually did that, unlike what the Israeli authorities claimed happened on October 7. They actually did do that in Deir Yassin. And there is firsthand, like, there's testimony of people who survived the attacks. Is that asshole that came on the stream was supposed to be like a leftist political guy in Israel? What the fuck are you talking about? I've never had an asshole from Israel on my stream. I've only had phenomenal people from Israel on my stream. What? Guys, please remember what we learned from Starbelly Sneeches. Just because Finkelstein has diplomas does not mean he knows more. Wikipedia is the people's encyclopedia if you think about it. Don't fall for Finkel's elitism, which is classist because he only takes people with diplomas seriously, and some people don't grow up rich. Demonizing Wikipedia is classist, so please don't fall for Finkelstein's elitism. People with diplomas act like they are Sneeches with stars. Okay, Lake, you can't ban someone that just came up with an incredible fucking new copy pasta. Bro is really acting like books are not available at the library, and the only way that you can get information is from like Wikipedia summarizations after you made you made your position known and are engaging in post hoc rationalizations exclusively for spirited debate that your audience will eat up. Guys, you can't. It's too long for a copy pasta. You're all going to get fucking banned by Fossabot. Stop posting it. The copy pasta is too long. Fossabot is clapping you like it did him. For the record, like, I don't think Wikipedia is bad either. Make no mistake. Okay? Wikipedia, however, can sometimes lead you astray. I don't know what Sneeches, Star-Bellied Sneeches is because I didn't read the Wikipedia for it. Wikipedia is the people's encyclopedia. Don't be classist. I'm not even anti-Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the most communist fucking institution out there, okay? Dr. Snooze? Seuss? Dr. Seuss? Dr. Snooze.
Of the United Nations' first international envoy, Bernadatti, Foki Bernadatti. Why is all that irrelevant?
I don't
understand.
I think that the reason why he was brought up was because Jewish people in this time period would have viewed it as there's a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians pressuring the British to put a curb that 75,000
Okay, this argument is so fucking stupid because Americans are infinitely more responsible for the death and destruction of Jews in that regard, which they are, by the way. So what the fuck are we talking about? Like, this is so stupid. It was a stupid argument that Benny Boy made, okay? It was a dumb argument.
Prevention limit, yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major or minor play in the Holocaust.
Well,
It was a major play in that region. So if you
actually,
bring up,
Benny Morris made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
the indirect role would have been the prevention of people escaping from
Yes,
Europe to
and my
Palestine.
response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of
How
all,
can you disagree with that? They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine. That's what they did.
Again,
and they knew that the Jews were being persecuted in Europe.
Was
at the time.
Palestine the only spot of land on earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour Declaration?
By the late 1930s,
what about the United
weren't
States?
happy to take in Jews, and the Americans
And
weren't happy to take in Jews.
And why are Palestinians, who are not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for what happened in Europe and uniquely
close the only safe haven for Jews? That's
really? The United States wasn't a potential safe haven. The only one was Palestine. The United States had no room. From the Atlantic to Pacific for Jews.
It did have room, but it didn't
So
want
that
Jews.
wasn't the
But it didn't
only
want Jews.
safe haven.
This is
But
something
shouldn't you be focusing your anger
America
and outrage?
should be blamed for not letting Jews in during the 30s
They are
and 40s.
blamed, but nobody blames them for the Holocaust.
Well,
No,
indirectly.
I've never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for the Holocaust. I never heard that. Now, maybe it's in Israeli literature because the Israelis have gone mad. Your prime minister said the whole idea of the gas chambers came from the Mufti of Jerusalem.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, but
we all know
he said
that's
it,
nonsense.
But we also know that Netanyahu said it.
Netanyahu says so many things which are
And he
absurd
happens to
or
be the
simple
prime
lies.
longest
I cannot
serving
be
prime minister
responsible
of
for them.
Israel.
I can't be
You're not
responsible for
responsible for them, but it is relevant that he's the longest serving prime minister of Israel.
Unfortunately, it says something about the Israeli public.
Yes, and he gets elected not despite saying such things, but because he says
His voters don't care about Haj Amin al-Husseini or Hitler. They know nothing about his voters.
well be right.
His base know nothing about anything, and he can say what he likes, and they'll say yes, so they don't care if he says these things.
You may well be right, but anyway, not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't
Let's not beat a
understand.
dead horse, you're right.
I'll just conclude by saying I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant.
He is relevant. He is relevant.
But
The head of the
Sheikh
national
Shamir is not
Palestinian.
relevant.
Shamir
He
wasn't.
said he's relevant because I said so. But other people that you're bringing up are irrelevant because I also said so.
The head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history.
And his
but
history
Haj Amin
is
al-Husseini was the head of the Palestine Arab National Movement at the time.
Anyway,
what can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're not.
so I'll leave it
I'm
there.
talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day, and we'll return to history, maybe 67 and other important moments. But let's look to today, in the recent months. October 7th. Let me ask sort of a pointed question. Was October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel genocidal? Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in. Maybe it was...
The problem with October 7th is this. The Hamas fighters who invaded southern Israel were ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things that they did. And they killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted them, as we know, something like 250 civilians, mostly civilians, also some soldiers, took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated, not just by the words of their current leader.
The dungeons in Gaza, bro. Jesus Christ. Yeah, back to their layers.
In the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1988, if I remember correctly. And that charter is genocidal. It says that the Jews must be eradicated, basically, from the
Oh, God, he's so bad. It's just like every Zionist talking point basically devolves into like the absolute dumbest person you've ever heard. It's just like, oh yeah, the 1988 charter, they were operating on pure anti-Semitic vitriol. They're doing a genocide. Like they were trying to do genocide. Holy moly. Dude, you're a historian. The fuck? Yeah, the charter did change in 2017. Not that it fucking matters, okay? You're just basically You're basically picking and choosing.
Land of Israel from Palestine. The Jews are described there as sons of apes and pigs. The Jews are a base people, killers of prophets, and they should not exist in Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas Charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. And this is the driving.
Yeah, the killing of 30,000 Gazans is not genocide, but October 7 is. Yeah.
ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip. And I think with the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, because they knew that that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead, because the Hamas fighters and their weaponry and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza. And they hoped to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel chased these Hamas people and their ammunition dumps and so on, and killed lots of Palestinian civilians in the process. All of this was understood by Sinwar, by the head of the Hamas, and he strived for that. But initially, he wanted to kill as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza Strip.
I don't think there's a single fucking person remaining that is alive now that even played a role in the development of the 1988 charter. When the 1988 charter was written, Hamas had zero relevance and zero popularity. In 2017, they were a significantly more relevant force when they actually updated their charter. But Hasan is irrelevant. Hasan has AIDS. Are you gay? D-Man is the best. Bro, they are not sending their best, okay? Let me tell you. What happened? I thought Destiny's audience was mostly like 35, 40-year-old former 4chan guys. No, don't ban that guy. I mean, I welcome. I fucking hate rad libs. How long you be in Japan for? Ugh, anarchists are cringe. How the fuck did this guy go from that to this? Jesus Christ. No, don't. I thought they were like older. That's like a legit 12-year-old, I think. That guy. How did this happen?
Respond directly to the points you made, and then I'll leave it to Norm to bring in the historical context. That Hamas charter is from the 90s, I think?
1988.
1988, so it's from the 80s. I think your characterization of that charter as anti-Semitic is indisputable.
Okay.
I think your characterization of that charter as genocidal is off the mark.
It's implicit.
And more importantly, that charter has been superseded by a new charter. In fact, has been, well, there is
There is no new charter.
There is
an explanation, a statement they made
2018, a
in
political
2000 and something,
18.
2018, supposedly clarifying things which are in the charter, but it doesn't actually step back from what the charter says. Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the land of Israel.
In 2018, the Hamas charter, if we look at the current version of the charter,
It's not called a
whether-
charter.
whether- whether
You're calling it a charter. It wasn't.
it
The only
makes-
thing called the charter is what was issued in 1988 by Yassin himself.
Oh, shit. Damn. Only the 1988 charter is relevant because it suits my argument. That's cool, man. Yeah, he's like, actually, it doesn't matter. When Hamas was like only a couple years into not being like an Islamic charity and a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, their charter, when they couldn't even get like fucking 1% support from the Palestinian population, that's when the charter was relevant. Not when they actually became a legitimate political entity. Also, Balfour can change his mind, but Hamas cannot change their minds. A lot of biases coming out to play here, I think, in with respect to like white dudes capable of change and growth, Arabs not capable of change, and also almost always responsible. Mufti, very responsible for the Holocaust. But, by that very same principle, the dudes who, specifically went to higher positions in the Israeli government later on, in the original, a couple decades prior or a decade prior, they actually committed atrocities personally. And then on top of that, tried to align with Nazi Germany. Well, those guys are irrelevant. It's just like, this is reactionary thinking, okay? This is reactionary thinking. This is the problem with reactionary thinking, is that, like, you end up arriving at all of these conclusions where you say, the people that I decided are bad and cannot have rational motivations that are grounded within, like, morality that I would agree with. And the people that I do agree with are always good, even when they're doing bad things. You're a fucking freak for thinking that, bro. What? Thinking what? That at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break? Is that what you're going to say? Come on, dude. Even if you're a fucking scholar or a historian, you can still find yourself in the throes of reactionary thinking that actually betray any kind of principled argument that you could make. I did expect more from Benny Morris. I did. Like, obviously, I disagree with him, but I thought at least he would, like, try to frame the conversation in a way that, like, is a little bit more nuanced. Like, I thought he wouldn't be giving, like, he's not doing the Rabbi Shmuley argument, but he's coming close to it.
Anyway, it makes a clear distinction between Jews and Zionists in 2018. Now, you can choose to dismiss it, believe it, it's sincere, it's insincere, whatever.
Insincere is probably the right word.
Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult these kinds of documents before they go on.
In the kindergarten, they're told, kill the Jews. They practice with make-believe guns and uniforms when they're 5 years old in the kindergartens of the Hamas.
At the
Oh, God. Every Hasbara line is coming out. Palestinians do not need to educate their children in a hatred of Israel. They do not have to learn it by CRT, okay? They do not learn it at school. They learn it when the school blows up. Who blows up the school is the question every Palestinian child is forced to reckon with. And the answer to that question is the Israeli occupying force. So that's when they radicalize, not because they're playing make-believe with guns, okay? Israel, on the other hand, does have to teach their children to hate Arabs. This is pure projection. Why does Israel have to teach their children to hate Arabs? Well, because they are the colonial entity here. They are the occupying force. They are the state. They have all of the rights and responsibilities and the monopoly on violence that the state has. A Palestinian child will ask, who killed my mom and who killed my dad? Exactly. This is how they radicalize against Israel. Okay? Israel doesn't teach much. Israel doesn't as much teach hate. They teach fear. Yes. That's how it works, though. That's how hatred festers. It's pure projection. It's pure projection when you hear someone, a defender of Israel, make this false claim that Palestinians are learning to hate Israel. Well, they won't even say hate Israel. They'll say hate Jews as a quick substitute for Israel. Okay? When they don't learn that hatred, they live it. They actually experience the results of the Israeli hatred, and then they radicalize.
Of the Commissioner General of UNRWA, right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train to kill Jews, children aged 5 and 6.
Secondly, you keep saying Jews, to which I would respond.
They use the word Jews.
To which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record of deliberately targeting Jews who are not Israelis. And in fact, it also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So, all this talk of...
Unlike the Hezbollah, which has targeted Jews outside Palestine.
We're talking about October 7th and Hamas.
Damn, bro. Oh, why are you moving away? Why are you talking about Hezbollah now? Hezbollah doesn't operate inside of Palestine. As a whole different can of worms. Hezbollah, also a creation in many ways of the Israeli state's violent actions in Lebanon. It's so strange that Israel keeps striking all over the place, and then the victims of said strikes and attacks turn around and fight back, and then they're called terrorists.
If you'd also like to speak about Hezbollah, let's get to that separately, if you don't mind. So again, genocidal. Well, if that term is going to be discussed, my first response would be, let's talk about potentially genocidal actions against Israelis rather than against Jews, for the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of Jews, Israel, Zionism to be a bit disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of the genocidal intent and genocidal practice of what happened on October 7th. And my final point would be, I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper, independent, international investigation. And the reason we need that, of genocide during this conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter, the reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearings on what Hamas did on October 7th at the International Court of Justice, because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide deals only with states and not with movements. I think the International Criminal Court, and specifically its current prosecutor, Karim Khan, lacks any and all credibility. He's been an absolute failure at his job. He's just been sitting on his backside for years on this file. And I think I would point out that Hamas has called for independent investigations of all these allegations. Israel has categorically rejected any international investigation, of course, fully supported by the United States. And I think what is required is to have credible investigations of these things, because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And this is two people sitting across the table from each other.
No, there's certain things you don't even have to investigate. You know how many citizens, civilians died in the October 7th assault.
Yes, but that's not...
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads. Which is,
there were no beheadings
Islamic.
of infants.
There were some beheadings, apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I know, some people were beheaded. But
we could bring it up right now.
You also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today, 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their assault?
Absolutely. That seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well,
I've said that from day one.
That's so... Dear God, I love Norm so much. He's just like... He's just fucking bitch slapping him. Dude, I wish this was just like... I would love to see a Norm versus Benny uninterrupted, you know?
One.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seem to imply that there was a lot of crossfire and that it might have been the IDF that killed a lot of...
I said that there is no question.
Wait, why did Destiny bring that point up? Because that literally does actually correspond to the reality. What? You're just saying that he was prescient and correct because that is what happened. The fuck? Like, according to the survivors of October 7, there certainly was a shit ton of crossfire. And also on top of that, what the Israeli newspapers investigated October 7 and found credibility in the claims that like the Israeli government actually may have even implemented the Hannibal doctrine. The fuck? In the kibbutzim. He's just, what is he doing? This, of course, does not mean that like the overwhelming amount of civilian casualties came at the hands of Israel. I've never said that, for the record. I still very much maintain the position that, yes, Hamas militants and other Palestinian resistance forces that entered through the Gaza envelope absolutely targeted civilians and killed them, both in the Nova Festival. It wasn't just crossfire. It was a deliberate attempt to kill civilians. Okay? It was definitionally an act of terror. This is true. It is definitionally an act of terror in a similar in a similar vein to the Haitian Revolution or even the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which is a, you know, comparison that Norm uses quite frequently and did use on October 8th, I think, when he wrote, or October 7th, when he wrote his article that is like very controversial now.
Because the names were published in Haaretz. There's no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. I see 850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed, but 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion, as of now,
as a
with the
target
available
is not
evidence.
true. It doesn't matter. Once they fucking paraglided in and they saw what was going on, dude, I watched body camera footage of Hamas militants or other Palestinian resistance forces and their militants opening fire on fucking porta potties like mass shooters. You do not do that if you are simply trying to kill Israeli security forces. You do that because you're there to kill as many people as possible. Please. Okay? None of those events justify Israel's occupation. None of those events justify Israel's apartheid state. None of those events justify the ethnic cleansing campaign that ensued on October 8th. Okay? It's ridiculous. The actual targets that they were trying to hit and successfully did hit were military bases. Having said that, however, they did definitely seek out outposts like the kibbutzim that they consider a military target that I do not. And I've seen it. Like I watched it. I watched Palestinian resistance forces kill civilians. I saw it. I saw it with my own two eyes. I watched the footage. They filmed the footage. There is no reason to try to portray the broader Palestinian population or even the Palestinian resistance as perfect victims. Because I'm not in the business of trying to paint a black and white picture unless we're talking about the morality of an apartheid regime. Because the apartheid regime is a black and white picture. The morality is clear. Apartheid is wrong. There is no justification for it. Okay? The correct approach to October 7 is to lay the blame squarely on the Israeli apartheid state. And if survivors from the kibbutzim could come to that conclusion, you should at least honor their perspective and honor their experiences. I think a lot of people get lost in their endless ways of trying to fit a perfect narrative. You mean actual settler outposts or just sites where they gather? No, like the justification for targeting the kibbutzim is that like they are deliberately designed to be the first line of defense against Palestinians, and therefore they're technically perceived as a military outpost, even if it is comprised entirely of unarmed non-militants. I do not agree. I'm saying that I do not agree with that assessment. I think that they are still civilian outposts. And most of the people that died in those civilian outposts were civilians. They were women, children. Some of them actually died due to artillery fire from the Israeli occupying force, for sure. But it's not like the West Bank. That's not true. They are not unarmed, and many reservists and retired IDF. It doesn't matter, bro. Come on. Under international conflict, there are rules of engagement. What the fuck are you talking about? Once a Hamas militant is rendered out of combat because of injuries or because they no longer are holding up a weapon, they are you're not allowed to kill them. Okay, it would be considered a war crime. In the same vein, if you go into a kibbutzim and there are veterans there of the IDF, right, and you kill them, you're still, and they're unarmed, which many were, they are non-combatants. This is still a war crime. Hamas militants are not occupying. It's not fair to conflate the two at all. What the fuck? It doesn't matter. What? What are you talking about? It's not about an occupation. It's about what you are allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. I hope that people don't think that I am like ever engaging in like apologia for the state of Israel. I'm just simply stating what my assessment is.
That Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities, and I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think the
There's nothing
850?
tricky. It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
Okay.
I am very careful about qualifying because that's what language is about.
That's great. Then let me just ask a clarifying question. Do you firmly believe that the majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is even if it were half, 400 is a huge number by any reckoning. It's
Okay, wait, you didn't.
I said
wait,
even
wait,
if
wait,
because
wait,
Benny,
my question.
because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Muin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say
Why 400?
because I have
thought up the
because,
number 400.
right as I
800
said
of the 850
Well,
slaughtered
because-
by Hamas.
if
So
I don't
maybe
know,
a couple of individuals were killed in this very action.
I don't know.
You're saying from
Professor
day one
Morris,
you believe this
Professor,
particular
Professor
thing. You
Morris,
clearly don't. You clearly
I
don't
said
believe this
from
thing. You don't.
day one, I
You said
no,
people died. That's not
no,
controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may,
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell, I attach value to words.
Yes, you said that.
When
You value them.
when
Stop
I
repeating
was,
so
yes,
much.
Mr. Bonnell, please slow down.
Dude, one of the greatest brain rots that I think like Mr. Bonnell has created is his like community also engages in his same like line of bad argumentation, where instead of like addressing the actual subject, instead of addressing any of the statements that you've made, everyone immediately goes for the low-hanging fruit of just making up something I didn't say. And it's weird because like you try to virtue signal and act like you actually are simply trying to understand my position. Well, then ask me a question. So many people just turn around and make accusations that they frame as though they're simply curious or just asking questions. It's so weird. I can't argue with your delusions, man. Why are you so permanently stuck in like trying to find a moment of hypocrisy or a gotcha? This is not valuable discourse. You can't do it.
The speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Piers Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed atrocities
I've heard this, yes.
on October 7th. If you want me to pin down a number, I can't do that.
And ask you to
but
pin
I
down a
may-
number. You can listen to
You
what I'm
didn't
saying.
ask me?
No, my question is,
Okay.
I'll ask
Mr.
a
Bonnell,
very
I
precise
cannot
question.
answer you because
Excuse
you're not.
It's
If
a
I
very,
under-
it's a very easy
If I
question.
understood your question correctly.
My question is, do you think the majority of the people that were killed on
Yes.
October 7th, the civilians, were killed by Hamas,
Yes.
or are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds,
No,
400 or 500?
no,
in the
but let
crossfire?
me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 800, 850.
Mhm.
We know that Hamas is responsible probably for the majority of those killings. We also know that there were killings by Islamic Jihad. We also know...
We're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and the Hamas. So that's
Well,
splitting
his
hairs
question
now.
was
No, but
specifically
he means,
about-
he
No,
means
it's not. It's
the
clear.
Raiders. He means the
I'm
Raiders.
speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. Do you prefer Norm or Professor Finkelstein, or what do you? I don't know how do you prefer.
Well, it's not a conspiracy theory.
Well,
because
the
it's a-
conspiracy theory is the idea that the IDF killed the majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And then
Oh,
there's also a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought
The IDF killed the majority of the civilians is not something that Norm Finkelstein, as far as I know, has said. And it's weird because I don't understand why, instead of examining what Norm Finkelstein is saying, he chooses to speak over it and just, again, quickly just develop a straw man of an argument that he's not presenting. This dude is in front of you. I think like people get so caught up in internet debates and then they just get lazy like intellectually lazy and argumentatively they get lazy in the way that they craft an argument. Yeah, it's gonna be much easier for you to argue against a position that the opposing side did not make, but you shouldn't do that. No, Kaya's not licking her hotspot. She's eating a. It doesn't make any sense to continue with this line of questioning because it's built on top of a faulty premise that could very easily be, if one was genuinely interested in finding the truth, it could be very easily disposed of. Just ask the question to him. When he reacts to you, it's full of ad hominems, of course. But I do it too because it's like fun. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's lazy, but I'm not trying to craft an argument here, or when I like make fun of him for, you know, being stupid or whatever. It's basically asking the opposition to answer for the most fringe, insane takes that people on their side can espouse. Exactly.
Thought that it was very strange that given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies.
Like, how can you say so much and still say so little at the same time? Again, not addressing anything that I did, just hyper focusing on like what you perceive as the optics are here. It's just, you're not doing anything. You didn't do anything. You're just trying to derail the stream. You know what I mean?
Is very strange that given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that that number was continually being adjusted.
And do you know
so
why?
When you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were killed.
Well, do you know why the number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because the Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things. Some of the bodies they weren't able to identify.
No, what he's saying is not mixing two things. He's right about that. That is the reason why. According to Haaretz, that they lowered the number.
Actually, they ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, of the Jews, were burnt to a crisp. And it took them time to work this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200 dead Israelis.
And the reason is that a proportion of Israeli civilians killed on October 7th, I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know. I mean, again, I understood your question as referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way. But if you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how many.
I don't mean specifically Hamas, but I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
We'll use some.
That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
So the numbers here and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective. But if we zoom out, the moral perspective, are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance. That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed resistance is subject to the laws of war. And there are very clear regulations that separate legitimate acts of armed resistance.
Yes, he's right. And the moment that you are expressly targeting civilian occupied areas with the express purpose of killing civilians, which the kibbutzim targeting would, in my opinion, fit that bill, you are now violating international rules of law. International rules of war. Now, it's laughable to have this conversation now, as I have said time and time again, that Hamas is the lesser evil. When we're talking about Israel and Hamas, Hamas objectively is the lesser evil. It is objectively the lesser evil because it does not maintain an apartheid state. It is also objectively the lesser evil due to the very real fact that they killed mathematically less civilians per capita in comparison to enemy combatants, armed enemy combatants, versus Israel's actions post-October 7th. Israel has also obviously razed Gaza entirely, including deliberately targeting civilian dense areas and deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure. An infinitely larger act of terror.
From acts of armed resistance that are not legitimate. And
The attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
there's been almost exclusive focus on the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia, is that there were very extensive attacks on Israeli military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians?
No,
legitimate?
no, that's
So
not what I
didn't
said.
understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort by Hamas to seize Israeli territory and population
And
centers.
kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said is I think I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue from the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they had been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly
Whole
illegitimate.
families were slaughtered in kibbutzim.
But I'm making
But many of them left-wingers, incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again-
Even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in
again,
Israeli.
I'm making a
But you don't
distinction
seem
here.
to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas
Well,
did.
I don't do select.
That's so funny to say, because, like, dude, what the fuck? Given the opportunity, I'm sure there are plenty of Palestinian children and the women and the civilian men that Israel has killed in its endless fucking ethnic cleansing campaign, seemingly endless ethnic cleansing campaign, as they brought about hellfire upon this entire civilian population that is already, like, condensed into a fucking tiny area because of ethnic displacement prior. Like, who knows the potentials of how humane and how wonderful and kind they would be. This game of, like, condemn Hamas made a lot more sense on October 8th, especially by those who knew what Israel would inevitably do and would obviously defend it. But, like, at the time, I guess the broader audience did not have that same comprehension. Maybe because, one, they weren't paying attention before, or two, never really thought it could get this bad. The correct counter to this is, of course, okay, do you condemn Israel? Not gonna lie, I don't think the goal of October 7th was anything other than getting the highest KD ratio possible. No, the goals of October 7 were laid clear by the very same people. People always love picking and choosing, like, certain Hamas leadership and what they've said, and not others when it doesn't suit their interests. I do not fault you for not knowing what they've said because it's not usually heavily publicized. This was a military operation to do as much damage as possible. Certainly, part of that is killing civilians. But the military operation in and of itself was to secure as many hostages as possible. And they thought that they would have severe limitations, severe hurdles in the Israeli security apparatus that didn't actually, that fell through pretty easily. They were shocked by their own success in that regard. They made it very clear that they said that their goal was to kill IDF soldiers, take over military checkpoints, like take over the surveillance base and other military bases. Beyond that, of course, once the barrier was penetrated, there were certainly criminal elements that also went in. There were plenty of civilians that went in that with no, like, criminal intent or weren't, like, trying to do something awful, but just to simply go in and fucking go into someone's house or watch Netflix even. This is all recorded heavily if you read Haaretz, right? But their ultimate aim was to secure hostages so that they could engage in negotiations and try to do a mutual hostage release and also build a port in Gaza. Those were the demands. The demands were build a port in Gaza and engage in hostage negotiations, including high-profile hostages.
selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I don't
I'm
do
talking about
selective
specific
outrage.
condemnation of this specific
Well, you know
assault
what, you know
on
what it
civilians.
is. You know,
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes,
I would
and-
condemn them, but you're not doing that
You know,
with the Hamas.
you know what the issue is?
What?
I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli act. When I've been in group discussions, those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. The demand and obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians.
No, this is
and
nonsense. Israel is condemned day and night on every television channel, on every, and has been for the
I'm
last.
telling
Okay, bro. Oh yeah, they're so condemned, bro. Dude, I wish I could condemn the Palestinians in the way that we're condemning Israel then. Yeah, dude, I'm condemning the Palestinians, the Palestinian state, the Palestinian government by offering them $3 billion in weapons every year. Okay? Let's condemn the Palestinians a little bit in the same way that we're condemning Israel then. God damn, dude. Get the fuck out of here. This permanent victimhood narrative. God damn, it's so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm condemning Palestinians by having, you know how you would condemn Palestinians in the same way that, or condemn Hamas in the same way that we condemn supposedly quote unquote Israel? Imagine if during October 7, I would go and have like Yahya Sinwar on my broadcast to contextualize all of the civilians that were being murdered on camera. That would be my condemnation if that was condemnation according to Benny Morris, if that's real condemnation. Can you imagine a world where I'm like, please, Yahya Sinwar, we have a fucking footage of some of these militants here executing people inside the kibbutzim. Could you please contextualize why this violence is occurring by telling us how Israel deserved it? Like, that is so unimaginable. It is literally, I think, illegal, okay? I would probably go to prison if I did something like that. I had a random teenager from Yemen on this fucking broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors. Random fucking Yemeni teenager who in the interview said he's not anti-Semitic, that he's totally on board with anti-Zionist Jews, which was shocking for him to even learn about. Not a militant, and literally said he was not Houthi. Tim Hu, the interview was condemned for being cringe. It was. It fucking was not at all. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview, though? Brother, I didn't know anything about him. Okay? And that is the reason why I asked them questions in that process. But many people did not actually watch the interview, and they simply made assertions. Stop saying he wasn't anti-Semitic. Of course he won't say it. Why? Why wouldn't he say he's anti-Semitic, dumb fuck? It's literally in the Houthi fucking charter. It says death to all Jews. Why is it that all of a sudden this guy is going to magically fucking hold back? You can't pick and choose. On the one hand, you're like, all Yemen are, all people on the, because he's on the broadcast. Dog. The literal fucking Houthi banner says death to all Jews. Why do you think he would hold back? I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. Yeah. Does he not want to get fired from the Houthis? Yeah, he's a part of the Houthis. It doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. You're in a moral quandary in your own fucking, in the own neat little moral confines that you're trying to cultivate, you're still inconsistent. Dude's been getting fucking blown up his whole goddamn life, okay? He withstood a genocide. I don't think he gives a shit about, like, American sensibilities. Oh. I love the argument that it's like he's actually still anti-Semitic, but he's like, he's also cognizant. He's anti-Semitic, but he's cognizant, and he's like secretly hiding his anti-Semitism. But also simultaneously, the Houthis, which he said he's not a part of, I believe he is a part of, who literally have in their fucking banner, death to all Jews. How'd that work? How'd that happen? So on the one hand, they're very open about it, that they fucking put it on a goddamn banner, but also simultaneously super secretive about it. It doesn't say that. It says curse the Jews or some shit, not death to all Jews. It says curse the Jews. Sorry.
About a personal experience lasting decades.
You said, quote.
Oh, no.
I'm trying to quote what you just said.
I shouldn't have said anything at any time.
You should say, Professor Morris.
Yes.
You just said,
Hassan, babe, I'm an Arab. I grew with these anti-Semitic indoctrinations. Okay, well, I don't know why. If Netanyahu says I don't hate Palestinians, would you believe him? Are you comparing Benjamin Netanyahu to a 19-year-old TikToker? Are you this fucking dumb? Are you actually this fucking stupid? Hello? Is there something wrong with your brain? Benjamin Netanyahu is personally responsible for the death and destruction of thousands of Palestinians. It is not the same, you fucking idiot. You have no reason to believe that that person has killed a single person, Jewish or not, like not a single person. I do not, like, here is a better analogy that you should make if you understood the argument. If I brought a random Jewish person from Israel on this broadcast and then immediately were like, well, you're secretly a hater of Palestinians, okay? You must be because you're a Jew in Israel, right? You're so fucking stupid. If I brought a random Israeli Jewish teenager on this broadcast and then started fucking making these assertions about them, it would be the same as what you're trying to do to the Yemeni teen, okay? Except I have had Israeli Jewish teenagers on this broadcast. I don't know if you recall, you probably weren't here for that. They were conscientious objectors, as a matter of fact, because I'm not some fucking freak lord who automatically assumes that if someone is Israeli or Jewish, that they fucking want to do genocide to the entire Palestinian population. That's the difference.
Israel deliberately attacks civilians,
Yes.
okay? The problem, Professor Morris, is over and over again, you claim in the face of overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said
Really?
Israel has attacked
Professor-
civilians.
Professor
In
Morris-
Kibya, Israel attacked
Right,
civilians.
Professor
And I've written
Morris.
extensively
Okay,
about
I know
it.
that.
In Kafr Qasim, they killed
Yes.
civilians. And I've
And
written
now
that.
let's
So you're just eliminating,
okay,
you're selecting.
okay,
As Stephen says, you cherry pick.
If I were you,
You cherry pick.
let's fast forward when you were an adult. What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me.
Wow.
Okay. So it happens
That's so
that
funny.
I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah.
Uh,
Lost the passage.
I'll find it.
Okay, real quick. Well,
But it is safe to assume that since 94% agree with the war in Gaza is not a good point. No, that's idiotic as fuck. Your horniness to say like all Israeli Jews fucking hate Palestinians and want to do genocide is causing you to literally betray the principles that I bring to the table. I will never, ever assume automatically that like an Israeli Jew is going to be in support of the genocide in Gaza. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because that's fucking idiotic and also bigoted. It doesn't matter. Don't say just 94%. Doesn't matter. I apply the same exact principles. That's my point.
He's searching for that.
Yeah, allow me.
You bring
Let's
up
do it.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw a distinction between, in that there is just causes for war and there's just ways to act within a war.
It's always better to ask instead of assume.
And these two things principally do have a distinction from one another.
Correct.
However, while I appreciate the recognition of the distinction, the idea that the cause for war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't believe, if we look at their actions in war or the statements they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
No. The point.
taking land
No,
back.
the point I was making was what was Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th? And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as let's say, the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks, I said, I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted.
Do you think these guys actually care and are maybe confused, or are they just simply saying that it wasn't a random Yemeni guy though? Oh, never mind. Tour on Titan. No, dude, I'm moving the face cam because like I'm trying to do my very reasonable best to not fucking violate TOS for ban evasion. Okay? That's it. I will repeat it over and over again regardless. It's funny other than that. Oh. God damn, dude. Why are so many of you in here today? What the fuck's going on? It wasn't a random Yemeni guy though. It was a random Yemeni guy.
Israeli civilians, or actions that should reasonably have been expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as by definition illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
Illegitimate means they are not legitimate. I have a problem
Condemning
with,
your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem with selective outrage, and I have a problem with selective condemnation. And as I explained to you a few minutes ago, in my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed, I have never seen I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. Exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do. And just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there's any condemnation.
No, but now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
well, I think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out 1,000,000 times that there are 50 billion UN resolutions.
Yeah, dude, I'm condemning. I like I said, I'm going to condemn the Palestinians by giving them $3 billion worth of weapons, an Iron Dome, and also total legal permission by vetoing any Security Council provision. Like that's my goal. You know, man, what broad condemnation falls upon Israel. Oh, what a terrible fate. Oh.
You've got Amnesty International, you've got multiple bodies of the UN, you've got now this case for the ICJ, so there's no question of if there's condemnation.
But sorry, if I can interrupt you. In 1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state in the entire world.
Except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
not the entire world.
Okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, then also,
Western
my
democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My quick question was, you said that you believe that, this is a very short one, you don't have to, it's just, you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I don't think there's a maybe there. The Palestinians
okay, you think they absolutely had a just cause for war. Do you think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right, you can say your quote.
Okay. First of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Mouin, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Mouin. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
civilians.
When they occurred, yeah.
And I would say that's true for the period.
They just sneakily ignore the actual question. Yes, of course, criticisms of Israel condemned, but the question was, why do we never hear questions from the media to Israel defenders about condemning Israel? Because there's a double standard. Because Israel is our ally.
Period up till 1967, and I think it's accurate, your account of the First Intifada. There, it seems to me, you were in conformity with most mainstream accounts. And the case of the First Intifada, you also used, surprisingly, you used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq, which I think Mouin worked for during the First Intifada. That's true. But then something very strange happens. So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange which happened. Is the Arabs rejecting
okay, wait.
peace offers? That's what happened.
Well,
by accepting the Oslo Agreement.
Yeah.
Not the,
if we have time, I know the record very well. I'd be very happy to go through it with you. But let's get to those double standards. So this is what you have to say about Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant to harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides, and took care not to harm Lebanese and Palestinian civilians. He then went on to acknowledge the massive use of IDF firepower against civilians during the siege of Beirut, which traumatized Israeli society. Mars quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon War. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon War. I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon War in which the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians, the biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide.
And by the way, Israel did not have a right to invade Lebanon. Important. Palestinians do have a right to resist the apartheid. They do. Their methods of resistance went above and beyond and are understandably considered acts of terror on October 7. Everything past that is so far defensive against Israel's, once again, illegal offensive war against the civilian population. Israel does not have a right to defend itself as the belligerent occupier on top of Gaza by pummeling Gaza. They do not. They do not have a legal right to do this. It is an illegal occupation. It is an apartheid state. And Israel's actions post-October 7 in Gaza are illegal. As the belligerent occupier, Israel does not have a right to blow up Gaza. Okay? They don't. It is not a defensive measure. This is the same Israel attack on Lebanon Sam was telling you he witnessed the attack helicopters flying to, isn't it? I think so.
Biggest bloodletting, I would say, I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, voluminous, huge volumes. I'll just take one example. Now, you will remember, because I think you served in Lebanon in 82, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept a war diary. So, with your permission, allow me to describe what he wrote during his diary. So, he writes, the war machine of the IDF is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating a total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell of corpses. Destruction and death are continuing.
Does
that sound like your description of the Lebanon War?
Forget my description.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making...
are in print. We can't
let me
forget them.
just finish my sentence. The point you're making, which you somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who strongly...
Dude, it's so funny that he keeps cooking him with his own words. That's awesome. God damn, dude. Oh, bro. He's reading him to fucking filth. He said, listen up. You're fraudulent. He got him to say, forget my own words. That is so ridiculous, dude. Oh my God.
Criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking about you, Mr. Morris. I'm not talking about Dev Yarmia. I'm talking about you, the historian. How did you depict the Lebanon War?
Because I believe that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian casualty.
Yeah, Israel's always trying to fucking avoid civilian casualties is just failing, you know? Just failing to do so, man. Biggest failure, biggest fraudulent military of all time, you know? It's crazy. How do I add like just a fucking black box or something? A chatter actually brought up a good idea. Do I need like an image or something? Let's see if I can find like a funny image real quick that I'm going to use here. I should have done this from the jump, dude. If this is a WebP, I'm going to lose it. Nope, it's not. Okay, good. Hold on.
Robert Fisk and Pity the
Robert
Nation.
Fisk is
yeah, I know.
anti-Zionist journalist.
I know.
Has always been.
Right. So that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on civilians because there weren't any.
No, I didn't say there weren't any.
Yeah, you
And
didn't.
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks
Yes, there are
on civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1982 war is so shocking, it makes my innards writhe. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of defensive shield,
When
they are
bombing,
worse.
when
They
Arab
are
suicide
worse than
bombers,
apologetics.
when Arab suicide
That's like the
bombers were
stoutest school
destroying
of falsification.
Jews in masses in buses and in restaurants. That's the Second Intifada. You remember that?
You can try
Suicide
everything.
bombers in Jerusalem's buses and
I
restaurants.
am completely
and in Tel
aware
Aviv.
of that. But if you forgot the numbers,
I don't forget
it was 3-1. The
They killed mostly armed Palestinian
I know
gunmen.
that's what you say.
Okay, I can't do this. This is so dumb. No, it's too hard. It's too hard. It's too much. It's too much. I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. The problem is like having to constantly switch screens. Also, it's like a serious subject and I want to pay attention. I want to pay attention. I want to pay attention. Now you know how that guy felt. You had to censor that Japanese guy's dick with an eggplant.
That's not what Amnesty International said. That's not what Human Rights Watch said.
I don't remember what they said.
I do.
No,
that's not what
I don't know whether their
said.
figures are right. My figures are right.
Listen.
In the Second Intifada, some 4,000 Palestinians were killed. Most of them armed people, and the Israelis, 1,000 Israelis were killed. Almost all of them civilians.
Professor Morris, fantasy, but I'm not going to argue it here. Here's a simple challenge. You said not to look at the camera. Scares the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are going to scare them.
No, Professor Morris.
Open challenge.
Words are in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some will say cherry pick, but I think accurately quote you. Here's a simple challenge. Answer me in print. Answer what I wrote and show where I'm making things up. Answer me in print.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not familiar with
that's no problem. You're a busy man. You're an important historian. You don't have to know everything that's in print, especially by modest publishers. But now you know. And so here's the public challenge. You answer and show where I cherry-picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the article.
And then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
I'm not sure we will agree, even if
we don't have to agree.
Bro's got the iPad and the phone. He's like, oh man. He's asking chat.
It's for the reader to decide, looking at both sides, where does truth stand.
No, man, and if I may ask, it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible, because listeners were not familiar with the literature. So, like, whatever was written, just express it, condense the key idea, and then we can debate the ideas.
No, there are two aspects. There's a public debate, but there's also written words.
Yes, I'm just telling you that you, as an academic historian, put a lot of value in the written word, and I think it is valuable. But in this,
he's incidentally not the only historian who puts value to words. Yes. I also do actually.
Yes.
More than just one or two sentences at a time.
But this in this context, just for the education purpose,
the
teaching people.
educational purpose is, why would people commit what I have to acknowledge, because I am faithful to the facts, massive atrocities on October 7th? Why did that happen? And I think that's the problem. The past is erased, and we suddenly went from 1948 to October 7th, 2023, and there's a problem there.
So first of all, you have complete freedom to backtrack, and we'll go there with you. Obviously, we can't cover every single year, every single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to the Lebanon war? I look at the book that he got this from, what the quote was from. It sounds cold to say it, but war is tragic and civilians die. There is no war that this has not happened in the history of all of humankind. The statement that Israel might take care not to target civilians is not incompatible with a diary entry from someone who said they saw civilians getting killed. I think that sometimes we do a lot of weird games when we talk about international humanitarian law or laws that govern conflict, where we say things like civilians dying is a war crime, or civilian homes or hospitals getting destroyed is necessarily a war crime, or is necessarily somebody intentionally targeting civilians without making distinctions between military targets or civilian ones. I think that when we analyze different attacks, or when we talk about the conduct of the military, I think it's important to understand, prospectively, from the unit of analysis of the actual military committing the acts, what's happening and what are the decisions being made, rather
Bro, you cannot say that in defense of Israel, dude. That's crazy. Like the wildest part about this claim, and I know where he's going with this because I remember him saying some dumb shit like this on fucking Twitter, is literally that, like, yes, Hamas literally did do war crimes and Israel is not doing war crimes. Like, if you put Israel and Hamas, which is a fucking militant resistance group against the Israeli apartheid state, if you were to put them and their fucking bathtub rockets and their bathtub fucking sniper rifles and all this other shit and some arms that they get from Iran, right? If you put them on the same playing field as a nuclear state with one of the strongest military forces in the fucking in the region at the same moral playing field, okay, Hamas still wins the morality front. It's crazy. It's crazy to be like, yeah, well, when Israel does it, it's actually not war crimes, but when Hamas does it, it actually is. It's crazy.
Than just saying retrospectively, oh, well, a lot of civilians died, not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got another side, I'll fast forward to Hamas, that intentionally attempts to induce those same civilian numbers, because Hamas is guilty.
Dude, come on. Dude, this is a ridiculous fucking argument. Like, the notion that Israel is not intentionally killing civilians is so psychotic. It's just literally a doctrinal principle that they have, not only to kill civilians, but intentionally killing their own fucking civilians when they are taken hostage. They have the Dahia Doctrine, which is ironic because Big Dog actually served in the IDF at the time. I didn't even know that. You have the Dahia Doctrine, which dictates that you hit civilian targets, okay? No holds barred. And you even have the fucking Hannibal Doctrine, which implies that you can even kill your own fucking, you can kill your own civilians, your own citizens, in an effort to make sure that they are not taken hostage by the enemy. There is no world in which, like, Israel's actions do not fit the bill of, like, genuine, serialized, mechanized murder. It does. No matter how hard you try to justify it and claim that that is not the case. And the world can see it too.
Of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that Norm loves to cite, Hamas is guilty of all of these same war crimes, of them failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attacks. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, as in terms of how international law defines it, not how Amnesty International defines it, but Amnesty International describes times of human shielding, but they don't actually apply the correct international legal standard.
I know, absolutely. I
absolutely.
You haven't the
I think, but I'm just saying, believe it or not, Norm, the entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful website. But I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm, that it's not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell. Civilians die. It's a fact of life. And you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking about Hamas, all of a sudden you've discovered morality and you've discovered condemnation and you've discovered intent. And you are unfortunately far from alone in this. I'll give you, you know who for me is a perfect example?
Well, wait, hold on. Just we don't need examples.
So,
the false equivalency of the two sides is astounding. When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that...
Well, they did happen to stumble into it.
They did, but when they stumbled into it, it wasn't an issue of trying to figure out a military target or not. They weren't failing a distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just...
Anyone that fucking claims that Israel is not deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure and civilians is either the dumbest person I've ever seen in my entire life, like straight up schizophrenic, delusional, okay? Or they are a bloodless propagandist. In the case of Destiny, it's a little bit of both. Okay. Oh my God. Fucking, I love the optics lovers, dude. Schizophrenic in the sense that they are fucking hallucinating. Not schizophrenic equals stupid. God, I hate being a fucking leftist. You know what? I'm going to fucking permaban you. That's it. I hate it. This is why I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. It is just like the worst group of individuals that you can ever fucking put together in so many circumstances where people just selfishly go, what about me? My own personal grievances. What about me? You're disingenuous. You're not an activist. You're not actually fucking, portraying your cause of anti-ableism in an adequate way. You're just fucking delusionally and selfishly bringing this up because you care about the optics above all. That's it. Oh. I hate it.
To kill civilians. Even the Amnesty International in 2008 and in 2014, and even today, will
Look, I don't think you'll find anyone who will deny that Hamas has targeted civilians.
Sure.
You gave the example
but there's a difference because
of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. I mean, facts are facts.
Sure. But I'm just saying that the Hamas targeting against civilians is different than the incidental loss of life that occurs when Israel does.
How, genocide is the intentional mass murder.
Genocide is an entirely separate claim.
Yeah, right. But the idea that Israel is not in the business of intentionally targeting civilians, I know that's what we're supposed to believe, but the historical record stands very clearly.
I don't believe it does.
You've written about it yourself.
When you say historical, do you mean like in the 40s to the 60s, or do you mean like
I
over
would
the past,
say
like,
from the 30s of the last century to the 20s of this century? I just like to make, the way you characterized it, I think the best example of that I've come across during this specific conflict is John Kirby, the White House spokesman. I've named him Tears Testosterone for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell, it's a fact of life, get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down in tears.
He understood that one is deliberate and one isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried to make us under.
Oh, he understood that. Oh, Israel is just small being genociding. They're not deliberately killing fucking 25,000 plus women and children. They're just a oopsie. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. What? You try to defend Palestinians, yet you do nothing for them? You're so disingenuous to your values? Come on, bro. I know it's the top of the hour and you're trying to fucking do a ad break, but come on. Come on. I just clapped someone for way less than that. Don't do that. Like, I know it's coming. Please, I have a headache, dude. I've been covering this shit for like 6 hours. I can't believe it. You've never had a whoops moment where you bombed the hospital? No. And I've certainly not had a whoops moment where I bombed every hospital, like engaged in a siege in every hospital. I've never really had a whoops moment where I just had UAV drone sniper rifles that shoot at fucking old ladies leaving a church. I haven't done that either. I've never had a whoopsie moment where I have artificial intelligence setting targets according to Israeli investigators. I've never done those oopsies and the daisies. It's just so, it's like, oops, tripped and fell, 30,000 dead. How did that happen? Yeah, I've never oopsie daisy disguised myself as a fucking doctor to enter a hospital in the West Bank in occupied Palestinian territory to go and execute a dude that is literally in the hospital bed. Never had that one either. Yeah. Yeah, there's no, God, I liked it so much more when they were discussing like history. But the moment that they moved over to like post October 7 and he's engaging in like clear-cut genocide denial is just so gross, so disgusting, so monstrous. So fucking awful. You have no leg to stand on, man. It's just sick. It's sickening. Oh.
No, he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out.
This is like this is also a genuinely insane argument to present at face value. That like October 7 is bad, okay, for the amount of civilians that were deliberately targeted and killed, but also everything past that for the past 5 months is like every living person in Gaza's life is fucking hell. And that's actually just a oopsie daisy. It's psychotic, dude. It's fucking psychotic. It is akin to Nazi Germany justifying the Holocaust because of the fucking Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the final solution specifically. And being like, oopsie, it just fucking happened like that. I don't know. They just kind of did that on their own. It blows my goddamn mind. Like, it is pure fascism. Both of these arguments are pure fascist arguments.
out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations
better.
and
You know
don't
better.
know better. No, you don't know Israeli pilots.
I did it already. I ran the fucking ad break. I ran it. Stop trying to fucking bait me already. I already ran the 3-minute ad break. Okay, well, I didn't actually run it, but I said I already did the debate.
Thank God.
You don't know Israeli pilots. They believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain objectives, and that's what they attack. And if the Hamas is hiding behind civilians die.
Every time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed the 4 kids in the
they believe.
Yeah, I know they believe it. Even though they were diminutive side. Even though they were diminutive.
Angle, you don't see the size.
No, they saw the size. Let's leave it aside.
Oh, I know what he's quoting, but you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches as opposite in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they have operated from. They literally did. You can Google it.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That wharf was filled with journalists. There were tens, scores of journalists. That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful. It's so painful to listen to this idiocy.
And to be clear, on the other side,
bro, it's Hamas. Those journalists are Hamas. Why doesn't he hit the Ch? He's just doing every other part of the Hasbara. Why doesn't he hit the Hamas?
You're implying that a strike was okayed on the Israeli side where they said we're just going to kill 4 Palestinians children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Right. I said, do you believe that? Tell a journalist. Do you think that they were out to kill 4 children?
Here we go.
We'll never answer that.
I will answer the question.
Pilots were out to
I will even answer
and it was because that was a strike. That was a drone strike. That was a proof all the way up to saying that we're going to kill children. We're going to kill Palestinian children.
Yes, by the way, I do. Yes, I do. I do believe that Israel will deliberately kill 4 children. Why is that such a dude, when you have no argument, and Destiny certainly does not have a leg to stand on here, you literally resort to, oh my God, do you literally think Israel would kill 4 children? Deliberately target 4 children? Yes, dumbass. Of course they would. They've killed 15,000 children so far. Why the fuck wouldn't they target 4 more? How fucking clueless are you? What do you mean? Oh my God, I can't believe it. You would say that Israel would kill 4 children. Oh, the horror. The horror. The fuck do you mean? There's 0% chance anyone with fucking more than 3 synapses firing at the same goddamn time could believe this. There is no fucking way. It just blows my mind. Oh, I have a headache. Oh, Dig Hat, thank you for the 10 give the subs. Look at Benny Moore's face while talking about the 4 killed Palestinian children. He thinks this is all a joke. I mean, no, he's laughing because Norm is cooking his boy here, calling him a fucking fantastic idiot. I genuinely don't understand how you can say that. Do you, I want to see the comments. Do people think that this is you're such a fantastic moron is terrifying? 2 historians, a journalist, and a video game streamer walk into a bar. You like to quote things? I do like to quote things. They're called facts. He's literally so unable to believe that liberal democracy would go against liberal civility, not realizing that Israel's full-on fascist. Yeah, there is no, I don't think he fucking genuinely believes that Israel is even remotely liberal. I think he just doesn't give a shit. Oh, fuck, where was I? 246 or something? I'm I lost my spot here.
The strike was okayed on the Israeli side.
246.13. Okay. I'm trying to see the... Finkelstein is such an asshole to Destiny. Oh. Destiny's like the kid in class who hates his teachers. Never mention the Warsaw Uprising in relation to Palestine. You're a fucking idiot. Am I? It's really crazy because You know who actually first mentioned the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and made a comparison to October 7? It was actually Norm Finkelstein who did that. He's on this. He's in the conversation right now. I don't know if you know this, but his parents literally participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I don't care that you don't care. Okay? I think it's a very valid comparison to make because Gaza is a ghetto. It makes you feel bad because you don't want to feel like Palestinians are humans, but they are. And you can't keep pushing. Yeah, see, mods are fucking you guys up for adding the one guy that I pulled up. He is a R word that can only quote other people and has no opinions. What? Is this the new line from Destiny's Dick Riders? That's his new line to defend himself and his ritualistic humiliation that happened here, sitting in the fucking cuck chair like he's Sneeko. My man got Sneekoed in this fucking debate. That's the new bar you guys got? Oh man, he only knows how to quote people. Oh shit, dude. Imagine getting fucking owned by a dude who only knows how to quote people, I guess. You know. The Warsaw Uprising was made by Zionist movement Hasamar Hitzair. Nice to see you are support Zionism. I don't know if you know this, okay? But there were plenty of people who became like Zionists after World War II. Plenty of Jews that were Zionists after World War II. That doesn't mean that like their actions during World War II were wrong. You know? This is the fuck? What a take. Very odd. This is also Bund erasure. Yeah, it was Jewish socialist too. But like, but listen. Do you think I think that automatically if like a dude who died in the Holocaust was like, if they were Zionists, then they deserved it? Is that what you think I would say in this situation? Because that would be insane. Like you ascribed a value that that is so far beyond the point of comprehension that I don't even know how to address it.
Side where they said we're just going to kill 4 Palestinians today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Right.
Do you believe
Don't tell a journalist. Do you think that they
Here we
will
go.
kill 4 children?
Here we go.
I will never answer that.
I will answer the question.
Pilots will out
I will even answer
children.
And it was
morons'
because that was a strike. That was a drone strike. So it was a proof all the way up the chain that we're going to kill children and kill Palestinians.
You want me to answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer.
Motor mouth.
In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent. It
organized by the Hamas.
Whoever organized
It's organized
it,
by
it was,
Satan. Let's start.
Satan,
by
yeah.
Hamas.
Okay,
No, by
Satan.
Satan.
I agree.
Oh no. You know it's bad when he couldn't react to you anymore because it's too irritating? Oh no, he closed the stream by saying he can't continue to watch because it's too irritating? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that boy got so cooked. Oh, Jesus. Why did he think he could go up against fucking Norm Finkelstein? God damn, son. That's where all that confidence gets you at the end of the goddamn day. Oh. Oh. Just sitting in the fucking Sneeko chair and eating it. Yeah, he needs to go. He needs to go yell at like furry accounts, furry leftist accounts on Twitter to fucking rebalance him. You know, it's like a tune-up fight. You know, when a fighter loses, this is a tune-up fight. We've talked about this before with Sneeko. He's got to do a tune-up fight to get his. He just got knocked down. No, I know. He meant watching my stream. He's like very frustrated watching my stream, watching Norm Finkelstein just absolutely fucking destroying him. He gets Twitter on a second monitor and is crying at the thousands of likes every tweet laughing at him is getting. Yeah. Oof. Your last cuck chair comment got to him. I just want to know why D is in this conversation. He's in this conversation because he would bring eyeballs. He was supposed to do this debate with Norm originally, and he's friends with Lex. And also, I think he's the perfect person to have on to defend.
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking
It's not
about,
about change.
at least
You can say-
have the
I'm curious.
at least
How
have the
close is
humility.
242?
You talk
How
about
close
chapter
has
6.
242
You
gotten?
don't know chapter
How close
6.
has 242
You don't
gotten
know
to the
chapter
Palestinians
6
for peace?
from tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me.
Do you know, Mr.
Dude, wait. No, wait. Is Benny Morris laughing at him? He's laughing at him. Bro. Yo. I didn't even get to that part. Even fucking Benny Morris is laughing. Oh, no. Oh, that's so bad.
No,
How
chapter
close
6.
has 242
You don't
gotten
know
to the
chapter
Palestinians for
6
peace?
from tweet.
Oh, ain't no way. Ain't no way. He had his teammate going. He's like, damn, dog, he's cooking you. He's like, he got Benny to turn around and be like, actually, honestly, I'm an anti-Zionist. I take out. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, how much did he cope to fucking massage the narrative before this interview came out to be like, hey guys, don't watch the interview. Oh, that's so bad. Oh. He said it was entirely just Norm reading quotes. Yeah. Benny Morris's quotes. Benny Morris is the historian in question who's sitting across from him. That's so funny that that was his copium. Oh, he's just read quotes. Given his StarCraft 2 career, he should be pretty accustomed to trying to play in the big leagues and getting humbled. I don't even know what this reference is. I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure it's hurtful. If I only understood what that was, I would laugh, but I don't know. Imagine thinking using references as an academic historian is a diss. Yeah, I don't understand. Why is he not just like opening up pages on Wikipedia? Why is he quoting stuff?
5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me.
Do you know, Mr. Bennell?
Mr. Bennell. He also kept calling him like Bonary or whatever throughout the process too. Oh, this must be what his audience feels like when they clip you out of context. I understand their happiness now. I mean, but this isn't even out of context, really. Is he gonna write another manifesto crying about this? Mr. Bennell. What is this? Okay, what the fucking thing is happening? He's a binary thousand. What? Mr. Pinelli, I forget your name. I don't think you can read. Oh, Jesus. That's good. Oh, man, that's bad. Oof.
4-2.
Bro, he took the jacket off. He took the fucking...
Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Pirelli,
special intent
I'm
to be
gonna
convicted
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm
Do
sorry
not-
if you think the
do-
declaration
don't
of the
put on-
judge is
don't
imbecile.
put-
Every new clip, bro, every new clip, Norm is calling him a different last name. Every clip. Mr. Borelli. You are an imbecile of the highest order. He's Mr. Bonatello. It's like that's not even a name, Norm. Norm, where did you come up with Bonatello? Mr. Bocelli. I'll have you know. Why won't you call out Norm for being a debate pervert? It's so funny that you said that because I have said it before. I have mentioned that he is like a debate pervert of the highest magnitude. If anyone did this to you, you'd be on fire. Yeah, I would be very upset. But it's actually awesome when it's being done to someone that I dislike intensely, especially because they're defending genocide. Thank you for recognizing that, I guess. Like, is this a brilliant observation? Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Do you think there's inconsistency here? No, I'm very honest about this. Chatter, he started off the debate by saying Norm is a principled practice debate pervert. Yeah, he is. The cope, his reply is even worse. Norm Twinklestein is easily one of the most unserious people I've ever had the misfortune of speaking with. I hope his reading comprehension improves in the future. It's sad that he brags about reading so much when he's apparently only capable of thinking in single quotes. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. His reply, we must have spent 2 hours of this convo wasted with Norm trying to cite Benny's own quotes from his own books at him, constantly misunderstanding the context of what he was even saying and acting smugly about it the entire time. Unreal. Oh. Bro, someone needs to do a wellness check on the boy. He is fucking cooked on that copium. This is like pure, unadulterated Chinese fentanyl coming over the fucking border by an American citizen that chopped up his car and put the fucking fentanyl directly in the body of the car to evade the Customs and Border Patrol in order to directly traffic this copium into his house. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. The Omni Borelli. Mr. Bonarello. Oof. Ooh. Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that, like, the ultimate debate pervert is like, I mean, okay, this is not funny. The other day, I participated in a debate with Israeli professor Benny Morris and that thing called Destiny. They mocked the notion that Gaza was verging on famine. This is not as funny because then we get back to like the real world and the genocide that he's defending. And I'm all of a sudden angry again. Oh. I just don't understand, like, when you have, like, this is like a what happened here is basically like a Wikipedia autist going up against like the raid boss of having Rain Man level of knowledge on everything that has happened in Gaza. Like a stone turns in Gaza in like 1984, and it's in a book that motherfucking Norm Finkelstein wrote about how that stone turned and the impact of it. And it's like, why would you, like, what did you think was going to happen? There is no amount of Wikipedia pages you can read. This dude cooked Alan Dershowitz, like tenured Harvard professor, debate pervert Alan Dershowitz. Mr. Botticelli.
Ridiculous argument.
Because, oh, really? That it's impossible at the command level. It's impossible at the command level. But you said that they couldn't have done it at the bottom if it weren't also at the top.
You don't understand the strength of the claim that you're making. You're saying that from a top-down level, that lawyers, multiple commanders, and all these people signed off
not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
for Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a single.
Waste of time.
Yeah,
Bro, he laughs
every time he says you read fucking. No, your debate partner's laughing every time he says you read Wikipedia. Come on, dude. He goes, Mr. Botticelli, all you know is reading Wikipedia, and he's fucking laughing. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, what the fuck? Dude. Look at his face, defeated. Oh, Benny Moore is cracking. Isn't he laughing at Norm? Don't they hate each other? Listen, in my headcanon, he's laughing with Norm, okay? Destiny said it was a waste of time reading books in that clip. Oh. Oh, dude, no one can ever shit on Lex Friedman ever again on this broadcast for as long as I remain a live streamer. Do you understand me? He gave us a gift. He gave all of us a gift. A brief moment of solace to laugh and enjoy in a sea of death, desolation, destruction. Like, at first I was like, why the fuck did he have this dude on with like actual academics, right? And now I'm realizing that was excellent. That was an excellent decision. They just fucking use him as like the applause break, you know what I mean? As a pressure valve. Every now and then he just like chimes in and he's like, actually, actually, you don't understand. When Israel is doing ethnic cleansing, it's good. But when Palestine is actually resisting against an apartheid state, it's bad. And then he's just like, he rips into him. He slaps him around a little bit. Even Benny's laughing. You know what I mean? Everyone's having like, he is the Jar Jar Binks of the conversation. Oh, the Bonatello meme's going hard as fuck. Oh. You know when your childhood friend meets your current friends and they embarrass you? This is how Lex is feeling right now. No, Lex is fucking eating this because he's like, oh my God, I'm going to get like 10 million views on this fucking debate. Yeah, absolute cinema, peak. He should have turned around and been like, Mr. Bonaldo, go back to your iPad to find a new Wikipedia page to read. Maybe, perhaps you will find a new talking point in there.
I know books are a waste of time. With all due regard,
Well,
there.
you are. The only thing you take from them are 2 or 3 quotes that you use.
I completely respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on a basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the facts right.
Benny Moore's books
I would never say.
Yeah, he's repping fucking Benny Morris's like academic work. He doesn't agree with his. That's what I was trying to explain as well in the beginning of this conversation, which is why it's like so gross when you see a dude like that who has actually the academic bona fides fucking sitting there and being like, yeah, a genocide occurred on October 7th, and also everything post October 7th is like, you know, it's just crazy. It does shock me to see someone who has like reckoned with the facts, arrive at the worst conclusions, and then get swept up in like insane amounts of propaganda. Whenever Face Finkel, aka Face Footnote, starts off with the all due respect, you know he's gonna invent a new Italian surname. Yeah, nationalism is one hell of a drug, dude. It's crazy. There are plenty of racist academics. Yeah, but like, you know what this would be like? It would be like if someone who has done like tremendous anthropological work on like African civilization turning around and then being like, and that's why skull science is real, and that's why Africans are made to be servile. You know what I mean? That's the problem. It's like there is a mismatch of like there's a mismatch of like genuine good work followed up by like really bad assessments. So literally every early anthropologist, yeah, I guess, but it's not. We're not living in the early anthropologist era. So it's weird. It's like Darwin arriving at creationism. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to it.
Let's go for the big one, the big Megillah. It's Satan, okay? Overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resemble at the beginning the first Intifada. Represent the first. Okay, not bombs, but
they try to make holes in the fence.
Okay,
obviously.
Let's continue.
Bro, he's just like fucking
but I'm
playing
not
with
sure
his phone in the
morally
corner.
Okay.
No.
Okay, wait.
I'm willing to grant you
please,
that.
please.
I'm willing to
allow
grant
me to.
You don't have to proceed.
Allow me to finish.
I don't know anything about this. I'd like to.
Okay.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
As you know, along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. They were snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right. Because hey, laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about it. Very much had aspects of violence to it. According even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only select what the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language.
I can read from the UN website itself. In regards to the Great March of Return, they said, while the vast majority of protesters who acted in a peaceful manner, during most protests, dozens have approached the fence attempting to damage it, burning fires, throwing stones and Molotov cocktails towards Israeli forces, applying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage to agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli civilians. Some instances of shooting and throwing of explosives are also
talk fast. People think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but you think
you like them sometimes. Only when they agree with you,
you got the months wrong. You got the months wrong. We're talking about the beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that March as mostly peaceful.
Okay, allow me to finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the international investigation...
It was a campaign.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
For months.
Whatever you want to call it.
Months.
Yeah. What did the UN investigation find?
Well, he just read it.
I read the report. I don't read things off of those machines. I read the report. What did it find? brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that only one or two of them were justified killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
This is true. If
it's true.
By the way, just quick pause. I think everything was fascinating to listen to, except the mention of hilarious. Nobody finds any of this hilarious. And if any of us are laughing, it's not at the suffering of civilians or suffering of anyone. It's at the obvious joyful camaraderie in the room. So I'm enjoying it, and also the joy of learning. So thank you.
Can we talk about the targeting civilian thing a little bit? I think there's.
If you didn't hear that, you should rewind it for you. It was an all-timer. No, I heard it, but Lex is like trying to protect him a little bit. He called him Mr. Morelli. Yeah. Lex is like, oh no, he doesn't think it's hilarious. Like, I mean, he does. He's not a good guy. Okay. He is a piece of shit. He is like, Lex follows, I assume, Destiny on fucking Twitter. I don't even fucking follow. I blocked Destiny on Twitter, and even I know what kind of humor he is drawn out of Israel's genocide. So the notion that Lex follows him on a subreddit, oh dude, he knows exactly how humorous Destiny finds this entire thing. Come on.
It's like an important underlying, not necessarily that. I think it's important to understand. Yeah, I think it's important to understand. There's like three different things here that we need to think about. So one is a policy of killing civilians. So I would ask the other side. I'm going to ask all three because I know there won't be a short answer. Do you think there's a policy top down from the IDF to target civilians? That's one thing. Yeah. A second thing is
he said yes.
When yeah, sure, yeah, that's fine. Okay, but then the second thing is, or there's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure undoubtedly there have been cases where IDF soldiers, for no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done. That would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by the Rome Statute.
And some have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely sure.
Practically none.
I'm sure that we would all agree for soldiers that happens. But I think that it's
bro's doing a few bad apples argument here, which is crazy. Finkelstein said it was hilarious. He's talking about Finkelstein Lamau. Wait, did I miss? You want me to go back on the point? I thought Finkelstein was being sarcastic. Like he was saying that it's like implying that Destiny finds it hilarious. Because Destiny was laughing. I wasn't even in the room and I understood that. Am I to understand that me being outside of the room, I have a better understanding of the situation than this chatter who was watching the fucking video in here? Yeah, that's not what happened, bro. Destiny has been glib and mocking and sarcastic this entire time as he's talking about fucking atrocities, to which he responded with, oh, you think this is like, oh, this is hilarious.
Every time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed the 4 kids
they believe.
Yeah, I know they believe it. Even though they were diminutive size. Even though they were diminutive.
You don't see the size.
Yeah, they saw it. Let's see the size.
Oh, I know what he's quoting. You've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beach.
Wait, hold on. This is, I went too far back.
Of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resembled at the beginning the first Intifada.
This clip is the exact moment a chatter linked to before.
Correct.
I don't know, best training. They were snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay, all right?
Because you can literally hear him laugh, bro.
Hey, laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about it.
Yeah. You can hear him laugh. He's being sarcastic and is addressing literally just rewind. That's not what happened, bro. Brother, okay, I'm going to be honest. We have tone indicators for chatters such as yourself. But as someone who wasn't even in the room who could pick up on the context, I suspect that maybe you should listen to someone who does have the physical capacity of understanding context if you just are that permanently unable to read it. Okay? You were in the room, you were watching, I was out of the room, and I was listening, and even I could tell what the actual context was. You, on the other hand, are physically unable to do so. So if that's the case, I'm giving you the tone indicator, okay? I'm giving you the tone indicator. That's crazy. What is happening here? No disrespect, chatter. If you legitimately can't comprehend it, like if you have like a physical inability to understand sarcasm, satire, nuance in general, then like I'm trying to help you out here. I don't understand why this is so difficult for you to comprehend. Half the time, it's like me trying to educate chatters on fucking nuance. And by the way, there's plenty of people with autism in this community, and they are getting it. So, you know, that's a you thing, it seems.
Representative, okay, not bombs.
Okay.
Funny.
Snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay, all right? Because,
editorializing.
hey,
Yeah, there you go. There, if you wanted to see the actual moment with his face.
laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about
It's
it. Very
so
much return
funny.
aspects of violence to it. Before even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
Yeah. You get it? You understand? Ban that chatter? No, I'm not going to ban that chatter. Maybe he is genuinely incapable of seeing it. He laughed after reading about a starving refugee being shot and run over. Recently divorced genocide apologist can barely contain his laughter at a starving refugee being shot then run over.
that Israeli troops opened fire on a crowd of hungry Palestinians pulling boxes of flour and canned food off aid trucks, scattering the crowd. When the shooting stopped, one witness said, the Palestinians returned to the trucks and the soldiers opened fire again, wounding him in his leg, which was subsequently run over by a vehicle. I'm sorry.
Dude, this is literally just like for people who think being a sociopath is cool, like just cultivating an entire audience of just fucking Patrick Bateman lovers, I think. Everything it does is a performance for his audience of shitty people. Yeah. Like if you find this to be content, then, you know, if you find this to be content, then, you know, there might be something wrong with you. He literally has a child. You literally cannot mathematically calculate a worse person. Oh yeah, 100%.
According to the local
I don't know how he evades the kick streamer scrutiny that like most other kick streamers get on a regular basis for behaving like this all the fucking time. Dude got stuck in his 2012 edgelord phase. Yeah. So I legitimately don't know the context here, who that person is or why they're bad. Bro, what are you talking about? He just laughed at a fucking Palestinian person. I think it was reading an article about, because when anybody calls him out, his fans dox them. Yeah, well, they can't dox everybody.
But you only select what the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't
I can read from the UN website itself. In regards to the Great March, they said the vast majority of protesters who acted in a peaceful manner during most protests doesn't have a...
Yeah, he was laughing at the flower massacre. Okay.
I don't know.
Quick pause. Let's throw in
on policy from the is where there's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure undoubtedly there have been cases where IDF soldiers, for no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done. That would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by the Rome Statute.
And some have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely sure.
Practically none.
I'm sure that we would all agree for soldiers that happens. But I think that it's important. I think that it's important that when we talk about military strikes, or we talk about things especially involving bombings or drone attacks, these are things that are signed off by multiple different layers of command, by multiple people involved in an operation, including intelligence gathering, including weaponeering, and there also have typically lawyers involved. When you make the claim that an IDF soldier shot a Palestinian, those three people, the three hostages that came up with white flags, because something horrible happened, I think that's a fair statement to make, and I think a lot of criticism is deserved. But when you make the statement that 4 children were killed by a strike,
notice that he's only fucking ascribing blame to Israel when Israel itself says, yeah, we fucked up. In every other circumstance, Israel says, no, we actually thought that they were Palestinian militants. He's like, well, you know, in that situation, then yeah, Israel is right. Israel is right all the time. Israel is never wrong. When Israel admits fault, then he agrees. If Israel doesn't admit fault, then I'm going to take everything they said at face value. And I don't know I don't know if he's doing this genuinely because he like, I don't know, radicalized himself or negatively polarized himself into like legitimately thinking that Israel is not a fascist apartheid ethno state and actually a liberal democracy, whatever the fuck that means. Or if he's just like pure contrarian.
Reich. The claim that you're making, yeah, the claim that you're making is that multiple levels of the IDF signed
Yeah, his argument isn't even that it didn't happen. It's just that, no, I know them. They're a good guy. They wouldn't do that regardless of how many times it has happened.
off on just killing.
I have no idea what
That's the way that you don't understand the process. Then let me educate you. I can tell you. I do understand the process. I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain you right now. Yes. No, it's basic military. You can ask anybody to talk about.
Wikipedia, can you tell me what your knowledge of the IDF is?
You can talk to people who work in the military.
What's your knowledge of the IDF?
Your audience can look this up. No, it's basic military. You can ask anybody to
Aside
talk
from
about.
Wikipedia, can you tell me what your knowledge of the IDF is?
You can talk to people who work in the military.
What's your knowledge of the IDF?
Your audience can look this up.
This conversation was infinitely more productive and actually better when it was like Benny Morris talking. Now that it has turned into it turned into a fuckfest. It turned into a fuckfest when like at least Benny is wrong and says a lot of immoral shit. But he has like a level of respect for academic integrity. You know what I mean? He has a level of respect for people's like scholarly work, and isn't just like regurgitating talking points that he picked from reading a fucking Wikipedia page. So it sucks. By the way, this conversation between Norm and Destiny is literally part of the reason, other than his psychotic, sycophantic fan base constantly fucking stalking my every existence for years and years, is part of the reason why I never debate him any longer, because it always resorts into this back and forth shouting match. Because when Destiny doesn't have a good argument, he just immediately resorts to trying to trigger his opponent into an emotional response. And if he fucking knows deep down inside that there's a lot of baggage there, or there's a lot of like back and forth with our back and forth in the past, or with Norm, where he knows he's like, he can't go up against Norm. Norm is just simply more knowledgeable on this issue. Okay. He's going to start nuking the debate. To be fair, Norm isn't helping either. He's resorting to ad homs. Yeah, no, he's a stubborn dude in the same way that I am as well. So he's just like yelling back and forth now.
Do you think that bombing and strikes are decided by one person in the field? Do you think one person
Can I
is in control of an
respond to
airplane or a drone strike?
As a pilot doesn't do it on
Yes,
his own.
strike
Can I
cells have
respond?
entire apparatuses
hierarchy.
that are designed to figure out how to strike and who to strike. So when you say that 4 children are targeted, you're saying that a whole apparatus is trying to murder 4 Palestinians.
He's trying to, okay, if I'm going to make serious analysis here, Mr. Bonarello is basically trying to reduce all of the academic work, all of the NGOs that have like consistently covered Israel's genocidal actions into one strike against 4 Palestinian children, as though 15,000 Palestinian children have not been fucking murdered by Israel in the past 4 or 5 months. That would make anyone go insane. Okay? It's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to say in the face of like an overwhelming sea of information. While they're having this conversation, I suspect around 50 Palestinians were killed in this fucking duration over the 5-hour period. You know what I mean? I don't know when they exactly had this conversation, but it's not statistically impossible to make that assertion. Like that's why this is a ridiculous conversation to have. Like, we're not just talking about one singular strike of 4 children being killed. While we were watching this, people were talking in the chat about how there were another 50 Palestinians that were shot at waiting for aid in Gaza. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't like looked into it. But there were people in the chat saying that. Now, I don't know if this is what happened so far. I haven't seen it, and I will read it, and I will cover it tomorrow most likely. I've never seen his community so mad. They're actively trying to get you banned for watching this, lol. I know. I know. It won't work because he's not the focal point of this conversation. And also on top of that, I'm like taking all of the necessary precautions beyond that too. He's building the argument upon the assertion that across the entire Israeli command, one guy might object to murdering children, and therefore it's an oopsie and justified. You will read what? Some tweets? This is the maximum amount of copium that we will get to. Once again, where are they trying to ban you? Show it. Mass reporting for ban evasion. I'm sure the people that are pointing that out are probably in the fucking same either Discord or chat rooms that they're trying to do. Anyway, we're going to continue with the video.
You make my argument better than me.
Ridiculous argument.
Because, really, that it's impossible at the command level. It's impossible at the command level. But you said that they couldn't have done it at the bottom if it weren't also at the top.
You don't understand the strength of the claim that you're making. You're
With
saying
all
that
due
from
respect,
a top-down level, that lawyers, multiple commanders, and all these people signed off
do not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
for Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a signal.
Waste of time.
Yeah, I know books are
He 100% is laughing at
a
him.
waste of time. With all due regard,
Well,
there.
for you, they are. The only thing you take from them are 2 or 3 quotes that you use.
I completely respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on the base.
Oh, they're trying to get me banned here. Remember when someone asked, where are they trying to get you banned? Turns out it's on LSF. Destiny calls out the hypocrisy of Twitch immediately 37 minutes ago. I haven't even watched the clip, but I suspected something along the lines of, I can't believe Twitch hypothetically bans everyone for watching videos of me, but in this circumstance, they're not banning Hasan, who's watching a video of me. No, dog, you're in the video. You are not the focal point of the video. The terms of service on that are relatively clear. It is pretty funny to be like, I'm such a fucking toxic person that like this platform banned me. Why won't they ban the person for watching a video with 3 professionals discussing ongoing geopolitical conflict because I happen to be in the frame, being a fucking dumbass, being the Jar Jar Binks of the comedic relief of the 3 actual knowledgeable people discussing a matter of geopolitical interest. Man. Yeah, I'm sure XQC is never brought up in this conversation when he watches Destiny videos all the time. Stop. I'm not going to show you the meme, okay? You don't deserve it. No. Enough.
Basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the.
It's so funny because his fan base originally came in here to be like, why are you covering him? Why are you covering him? Is it because you're scared? Come on, show us him. And then and now are turning around and being like, look, see, he's watching him. Please ban him, Twitch. So fast.
the facts right.
Benny Moore's books
I would
for the
never,
listener.
I would never say books are a waste of time, and it's regrettable to you that you got strapped with a partner who thinks that all the wisdom,
He didn't say they're a waste of time.
I'd like to respond to what you were saying. I think the question that we're trying to answer,
I think you don't understand Israel.
let me finish,
really
please.
understands Israel.
I think we're
how
all
it works.
I think we're all agreed that Palestinians have deliberately targeted civilians, whether we're talking about Hamas and Islamic Jihad today or previously.
I prefer the word murdered and raped rather than targeted. Targeted is too soft for what the Hamas did.
I'm okay with
I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about this now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer his question.
Yeah. Okay.
Historically, there is substantial evidence that Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether it's been incidental or systematic is a different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge debate about whether any Israeli has ever sunk so low as to target a civilian.
How does it feel to be irrelevant outside of your little insignificant bubble? I'm happy. Why are you making my bubble larger? I want to be left alone by the likes of you, man. I swear to God, I'm being for real with you, angry badger. Why so angry? I want you to be a happy badger. Okay? That's what I want. Like, think about that. You took time out of your day to come in here to write that in this chat as a previous subscriber too. Do you think that this is good for your own mental health? Actually, take a deep breath. Let's do it together. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. In your eyes, I want to be irrelevant. I want you to never think about me because for two reasons. One, out of self-interest, of course. But more importantly, I want you to never think about me because it upsets you. Okay? Just take a deep breath, visualize, and think of a world where you don't actually have me occupying any space in your mind. Okay? I promise you will be happier. Go to your happy place. Breathe in. Breathe out. Big breaths from your nose. Breathe out. It will be better for you overall. But while you're here, if you will stay here for the duration, please be nice, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break coming. I don't want you to see the ads. So I want you to subscribe for $5 or for free to avoid seeing the ads at the top of the hour. Oh. That's right. I want you to have an ad-free broadcasting experience. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Digha, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Lily, the Chaos God, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
We both said that. We've just said that this has happened here and there.
And I think
we've agreed on that.
I think
what we're saying is it's not policy, which is what you guys are implying, that they kill civilians deliberately.
If I understand you correctly.
Okay. let's just completely dispel this rumor, this notion, this false statement that Israel is oblivious to the death and destruction it is causing. Okay? Israel knows what it's doing. Israel has a clear-cut policy, a doctrine called the Dahia Doctrine that dictates that civilian targets will be deliberately, like civilian buildings will be deliberately targeted. Okay? "972 magazine, which is an Israeli magazine, went further and actually investigated this last siege, this last mowing of the lawn operation that they've engaged in, where more than 30,000 people have been murdered by Israeli rockets, and found that they had three different tiers of targets, including, but not limited to, civilian targets that they deliberately take down. Okay? Their rules of engagement are death and destruction. The notion, like I said, and I stand on this, the notion that Israel is not actually genuinely trying to wipe out the Palestinians and simply on accident killing more than 25,000 women and children. This is before we even get to the civilian men that are also being killed that are not Hamas, right? If you personally think that Israel has accidentally killed 25,000 plus women and children, you are either the dumbest person on the planet or you are just straight up evil. They call those power targets, which means their targeting of civilian buildings is intentional collective punishment, which is a war crime. Yes, absolutely. Yes. The intentional displacement of 2 million plus people and the catastrophic famine that the people of Gaza are currently withstanding is a war crime. It is collective punishment. It is evil. It is straight fascist. Okay? I cannot understand how people try to defend this. It is not an accident. It is perfectly deliberate. And even if it wasn't perfectly deliberate, even if it was an accident, it would still be criminal negligence.
You're basically making the claim that none of these attacks could have happened without going through an entire chain of command.
For strike cells that are involved in like drone attacks or plane attacks or
My understanding of the Israeli military, and you could perhaps, you've served in it, you would know better, it's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No, that's not true. Especially not the Air Force. Extremely organized. The Air Force works in a very organized fashion. As he says, with lawyers.
I don't think he understands. I don't think Benny understands, because he's too hopped up on the Zionist Kool-Aid, that like saying the Israeli Air Force is incredibly organized after, on the eve of, like, again, an ICJ investigation into Israel's genocidal intent, in the eve of 25,000 plus murdered women and children, makes you sound like a psycho. It just means they're well organized in bombing civilian infrastructure. Like, this, I get why Zionists make this argument, because they've always made this argument. They made this argument in every single siege. Okay? Every single siege they've made this argument. But the death toll was, at least in the eyes of the broader public, somewhat more avoidable. Okay? Especially when there wasn't like a lot of media coverage on it. Okay? They literally just came up with a bullshit AI targeting program called The Gospel that Israeli journalists just exposed as blatantly indiscriminate. I don't think it's indiscriminate. I think it's discriminate. I think they are discriminately indiscriminate. Like they are deliberately targeting anything and everything, including civilian targets. That's it. Like the AI doesn't make it, the AI doesn't make it better.
A chain of command, and ultimately the pilot drops the bomb where he's told to drop it.
In Protective Edge, was that 200 strikes in like 60 seconds, I think at the opening of Protective Edge? Like the coordination between...
You're talking about 2008.
I think Protective Edge was 2014. But I'm just saying that the coordination in the military is pretty tight.
My understanding of the Israeli military
is very
is that it's quite chaotic, and there's also a lot of testimonies from Israel. But be that as it may, okay, I'm prepared to accept both of your contentions that it's a highly organized and disciplined force. Air Force, under any scenario, is going to be more organized than the other branches. And you're saying such a strike would have been inconceivable.
I'm not necessarily saying inconceivable. I'm just saying that like that would have required
you're basically
murderous intent for so many different levels. I don't think good evidence has been presented to say that that's
your basic claim is that it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have only been carried out with multiple levels of authorization and signing off. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's accept that for the sake of argument. We have now seen incident after incident after incident after incident where entire families are vaporized in single strikes.
Who is in the families? Who lives in the house?
Family
inside?
members.
No,
family
or next
members,
to the house
family
in which
members.
These families are
We
killed.
have seen incident after...
Do you know that Hamasniks weren't in that house? Do you know that their ammunition dumps weren't in those houses?
Why do I have to prove a negative?
You're saying that they deliberately targeted families.
Mark,
if Israel wanted to kill civilians in...
I wish they would have brought the 972 magazine piece. Like, I wish they talked about that.
In Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of strikes they've done.
And therefore,
the fact that they've only killed...
Yeah, this is not a good argument, man. That's crazy. Dude, if they wanted to, they could do even harder genocide is not a good fucking argument. Yeah, they could. And it would have shut down their fucking genocidal operation in the eyes of the Western world probably faster. It would have also opened up Israel to more, not just scrutiny, but like direct targeting from regional actors. So they're constantly in a state of calculating how many civilians can we kill and ethnically displace. But it's not a target, it's not a math calculation of civilians per enemy combatants. It's a calculation of how many civilians can we kill without like America completely shutting off support. And that number is, 30,000 plus, by the way. And we are coming to the end of it.
A certain small number.
30,000 is a small number.
Small number in proportion.
You consider 30,000 a small number
in proportion over 4 months. Probably is an indication that it's targeted and that there are Hamas targets in these places.
So I've given
12,000 children is only, and if that's the case, why is it? You said only. Though, Professor Morris, here's a question for you. If we take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, every combat zone in the world.
In Vietnam, the Americans killed a million people.
I'm not talking about
Vietnam. They could have killed 40 million.
I was against.
That's crazy, bro. You're using Vietnam to defend Israel's actions in Gaza? That's wild. The Goldstone report definitely dismissed the human shield theory. On the other hand, the only 2 Israeli soldiers condemned by Israeli courts in Gaza used a child as a shield while doing an assault. Yeah.
In the anti-war movement. So don't...
Goldstone is the inception of the UN as Hamas, by the way. And then they'll always use like, well, Goldstone himself went back on his fucking report later.
Killed a million people in Vietnam.
Fine. And 30 million Russians were killed during World War II, so everything else is irrelevant. Okay. Here's a question. Professor Morris, here's a question. It's very perplexing. If you take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, and you multiply the number of children killed by 4, every combat zone in the world, you get Gaza. Okay? So when you
What
say
is that supposed to prove?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Just shut up.
What is that supposed to prove? That Israel is killing a shit ton of children, and that is like not legally permissible and completely, utterly immoral.
Relying
And
on
I'll tell
Hamas
you,
numbers.
no, I'm not
Hamas
relying.
numbers are
I'm
not
relying on
Now, yeah, when you're losing the argument, quickly go into, oh, those are Hamas numbers. Nice. Yeah, those are Hamas numbers. Okay, dude, come on. Yeah, Hamas numbers that Israel itself uses, Hamas numbers that the U.S. State Department relies on, the Hamas-backed Palestinian Health Ministry, okay, no matter how hard you try to frame it, is the foremost authority. If you have an issue with their numbers, let fucking third-party international investigators in to the motherfucking Gaza Strip. But you can't do that because you're too horny to fucking kill them too. There are no other numbers. Another calculation from Israel is, well, it's better to just keep saying Hamas numbers and have everyone rely on it, our government included, especially when they're matched against the population numbers that Israel already has, because they have the fucking names and addresses of every single person that lives in the Gaza Strip to begin with. I've done the math on Hamas civilian to death ratio. IDF has killed about 1,000 times more civilians than were killed by the Allies bombing Dresden. Calling it a consequence of war is insane.
the numbers that everybody else. I'm relying on the numbers.
Sure, even if we take the numbers, though, what does that prove?
Those are Hamas numbers.
Okay.
Which may not be true.
Fine.
They could invent anything because you don't.
Okay, if they can invent any number, then bring in third-party investigators. Once again, but you won't do that. You would never argue for that.
That they are a mendacious organization.
I know mendacious.
Also, if they're Hamas numbers, why did you earlier say that those numbers are actually low? Like, it's just, once again, cognitive biases in display. First, he said, well, those numbers are low. We could kill way more if we wanted to. And now he's turning around and be like, and those are Hamas numbers, actually, so you can't trust them. He's just hitting every fucking angle he can, because deep down inside, every single human being, and I genuinely believe this, every single human being, no matter how fucking aggressively fascist they are, still understand that murdering children is wrong. Okay? Murdering women and children is fucking wrong. And that's why he has to cope with it by moving the fucking goalposts. It's not just about, like, defending his position and doing a shitty job at it. Okay? I think deep down inside, he wants to believe it. And that's why he's like he's like falling off of a cliff and desperately trying to grab onto any kind of ledge he can in this argument. If they could make any number, why wouldn't it be higher? Why not make the alleged lie more tragic and painful? It's bullshit. Exactly.
Believe me.
You like
mendacious as in the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, so here's the thing. You say they could have killed 500,000, but they only killed that's your word.
I'm
only killed 30,000.
You believe that they deliberately target civilians. They would have killed many more.
See,
the fact is that they don't deliberately target civilians.
Professor Morris,
and you don't understand
for a historian, I don't want to understand Israeli society. If you want to know the truth, I don't want to.
I don't know if, like, a lot of Israeli defenders that live in Israel understand the impact of this latest incursion. I think they think that they will go back to business as usual, and the regular order of the apartheid will set back in, and the routine violence, and everyone will just, like, go back to the drawing board. It'll be like October 6th all over again. And I personally don't think that is going to happen. As someone who's been covering this for years and years and years, okay, I've never seen this level of support for the Palestinians in my entire life. I've never seen that. And I don't think people in Israel recognize it. I think there are some liberal Zionists who are like, originally super gung ho. Now they're starting to come back to reality. Okay. But this level of atrocity cannot go unanswered, cannot go unnoticed. There will be consequences for it.
I don't want to get inside their heads.
That's the problem.
90% of
a good historian tries to get into the heads of
there's a limit.
the various
there's a limit.
protagonists.
There's a limit. When
That's what a good historian
90%
does.
when 90% of Israelis think that Israel's using enough or too little force in Gaza, I don't want to get inside that head. 40% think that Israel's using insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head of people who think they're using insufficient force
Is Zionism the same as nationalism? Yes.
Historians
against
must
the population,
understand. No.
against the population, half of which is children. I don't want to get inside that head. But here is the point, because your partner wants to know the point. You don't understand political constraints. One of your ministers said, let's drop an atomic bomb on
Do you
Gaza.
think he really meant that?
He
Well,
said it 3
you-
No.
Hey,
It was said in a sort of a
Professor
very
Morris,
Oh my God. Yeah, he didn't mean it. Yeah. He was just joking, bro. Yeah, guess what, dude? That one fucking Hamas guy who said 1,000 October 7s are valid because of what Israel has done to us, also just joking. But except you use that as just cause to do genocide. That's just one guy that went against the narrative of almost every single other fucking Hamas commander in general. But that gives us just cause to do genocide.
questionable way. He didn't say they should drop
Professor
an
said
atomic
it
bomb.
the day
I'm not
after
supporting
the
him. He's an
ICJ
idiot.
met.
Morris,
This
And he said,
minister,
"I
is
want
an-
the Hague
this
to
none
be
minister
other-
is
none
a
other- yeah,
messianic
none other
idiot.
than
But
Israel's-
he didn't
none-
say drop an atomic
None
bomb.
other
No.
than Israel's chief historian, the famed, justifiably famed Benny Morris, thinks we should be dropping nuclear weapons on Iran.
Iran has for years, its leaders for years have said we should destroy Israel. You agree with that? They've said we should destroy Israel. Israel must be destroyed. Is that correct? This is what the Iranian leaders have been saying since Khomeini.
I would say Iranian leaders have sent mixed messages.
Okay, but some of them have said, including
Mr. Borrell,
Khamenei
if you don't
and
know the
Khomeini.
evidence, if you don't
Wait,
know the
wait,
evidence,
Just the
why are
selective
you
skepticism
laughing?
is very funny.
It's funny
Iran
because
that supports
it's-
Hezbollah and the
okay,
Houthis
okay.
and Hamas,
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
they want Israel destroyed.
Brace yourself.
Wait.
To the extent that the Houthis
It's
are
complicated.
to the extent that the Houthis are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza.
One, there is
no
no
dis-
genocide.
no
They have
genocide.
the right to
I
attack
support-
civilian ships.
I
know you
support the
selectively
Houthis.
support
There's no
international law when
I
it agrees
support-
with you,
okay.
and then when it doesn't, you decide
Okay.
to throw
If
international
you-
law
There's
to the
no
wind.
genocide in Gaza.
If
There's
you
no
like,
genocide.
Oh, dude, Destiny is such an unserious person. If America implemented a blockade on ships as it does all the fucking time, then it's just. I've never heard him ever in a million years talk about like intercepting Venezuelan oil tankers and stealing the oil off of them. I've never heard any of these motherfuckers. Maybe they talk about it all the time. Like taking money and freezing the assets, the South Korean assets, to the tune of $6 billion that is supposed to go to Iran for the oil that they fucking sold South Korea. I've only heard about people talking about it when they unfroze those assets. Okay? It's just ridiculous. When America and American allies are engaging in blockades, then it's morally permissible. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to fucking act like, when America is trying to shut out Russia from global trade, which they failed to do regardless. But if they were successful completely, that's fine. That's good. If, God forbid, another country with very limited means tries to implement something similar, the fuck? Yeah, U.S. stole an Iranian oil tanker, stole all the oil and returned the empty ship like a year later. They've done it to Venezuelan tankers too.
Hold on, Norm.
Let me read what you said.
Norm, stop, please. Norm, just for me, please. Just give me a second. You said that there's no genocide going on in Gaza.
Yes.
Let me ask that clear question.
Yes.
The same question I asked on the Hamas attacks. Is there, from a legal, philosophical, moral perspective, is there genocide going on in Gaza today?
Is there a genocide going on in Gaza? Well, in several years, we will have a definitive response
But at the
to
moment,
that question.
so
What has happened thus far is that on the 29th of December, the Republic of South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel pursuant to the 1948 convention.
The people asking how could Destiny still have fans after this? Brother, how can Mr. Bartolelli have fans after this? They don't give a shit. There are a lot of people who just simply don't give a shit and love the chaos and love and you know, enjoy the sport of the blood sport of debates, and also like being edgy and triggering people. These people used to be relegated to 4chan, they were on poll, and now they operate on Twitter, and now they operate freely within Destiny's community. But like, it's just about triggering people, making them mad. And it's all pure entertainment. It's very nihilistic. It's very destructive. It doesn't really matter because they're so far removed. They're so fucking far removed from the impact or even thinking about the humanity, even thinking about the death toll, the human casualties. It's just, it doesn't matter. Like, they're literally fantasizing. They've already moved on about the total utter annihilation and humiliation of their debate lord daddy, and they've made the here. I just went on their fucking subreddit. Every single thing is just about me and making fun of Norm Finkelstein or just making fun of me, because they don't really want to talk about how bad Destiny's performance is, because that's embarrassing, because he is their intellectual champion. Look at this. Their takeaway from this 5-hour conversation isn't that, like, perhaps maybe the guy that they uphold as this, like, supreme intellect is maybe morally bankrupt and maybe intellectually bankrupt. Okay? But instead, let's move on to the next thing. And they'll always do this. They always deflect. They'll always bury these sorts of instances. Yeah, it always goes back to, as you can see, I have portrayed you as the Sojak and myself as the Chad. Like, I'm not even there. Exactly. I wasn't even there. And and they've already moved on from the debate performance. There's no honest assessment of it. It's just, oh man, well, we're triggering Hasan, right? It's like, all right, man. Yeah, I'm fucking triggered. It's just sad. Quick correction, they didn't return the oil tanker empty. Iran sees the bag, lol, Dubai. Iran sees the tanker with Iraqi crew destined for Turkey on Thursday. But yeah, ultimately, I think a lot of people don't really care because there's a lot of underlying Islamophobia in the minds of a lot of people. They repackage it. They repackage it as like, well, I'm just intellectually an r/atheist style anti-theist, actually, and that's why I think Islam is bad. It's very it's a Sam Harris argument.
Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. South Africa basically accused Israel of perpetrating genocide in the Gaza Strip. on the 26th of January, the court issued its initial ruling. The court at this stage is not making a determination on whether Israel has or has not committed genocide. So just as it has not found Israel guilty, it certainly also hasn't found Israel innocent. What the court had to do at this stage was take one of two decisions. Either South Africa's case was the equivalent of a frivolous lawsuit and dismiss it and close the proceedings, or it had to determine.
Bro, oh, come on, dude. Oh, you're just repeating propaganda. I have talked to academics, journalists, and literal fucking Israeli Knesset members since October 7. I've also went on television to debate people on this matter. I have put myself out there. It makes me really sad when I see former fans just like get lost, get swept up in the bullshit. I've talked to conscientious objectors. This community has raised $1.3 million for multiple Palestinian charities. Like, that's crazy that you're just reducing it to like, while he's talking to high profile figures publicly, you on the other hand talking to some random Houthi pirate / terrorist wannabes. Re-examine everything. I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how you can arrive at this conclusion. Unless you're just simply watching clips. I don't know. I'm not even like, it's not even the like what makes me get sad about this is that like how can someone be so ill-informed? Actually,
determine that South Africa presented a plausible case that Israel was violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention, and that it would, on that basis, hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have looked at the court's ruling of the 26th of January and focused on the fact that the court did not order a ceasefire. I actually wasn't expecting it to order a ceasefire, and I wasn't surprised that it didn't, because in the other cases that the court has considered, most prominently Bosnia and Myanmar, it also didn't order a ceasefire. And South Africa, in requesting a ceasefire, also didn't ask the court to render an opinion on the legitimacy or lack thereof of Israel's military operation. From my perspective, the key issue on the 26th of January was whether the court would simply dismiss the case or decide to proceed with it.
And it decided to proceed.
And it decided to proceed. And I think that's enormously.
I thought that was
I think
beautifully
that's enormously
But you said they committed
significant.
genocide. You already said they committed genocide.
I also
That
like-
Israel
I
is
said-
committing genocide.
But if
You
I
used
could
that
just-
word.
allow me.
Use that word.
That's correct.
Now,
I don't run away.
So
from
Norman,
my
you
words.
did say Israel
Norm,
committing
I would
genocide.
Can you let Muin
Yeah.
finish?
well, the end of the story is you specifically asked whether I think Israel is committing genocide. I explained formally there is no finding, and as you said, we won't know for a number of years. And I think there's legitimate questions to be raised. I mean, in the Bosnia case, which I think all four of us would agree was clearly a case of genocide, the court
You
determined.
mean by the Serbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the Bosnia case, the court determined that of all the evidence placed before them, only Srebrenica qualified as genocide, and all the other atrocities committed did not qualify as genocide. You know, international law is a developing organism. I don't know how the court is going to respond in this case, so I wouldn't take it as a foregone conclusion how the court is going to respond.
But Norman has determined already.
I have too, because you're asking my personal
opinion is also
so as a matter of law, I want to state very clearly, it has not been determined and won't be determined for several years. Based on my observations and the evidence before me, I would say it's indisputable that Israel is engaged in a genocidal assault against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip.
Which is the PLO line.
Get with the program. The PLO is long past.
Okay,
for the record, I did show. I not only brought up the Dahia doctrine, demon slot. I don't know if you're still in here. It seems to me like something changed in your attitude after October 7, where you just left the community and never looked back. This is another October 7 chatter who was like, oh no, like I am full tilt, like going to assume that you are trying to kill Jews or something. It's Zionism is legitimately a brain disease. It will rob you of your moral core. Your moral compass will be broken, and you will become a different person as a consequence of these firmly held beliefs. But the intentionally killing unfounded by the ICJ, by the way, is not unfounded by the ICJ, and the deliberate killing, I actually did show you, not only with the Dahia doctrine, which is a long-standing Israeli military principle, but also I literally pointed you in the direction of something that I've already covered before time and time again, the 972 magazine article that shows the specific ways in which Israel deliberately targets civilian infrastructure. There are a lot of people like him that left this community post October 7, by the way. They came in here, they watched what I had to say, and they were done. This is what I was talking about with respect to how many progressive except for Palestine people exist in progressive circles. It sucks. But why is that the exception okay? It's not. It is sad, though. It's sad to see so many people just fucking. It's sad to see so many people just straight up go, you know what? I disagree with this guy on this issue. Doesn't matter how many years I've listened to him. 100%. I'm just now going to look for. I'm now going to look for any kind of purpose to vilify him in my mind. All I can hope for is that one day they will arrive at the truth. You know? I think in the broader grander scheme of things, there are probably a lot more people that are waking up to the realities, but ultimately, Destiny and his fans, every time he says something that makes him look like a weird, unhinged creep, it's just a joke, bro. Yeah, always. It's just odd because I've had these positions for a very long time. Like I've advocated for the same things for a very long time, for 10 years.
There have been any war crimes.
Is Israel currently committing war crimes in Gaza?
Not to my current knowledge, I don't think so, but I would have to see if anything like currently differently has changed. But right now, I don't believe anybody has levied the claim that there have been any war crimes committed since October 7th. I don't believe so.
Do you think that is that in any way relevant to you when discussing the conflict? Let's say if Israel were to be committing internationally recognized war crimes in Gaza, and may I add, in the West Bank, and I could prove that to you, and you'll say, yes, I agree, would that change anything in your overall perception of the conflict?
Right now, I don't necessarily think so, but I mean, I probably think that the underlying things themselves are probably bad without them being a war crime. I think it's defined as a war crime, I think it's considered internationally illegal for Israel to be building settlements in the West Bank. I think that's a really bad thing for a variety of reasons.
Simply from 48 onwards into the future, has there at any point been an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
47 and 48 was inarguably a mass expulsion of a certain ethnic group of people from territories. I mean, that would qualify as ethnic cleansing. Post that, if I would consider like settler expansionism to be a form of a type of ethnic cleansing, I mean, you could arguably probably say that. I think I would say it's probably roughly true. I don't really like the term ethnic cleansing. I think it's just a shitty term. It doesn't it brings with it like a whole bunch of like moral condemnation. But I don't think ethnic cleansing is necessarily always bad, and there are different ways to do it that might be good or bad. So yeah, I don't know.
What? I don't think ethnic cleansing is always bad, and there are ways to do it that are not necessarily bad. The fuck? Bro, I don't watch this dude at all. So I just like when I find something new, like when you guys send me some new shit, I'm like, it is still, like, it's just wild.
I think I broadly agree with the idea that I think you agree with that too. We can have a discussion on that if you want. But I think I broadly agree with the idea that Arab Palestinians have been kind of moved around their land quite a bit. So
you agree that in terms of the conditions in the West Bank and Gaza, Israel is running an apartheid state.
I mean, like, kind of. It's a military occupation. So, I mean, like, necessarily, there are going to be a different set of standards for different people living there. I'm not as interested in the apartheid comment because let's say we agree that it's apartheid, it's never going to be fixed as long.
I mean, here, I'll translate it. I'm not necessarily interested in the things that you're saying because it makes me look bad. Like, there's no other way to be like, I'm kind of wishy-washy on genocide.
As long as it's a military occupation. Like, I think the way to fix it is to establish borders and to create a state. And I think the apartheid stuff gets fixed after that, like automatically almost. But it definitely doesn't get fixed while it's still considered a military occupation. That would never happen.
That's crazy.
As you were saying, genocide is not a body count.
Thank you, America Very, for the can't give this.
Genocide consists of two elements: the destruction of a people in whole or in part. So, in other words, you can commit genocide by killing 30,000 people. It doesn't have 5 probably is below the threshold. There is a problem with numbers. Yes, but I think 30,000 crosses the threshold, and not reaching 500,000 is probably relevant. And the second element is there has to be an intent. In other words,
and you believe there's an intent?
Yes, I think if there is any other plausible reason for why all these people are being murdered, it's not genocide. And as far as intent is
concerned, what about hiding behind a human shield? You don't think that's a reason for them being killed?
Well, let's get the intent part out of the way first. South Africa's...
Forget South Africa. They're not the party.
Well, I'd like to finish.
They're pro-Hamas government. That's got nothing to do with it.
I think they're pro-Satan as well last time.
No, they're pro-Hamas.
For some reason, you don't have a problem with people being pro-Israeli at the time of this. But if they support Palestinians right to life or self-determination, they get demonized and
No, because
delegitimized as
they
pro-Hamas.
supported an organization which murdered 1,200 people deliberately. That's my problem.
But supporting a state that has murdered 30,000.
But they haven't, because these are 30,000
Okay.
are basically human
Well, just
shields.
They haven't. Oh shit! Hamas should have just said that Israeli civilians are human shields. That was the big problem. Hamas should have just said that, like, the Israelis were human shields that they killed, and then in that case it would be fine.
Used by the Hamas, in which the Hamas wanted killed.
Okay,
They wanted them killed.
All right, if I
Hamas wanted these people.
Yeah. Also, blocking humanitarian aid is also because they're human shields. Which, by the way, Central Committee, they do literally say that. They say that the aid will get into the hands of Hamas terrorists, so we can't have them. So that, in their worldview, like, that does actually make sense to them, which is psychotic. Yeah. 15,000 human shield children.
Sure. If I could just get...
You don't think they wanted them killed? They
No,
didn't
I don't.
provide them with shelters. They build tunnels for their fighters,
Okay,
but
if I
not
could get
one
back to my
shelter
point.
for their own civilians.
You asked me about
Of
intent.
course they want them killed.
Okay, you asked me about intent. And the reason that I bought in the South African application is because it is actually exceptionally detailed on intent by quoting
All
numerous...
sorts of idiotic ministers in Israel.
Well, yeah, including the Prime Minister, the Defense
the Prime
Minister,
didn't say
the
kill,
Chief of
didn't
Staff.
say genocide. the chief
No,
of
he said
staff.
Amalek.
According to
He
Asa
said Amalek.
Kasher,
Use the word
according to
Amalek,
Asa
because the
Kasher,
Hamas are a really
according to
evil
Asa
organization.
Kasher,
if I may.
according to Asa Kasher, the philosopher of
Asa Kasher,
IDF,
yeah.
he said that Netanyahu
He's
was
just an old-
avowing genocide. Now,
So-
he's an idiot?
So
He
the
didn't say
point...
he's an idiot, but he's
Yeah.
past it.
So the reason I raised the South African application is twofold:
Yeah.
Hamas or no Hamas. It's exceptionally detailed
Okay.
on the question of intent. And secondly, when the International Court of Justice issues a ruling, individual justices have the right, can give their own opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
And I found the German one to be the most interesting on this specific question, because he was basically saying that he didn't think South Africa presented a persuasive case, but he said their section on intent was so overpowering that he felt he was left with no choice but to vote with the majority. So I think that answers the intent part of your question.
So for the ICJ case that South Africa's brought, I think there's a couple things that need to be mentioned. One is, and I saw you two talk at length about this, the plausibility standard is incredibly low. The only thing we're looking for is a basic presentation of facts that make it conceivable, possible, that plausible, which legally this is obviously below criminal conviction, below,
Yes, of course.
below.
Think of it as an indictment.
Sure, possibly. Maybe even a lower level than even an indictment. So plausibility is an incredibly low standard, number one. Number two, if you actually go through and you read the complaint that South Africa filed, I would say that if you go through the quotes and you even follow through to the source of the quotes, the misrepresentation that South Africa does in their case about all of these horrendous quotes, in my opinion, borders on criminal.
Well, 16 ICJ judges disagree.
That's fine if 16 ICJ judges disagree,
He must
but
be
I'm going to
awful
give...
incompetent.
They could be,
He
but...
must be, even the American judge, she must have been awful incompetent if she was
The misrepresentation of, like, Israeli officials saying that they have genocidal intent, really messed up. Really messed up to show that to the world, actually.
able to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, based on his Wikipedia entry, was able to find.
So this is based on the official ICJ report that was
Yeah,
released. I'm not sure if you read the entire thing. Okay, that's great.
Oh my God, you just reminded me of this. That's so funny. Where is it? Someone just said, I'm glad D's a lawyer, Lamau. Yeah. Someone in the chat said, remember, he's over here trying to talk like a lawyer, but remember when he fucking failed a practice LSAT test? I forgot about that arc. Many arcs in the long history of Bonarelli, when he fucking went after a respectable lawyer, famously the one who successfully defended the Sandy Hook victims' families against Alex Jones and secured like an insane award to the tune of $1 billion. Yeah, Bonarelli was duking it out with him over some other shit I don't remember a while back. And Mr. Facts and Logic thought, you know, how hard could this be? And took a practice test, a practice LSAT on stream, and his entire community was fucking destroying him. For someone who loves his community clip chimping you, he really doesn't like things being taken out of context. Yeah, but things in context for Mr. Bonarelli is already pretty bad. Like, someone sent me a link of him defending debating Aiden Rosensniko, where he very literally says if a 29-year-old fucks a 16-year-old, that's not pedophilia. Where he busts out the actually it's a phebophilia argument.
Children. That's what a pedophile is.
Where he'll get cornered for saying some wild shit like molesting a kid is not doesn't make you a pedophile, and then make it about Tate.
If you want to walk through the conversation, we could do it. What do you think a pedophile is?
Somebody who's attracted to kids.
Yes. Somebody who's attracted to prepubescent children. That's what a pedophile is, technically.
That's what you said your way.
If a 29-year-old fucks a 16-year-old, that's not technically pedophilia. They're not a child. It's just somebody that's using a minor.
Bro, okay, this is like a gross conversation that like infects a lot.
He's like, it's a minor by a different name, please.
Palestinian lives. And so when we see, for example, a bomb drop in a refugee camp, or we see a residential home struck, well, we know there's 8 people in there and maybe one is Hamas connected, maybe, right? Then we're taking a very high risk. And when we look at the fact that most of the people killed are women and children, 2/3 at this point.
Well, those numbers, well, children is a misnomer because it depends on what we mean by children. Are we talking about
under
17?
18?
Yeah, I don't think that's a valid use of the word children for this particular region.
Why?
Because 15, 16, 17-year-olds can be part of the military and can fight.
Right. Which becomes... And
when we say...
For this region, in this particular region, 17-year-olds should not be classified as children. Hey, man, my man's consistent, you know? Consistently a fucking asshole, but...
Did you go through and actually identify any of the sources?
Actually,
15, 16, 17.
Actually, brace yourself for this, and Moeen could confirm it. Yaniv Kogan, an Israeli, and Jamie Stern Weiner, half Israeli, they checked every single quote in the Hebrew original. And Yaniv Kogan, love the guy. He has terrifying powers of concentration. He checked every single quote. Is that correct, Moeen? And Jamie checked every single quote in the English, in the context. And were there any contextual questions, they told us.
I think they found one.
Yeah, I think they found one. So I do not believe that those 15 judges, it was 15-2.
16-2, I think.
There are 15 on the court plus 2, so it's 17, so it's 15-2. I don't think those 15 judges were incompetent, and I certainly don't believe the president of the court, an American, would allow herself to be duped.
Okay,
because you might recall, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Burrell.
Sure. So this was taken from the South African complaint. There's tons of these, but so here's one. In the complaint for the ICJ, they said that on the 12th of October, 2023, President Isaac Herzog made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza, stating in a press conference to foreign media in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, over 1 million of whom are children, quote, it's an entire nation out there that is responsible. Yeah. It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved.
I saw that.
It's absolutely not true, and we will fight until we break their backbone, end quote. If you actually go to the news article that they even link it in their complaint, the full context for the quote was, quote, it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime, which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat, but we are at war. We are defending our homes. We are protecting our homes. That's the truth, and when a nation protects its home, it fights, and we will fight until we break their backbone. He acknowledged that many...
Wait. Okay.
Gazans had nothing to do with Hamas, but was adamant that others did. Quote, I agree, there are many innocent Palestinians who...
Bro, what do you mean? He said, I agree that there are many innocent Palestinians, but they didn't rise up against fucking Hamas. But it's a war. Sorry. The added context says the exact same thing that you think it somehow disparages. Dude, look at Benny's face.
Who don't agree with this, but you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me. Am I allowed to defend myself? We have to defend ourselves. We have the right to do so. This is not the same as saying there's no distinction between militants and civilians.
By the way, this is literally what Osama bin Laden said. Like, Americans are all responsible for voting for the same reactionary politicians that fucking destroy the Middle East, and therefore they will all die before doing 9/11. You know, a little bit different than my quote on America deserved 9/11. But that's what everyone said I was saying.
civilians in Gaza. His statement here is actually fully compliant with international law to the letter, because if you are storing military supplies in civilian areas, these things become military targets, and you're allowed to do proportionality assessments afterwards. So this is supposed to be one of many quotes that they've shown that is supposed to demonstrate genocidal intent, but it is very easily explained by military intent or by a conflict between two parties.
I saw that press conference.
Wait, let me just say something. All of this talk is a bit irrelevant because it may sound to the listeners that the court in The Hague has ruled that Israel is committing genocide.
No, I think
it hasn't.
no.
It's just is going in the next few years to look at the whole subject.
Okay.
There has
We're
been
agreed on that.
no determination at all.
Fine.
And as Stephen says, some of the quotes are not exactly accurate quotes or taken out of
Total
context.
mischaracterization.
Yes.
Okay. It is correct, as Muin put it, that it'll be several years before the court makes a determination.
And my guess is that it will determine there was no genocide.
I don't know.
That's my guess.
can't-
Yes, no, I'm just giving you my guess.
I can't predict. I got it all wrong, actually, as Muin will attest. I got it all wrong the first time. I never thought the American judge would vote in favor of plausibility.
So you admit that you were wrong?
Yeah, of course. I think I tell Muin twice a day I was wrong about this and I was wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the facts. I try not to be, but my speculations, they can be wrong. Okay, leaving that aside. First of all, as Muin pointed,
I think the moment that you find yourself defending a genocidal regime alongside a fucking kick streamer who has argued about, you know, how fucking a 16-year-old is actually just ephebophilia and not pedophilia is the moment where you have lost the plot, lost the sauce. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Reevaluate everything. You know what I mean? Reconsider your life choices. You're in the bad place. You're no longer in the good place.
there's a difference between the legal decision by the ruling and an independent judgment. Now, South Africa was not filing a frivolous case. That was 84 pages. It was single.
Even 84 pages can be frivolous.
It takes an hour and a half to read. It was not a massive case.
It was single-spaced, and it had literally hundreds of footnotes.
It can still be frivolous.
It's possible.
Of course,
it
but
could
this
be.
one wasn't.
Yeah, I read the report. To tell you the truth, I followed very closely everything that's been happening to October 7th. I was mesmerized. I couldn't believe the comprehensiveness of that particular report. Number two, there are two quite respected judges, there were two quite respected experts of international law sitting on the South African panel, John Dugard and Vaughan Lowe. Vaughan Lowe, as you might know, he argued the Wall case in 2004 before the International Court of Justice. Now, they were alleging genocide, which in their view means the evidence in their minds, we're not yet at the court, the evidence in their minds compels the conclusion that genocide is being committed. I am willing, because I happen to know Mr. Dugard personally and I've corresponded with Vaughan Lowe, I've heard their claim, I've read the report, I would say they make a very strong case. But let's agree plausible. Now, here's a question. If somebody qualifies for an Olympic team, let's say a regional person qualifies for an Olympic team, it doesn't mean they're going to be on the Olympic team. It doesn't mean they're going to win a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze medal.
They can swim, that's what you're saying.
No, I would say that's a very high bar.
You're saying they can swim.
To even qualify.
Swim well enough to have a realistic prospect of winning a medal.
So, to even make it to plausible.
That is not true.
That
is not what plausible means. It is absolutely not. You're dead wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
So the declaration of Judge
I said plausibility is the same concept.
Borelli, Borello, Bonicello, Mr. Bonicello, Mr. You are out of your depth. Oh, it's so good.
That's qualifying.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. They're not well-founded. They're not even well-founded. The court isn't. You said that plausible is a high standard. It's absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority of the quotes they have in this case are. And also, you said it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like 1/4 of all of the quotations. Some even pulled from the Goldstone report. They try to actually deal with the intent part, which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolo specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
Sorry, I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolo specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving the special. There's a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could.
That's mens rea.
No, the mens rea. Yes, I understand the state of mind, but for genocide, there is. It's called dolo specialis. It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case? It is a highly special intent.
I'm going to ask you again.
Genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I read the case?
Putting my display on camera. You're putting yours in books. Okay?
I read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion, the declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are you lying and saying plausible is a high standard?
Because I said even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team.
Dude, this is why debates are so fucking stupid, because it's obvious what he's saying. It's a very high bar to clear to even get this across the ICJ, for it to say that there's plausibility here for them to continue the fucking court case. And like, he's just engaging in semantics over and over again. No, dude, actually, they're fucking letting every genocide case go through. They're actually using all of their unlimited resources, seemingly, on all of the genocides all the time. You just don't even hear about it. And it's so fucking stupid. But again, and again, I have to repeat myself that it doesn't matter how stupid he is, because there are people even stupider than him who will listen to this and go, yeah, I think he's holding himself well. Like, he's holding his own here against this guy who is an intellectual, supposedly.
And you may not get a medal, but to get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible, you must be doing something pretty horrible. And as it happens, Professor Morris,
there was no genocide. That's what the court will rule. Remember what I just told you. The court will
I don't
rule,
expect to be even around when the court reaches its final decision. Why? It'll take a long, long time.
2 years. 3
No,
years.
I don't think it'll take 2 or 3 years.
I mean,
but,
Bosnia, which was admittedly a special type of case because they were accusing Serbia of sponsoring the Bosnian Serbs. That took, I think, 17 years from 90.
I assume they'll take 2 or 3 years.
But the point you're making, so this
I'm
is
saying
illegal.
that something horrible must be happening to even achieve.
It's horrible. It's a war.
Yeah.
It's true, yes.
Horrible.
But I think
they weren't rendering a ruling on a war. They were rendering a ruling on a genocide.
And I think the
And
suggestion.
they said it was plausible. They also said it was plausible that Israel is committing a military operation as well.
Yeah, but I think the problem with your characterization is you're saying in so many words that South Africans basically only have to show up in court with a coherent statement.
Yes, that is correct.
In today's atmosphere, that's probably correct.
They needed to do a lot more.
Not
They
much more.
needed
Not
to.
much
They
more.
needed
The
to
American
persuade.
judge?
Today's atmosphere.
The American judge?
They needed to persuade.
Judges go according to what the majority want to hear.
Yeah, but they needed
president.
They needed to persuade the court that it was worth investing several years of their time.
Right-wing argumentation always revolves around the same fucking dumb, nonsensical principles. The right wing, the ICJ court is just woke. Okay? Let me tell you something. It's just woke. It's woke nonsense with their fucking woke judges that are capitulating to the wokeness of the majority opinion. Let's not ask why people have arrived at this majority opinion, which seemingly is very popular. I don't get what D's regarded on fascist circles as a metal gigant. You mean a mental giant? Everything I see of him is either glazing another fascist or getting manhandled by somebody that knows more about him. Yes, because fascists are dumb as fuck. That's it. They're super stupid. So to them, they regard Destiny as like a mental giant because he's edgy and he is rhetorically decent. He's like a skilled communicator. But that's it. So he appeals to the only thing that they value, which is like coming across intelligent in short bursts, mostly against people who are not that smart. Also, right-wingers don't have a lot of values beyond just like being able to say slurs, and you are completely correct. Hasan is a bi, I think, who said that. He is a slur sayer himself. And I think people really like that. They're like, he's really, like a lot of people that spend most of their time online have basically positioned themselves into thinking that like being able to say edgy shit or slurs is actually like the coolest you can be. Like, ooh, is so scary for everybody else when I say the big bad word. You know, I've destroyed everybody. I've triggered everybody. So I think like as a 40-year-old man with an audience of other 40-year-olds, by the way, which makes it even fucking sadder, being able to advocate for things like that, I think is really, really appealing for people who never let go of the halcyon days of 4chan. They see him as their superior. Yeah.
In
They're
hearing
probably well
this
paid
case,
for it,
to us.
so
They're well paid whether
they
they
have
take this
confidence.
case or not. I mean, they have a full docket whether they accept or reject this case. And I don't think.
Well, if you think he's actually a fascist, you have completely nullified the word. He's currently deliberately and directly defending a fascist ethno-state's genocide. What the fuck are you saying? Do you think fascism just means you're a Nazi or an Italian fascist, like a Mussolini supporter? What? We just watched a clip of him defending ethnic displacement and saying, not all ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing is bad. It can be good. What are you talking about? Yeah, he also is an admitted bigot as well. Here, I'll
very clear here. I want to be very, very, very clear here because people seem to misunderstand this. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. I am Islamophobic and I hate Islam. I'm an atheist. Yes. I will make Islamophobic jokes.
I love when he says, I'm an atheist, and he's like defending a Jewish ethno-state, doing genocide against Muslims, like as though he has this principled stance against all religion. Really? Do you? It's odd to say that while, these are Paul Muad'Dib Atreides, aka the Lisan Al Gaib for races and dumbasses. Yeah.
Because I do hate Islam and I am Islamophobic. Very, very clear.
We should
Remember what I just said. They won't rule there was genocide. Remember what I said.
Also, I recommend people actually read the case and follow through a lot of the quotes. That they just don't show genocide on the text.
Brace yourself.
The Israeli Minister of Finance.
Why is he okay saying he's Islamophobic but not? I love someone saying 15-second clip chimp. Wait, are you telling me that Destiny follows that clip up with being like, just kidding, I actually love the light of Allah, or just kidding, I actually don't think that like Arab Muslims are servile dogs or something? Is that what you're going to say? I mean, he's been Islamophobic to me, so I have personal, firsthand experience with his Islamophobia on top of everything he's ever said about Muslims in general. Yeah, he said the Shahada right after. Like, how could that be clipped out of context? I wonder. You must eat the whole shit before you tell me it smells bad. He literally has called me a Turkish terrorist multiple occasions. But of course, he was making a good, coherent argument there when he said that. You're not even Muslim? I don't think you know what Islamophobia means. Yeah. Like the first guy that killed a Sikh dude in Texas after 9/11, when he was saying like, Allah Akbar, like go back to your country, and he shot and killed that guy. He wasn't doing an Islamophobic hate crime, even though the woke courts declared that he was, because the guy was Sikh. Oh, it was not in Texas. It was in it was in Arizona. Sorry. I'm very smart, by the way. Yeah, Islamophobia is simply a criticism of the religion, and it's certainly not racialized as a form of bigotry. He was just being an atheist, bro. What do you mean?
And so on the 8th of October, 2023, this is taken from the ICJ, this is from South Africa's submission, Bezalel Smotrich, I can't read this, stated, there you go, okay, at a meeting of the Israeli cabinet that, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. But again, if you click through and you read the source, their own linked source, it says, as per this own source, quote, the powerful finance minister, settler leader, Bezalel Smotrich, I can't pronounce this, demanded at the cabinet meeting late Saturday that the army, quote, hit Hamas brutally and not take the matter of the captives into significant consideration, end quote. Quote, in war, as in war, you have to be brutal, end quote. He was quoted as saying, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. You can't strip the quotation of Hamas, a entity you're at war with, and then pretend there's genocidal intent.
That's not genocide.
So when the Ukrainians say we need to defeat Russia,
that's not genocide.
no. When Ukraine says we need to defeat Russia, is that genocidal? Do they mean killing all Russian citizens?
Professor Mars, here's another one. When the defense, ridiculous.
Yes, ridiculous.
The American judge.
He also doesn't determine policy.
The American judge.
This is what the Islamophobia joke clip was referring to. Oh yeah, I remember that when he was talking about like I'm not gonna play that clip obviously for obvious reasons.
American judge read.
You are holding the American judge to
Well, he was the president.
He'll appeal to authority when it agrees with him, and we won't deal with the actual facts of the matter. Ever.
Okay. The American judge read several of the quotes.
Look at the American Supreme Court today. They may support Trump. Shows you how worthy American judges are.
Professor Mars, without going too far afield, if you heard a statement by the defense minister said, we are going.
That's the guy who was referencing. I missed that part. Israeli lawmaker. My wife wouldn't want to give birth next to an Arab woman. Dude, you guys don't understand. He's just Islam. He's just the atheist. Habayit Hayehudi politician Bezalel Smotrich, famous psychopath. Okay, he's actually just an atheist. When he said he doesn't want his wife giving birth next to an Arab woman, he was just being an atheist.
To prevent any food, water, fuel, or electricity from entering Gaza.
Did Israel do that?
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
What he said.
I'm asking you.
Isn't Israeli government policy?
But we're talking about statements now, intent. How would you interpret that?
After 1,200 of your citizens are murdered the way they were, I would expect extreme statements by lots of politicians. By lots of politicians.
But you don't accept extreme
But that's not Israeli
Palestinian
policy.
Wait, but you don't accept.
What he said isn't Israeli policy.
But you don't.
They let in water. They let in gas.
I'm sure
you don't accept. But you don't accept.
Oh, bro, extreme statements followed up by extreme actions. Okay, that's the whole point. Genocidal intent, and also how it translates to like genocidal actions on the ground. That's the whole point of the ICJ court case. And but beyond that, what he's going to say now, what Rabbani is going to say here is, but you don't have that same principle stance for Palestinians, which he doesn't.
Extreme Palestinian statements after they lost their entire country, not just 1,200 people.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
And on that,
wow,
on that moment,
damn, okay.
One brief moment of agreement. Let's just take a quick pause. We need a smoke break, we need a water break, we need a bathroom
Take
break.
down Gaza is not a genocide.
Defeat Russia is a genocidal
What does
statement.
take down Gaza
We went to war with Iraq. If we wanted to destroy Iraq, that was a genocidal statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war.
But
you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
I made you into an Italian all the time.
Damn, he's got all the smoke when he's getting up to pee, dude. He's like, come on.
By your solicitude for international law.
You could try leadership sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
Unfortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring. You've invited us to a tiring session.
Yeah, there you go.
Was D always like this, or did a culmination of taking L's make him into a reactionary, non-sounding weasel? I think he just developed a resentment towards the left and just kind of carried that on. I don't really know. Meth and mushrooms? I don't know what like the turning point is really. I mean, he used to be very reactionary, libertarian. Like, I think he got like kicked off of his team for fucking being racist to his teammates, or some Korean dude playing StarCraft or whatever. But this was like way back in the fucking day, way before I met him. And then when I met him, he was like duking it out with like racists and all of the very same people that he basically aligns with, both in argumentation and also literally like opinion, like Sargon of Akkad and whatnot. Like, he was duking it out with them and owning them. So I thought like, oh, this is perfect. He's just like iDubbbz, you know what I mean? Like iDubbbz now, like a person who is reformed. And I love that. I thought, I love that. I will ride for you. I'll defend you. I did. My first ever fucking My first ever Chapo appearance, I literally defended Destiny the entire time. He's just copying the old Alan Combs method of being the court cuck for conservatives. He gets attention going around being defeated by various big conservatives in debate. He gets invited to lose. Yeah, I don't think he like quote unquote loses. I think he loses now more. I think back in the day he didn't do that, is my point. That's why I refused to watch it for a long time, lol, and the TYT connection. But yeah, it's no, I think he's so incredibly highly of himself, like an actual intellectual juggernaut. I think he's probably hopped up on a lot of copium to genuinely feel that way. Like he probably feels like he legitimately is like an intellectual giant. Otherwise, he should have felt a little bit of shame and been a little bit scared to go up against Norm Finkelstein of all people. It's part Dunning-Kruger, part really being overconfident in your skills as an orator. But if we're talking about his like shift, I don't know. Like I said, originally he was a giant piece of shit, super racist, major asshole, changed his ways seemingly, I thought, and he was like debating pretty successfully a lot of these same like people who consider themselves to be liberal, classical liberals, the real progressives like the Dave Rubins of the world. And then slowly but surely, like after we parted ways, he just became more and more reactionary. There was a time frame when we like separated that I would still defend him, thinking that I did the same shit that I did with Aiden Ross. Like I genuinely thought that there was a way to salvage, like and thought that he could possibly be like, I don't know, a little bit misguided or something. I did for months. And I was fucking wrong. I was very, very wrong. And his community has never, ever let it go. And they've like basically built an entire library of lore that justifies their resentment and anger. And they use that as an introduction for anyone and everyone that wants to join the fuck Hasan train, basically. There are entire libraries of content dedicated to like documentaries that his fan base have made about our friendship and how one-sided and how awful I am to him. And it's a cult of personality surrounding just not just loving Destiny, but I think in parts also hating me, which is crazy. It's pretty sad. That side of the internet is very, very sad. You had to say the small orbiter who built resentment or admiration for him like all the others, but you went ahead and blew up and you did the most reprehensible thing exists outside him. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who's like blown up out of like after collaborating with Destiny that he doesn't fucking resent, really. I can't really think of anyone. Maybe. I'm sure there is one, maybe. But he fucking hates it. He despises that. So I think personally, a lot of it is basically that. Hasan was never a deorbiter. That's revisionism. Yeah, I wasn't. I did collaborate with him a lot early on. And I do attribute some of my early success to him. And I said it for much longer than even after we had parted ways. I openly stated that. But Having said that, it is pretty funny to think that, like, to all the people that are like, yo, he made you or whatever. His subreddit already is flooded with memes of your reaction before the stream ends. Lol, I watched some of his vids. Oh no, they're in here. They've been in here all day. But his subreddit seems beyond unhinged to like a worrying level of obsession with the left and figures from it. Yeah. No, his entire community is like very, very resentful of anything that is anyone that Destiny hates. They hate way harder than he does. And that's all they do for the most part. There's no like real clear-cut definitional ideology there beyond, you know, attacking whoever his enemies are. His sub will call you a tanky, a reactionary, a racist, a capitalist, all in one sentence.
Okay. There are major things to discuss here, not just what some court is doing that a judge in 2 years' time.
Yes. Okay. So what you just said is my.
I think I'm gonna end it here. For now, there's another fucking hour to go, hour and a half. It's been 9 hours. I realized. Holy fuck, dude! I covered this the whole day. Tomorrow we are going. You either die a Hasanabi head or live long enough to see yourself become the D-man. That's not a good way to live. I thought there was some highs and some lows, but a lot of highs regardless. I thought that was like more fun than I